Down goes George. That's a confirmation. Instantly switches to the 16.
Really could be. Let's see if they go to the engagement. Senior scored out. Oh, big shot.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile World League West Season 0. We're into our very second Super Weekend, and we have so many games to bring you over the course of these next 3 days. I'm Jason Kaplan. I'll be your host here, but I cannot do it by myself. Like always, I have two phenomenal people to my side to help bring me all the action, help cover it as well. The Seven Worlds Gaming, and we have Glitter Explosion coming in as well. A little bit sad to see no Choker coming in for you this time, though, Seven.
What are you talking about? We're waiting for you to bring that choker. Maybe on Sunday we'll have back-to-back. What do you think?
I mean, I'm wearing a choker, but it's just not around my neck. It's more of like a girdle to keep my stomach in.
Oh,
kind of counts, right?
You scared me there for a second.
I don't know where your mind was going with that. Obviously, you guys can make sure to tweet us if you want to be on the show. We'd love to hear your input at Esports PUBGM with the hashtag PMWL. But one thing we should talk about here is the format of the show. Like we said, second Super Weekend. Out there, you might not be knowing, what does that really mean? And you know what? Jason's here to explain it for you. So we had 2 days of matches in the opening weekend to determine seedings going into our groups. 5 different groups with 4 teams in each group. And then throughout the week, across 2 days, teams will be playing to get themselves into the top 16 of the standings to get through into the Super Weekend. And the points here, this is what's important. They accumulate over the 3 weeks, assuming you make it in every single time. And at the end of the third and final week, we'll have our top 16 teams to make it through into our league finals. It's just easy as that. But then again, not every team requalified for this week. So maybe it's not as easy for everyone out there here, Glitter.
I mean, yeah, and we were kind of hoping that would happen, right? We watched all the teams play through our first Super Weekend, and then we were questioning, will those bottom 4 teams that didn't make it forward do anything going into week 2 to kind of secure that spot for themselves? And we'll definitely be touching on them a little bit, but SWAT 69 is one of those teams that was able to kind of get themselves into our second super weekend.
They definitely did, and they had to do it through getting points. And you're out there asking, well, Jason, how do I get points? Or how do the teams get points? And I have to kind of start off by saying, where have you been? We've been doing the show now for like a week and a half. You can see every kill gives 1 point, and of course you get points for your placements as well here, 7. We've seen chicken dinners be pretty important for team success, especially in league play. However, some teams haven't needed to necessarily rely on it when it comes to the super weekend.
We haven't, and not even just chicken dinners, being able to get 1 point per kill, I think it was huge. One of the teams that comes to mind was Wildcard on that second day of league play. They pretty much took advantage of that on the last game of the day for them, and they were able to qualify because they ended up second place, so that's 14 points. And on top of that, they ended up getting just a huge amount of kills.
A huge amount of kills, and all these teams are fighting for a huge amount of prize money. $425,000 on the line, and you can see how that's going to break down here. 100 grand for first place. We could buy a lot of things and send them to 7 here, Glitter, that he might not like with that kind of money.
Oh, we absolutely could. But not only is there the $100,000 for that grand finals prize, there's also the $50,000 league play prize, plus the weekly bonuses, the participation bonuses, and the MVP. Man,
it's like they don't give out money, right?
They really do.
Best PUBG Mobile Esports out there. Saying.
Maybe they need to have like a talent tournament. Maybe that way we can win ourselves $100,000. That would be nice, though. I'd probably be sitting there watching Hotchukes and 7 team up on me and take the money all themselves. Let's take a look, though, at the league play standings. Again, this is how you get into the Super Weekend for all these teams. Only 16 teams can make it through. So let's see that one on the board. You can see which teams will be playing here today. Cloud9, of course. It's always Cloud9 at the top, it seems here, 7.
Yeah, they have been so consistent, and I know we're going to get a chance to talk about them a little bit later on. But I think another team that has been very consistent as well, not just in the Super Weekend, the first Super Weekend, also in league play, was Footballers. Pretty much we saw the exact same, first place and second place. And then Loops Esports was having a bad league play, but then they were able to completely just improve on their tactics and just their positioning. It was really good to see, and Dream Eaters has also been very consistent.
Yeah,
some of those teams I'm definitely gonna be looking at here.
I should jump in real quick. This is actually the Super Weekend rankings. I thought it was supposed to be the league play coming through. So this is actually the points they accumulated for the very first Super Weekend. This isn't how the teams got here. This is the results after the first 3 days of play they had.
Okay.
Yep. And with that, guess what? There is some teams that can definitely go ahead and improve here as we go to the second page. And some of those teams is going to go ahead and be Kanina Power as they're currently in 16th place, Glitter.
Yeah, I think that's a team that we're definitely going to be looking out for. They struggled here in the first Super Weekend. They even struggled a little bit on day 1 of league play of this week. Did pick it up to get themselves back into a position to requalify for the Super Weekend. But now, since they were at the bottom of that leaderboard, teams like SWAT 69 are going to be looking at them almost as that threshold of points that they're going to need to surpass in order to be viable throughout the Super Weekend.
Exactly. So SWAT 69, they're one of the teams who qualified through, well, I should say didn't qualify through in the first week, then qualified through in the second week. So imagine we go into week 3 with the same 16 teams. They know their threshold. It's that number 16 position they have to pass, and they're already 73 points behind Kanina Power here, Glitter.
Right, exactly. And that was something that we had kind of touched on during the first week, what was going to happen for some of those teams that got put in that position. We know that coming into the second week that they're going to be playing from behind. So I think some of the questions we have are they going to change up anything coming into the Super Weekend, trying to ensure those points? Is it going to be more aggressive? We know that they didn't get too many kills during the league play portion, so that's definitely something they're going to be needing to work on. However, they were part of that crazy 3-way tie between Unique, SWAT 69, and Frag Machines, all at 47 points, and the only reason that they were able to secure that spot was because of those kills. So it's definitely something they want to be paying attention to. We've talked about how important the 1 point per kill is and how it can really make the difference, and we saw that illustrated this week during league play.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how they're going to go about their play style come into this, because obviously there technically could be another weekend of play for them. But we can see the breakdown here of stats, the average stats coming in for all the players of SWAT 69-7. We can see the damage done is just really low, and I think that's obviously expected considering they didn't get to play in the first Super Week and they didn't qualify the first time around, and they barely scraped through the second time.
Yeah, and I think the damage done just comes down to how long you were able to survive in the game. Usually we see a lot of engagements just towards the end of the game, and we're seeing teams just completely take advantage of being able to survive until the end. But hopefully here with SWAT69, something I wanted to go ahead and point out is that Corina Power in the first Super Weekend, they average about 4.8 points per game. So SWAT69 is actually looking pretty good. If they can maybe go ahead and average, I know it's going to be a little bit crazy with how we've been able to see them play, but I believe in them. If they can go ahead and average about 10 points per game, I think that's going to go ahead and set them up nice going into the third Super Weekend.
And you can see them comparing up against Corina Power here, Glitter. I mean, you see the kills. Like, no one on SWAT69 was above a 1.0, even close to it. But you can see Tixie, even though his rocky performance within this last Super Weekend and league play is still maintaining a 1.27.
Absolutely. And like you said, you know, we've seen some very strong performances coming out of Tixie, and then they fell off a little bit as a whole with Corina Power. However, the stats here are kind of speaking for themselves. Like I was saying earlier, SWAT69 is really going to need to start pushing for those kills, for that aggression. Like Seven just said, they also need to make sure that they can stay in the game long enough to even have those engagements and to put out that damage. Because if they're not, then they're not getting the placement points or the kills, period, and they're going to put themselves in a pretty rough spot.
And I think something I want to go ahead and mention extra in regards to that is when we're seeing the stats from SWAT69, they ended up with 23 more knocks than they had with kills. So hopefully, I'm pretty sure they're going to be looking into it, but I hope they try to go ahead and just finish off those knocks that they get, because that would have been 23 extra points added to their tally.
Yeah.
Well, one thing we can talk about when it comes to confirming those knocks and thirsting kills, it's going to be Cloud9, and I'm calling them the Kings of the West, because this team has not only in the very first week of league play been #1, the very first week of Super Week, #1, but also the second week of league play, they came out #1. This team is firing on all cylinders, Seven, and I mean, we talked about them having slow starts. That's not been a thing at all here so far within the World League.
It definitely has it, and it goes back to an interview that I was actually able to do. I've done 2 interviews now with Beowulf and Uneven, and they were able to give me some great information. So here it is. They told me that they are doing so well because they're able to take just minimal risk. They might not be as aggressive at those teams like Loops Esports or maybe Footballers. That's why sometimes they don't just pop off like you see Footballers or Loops Esports do. But everything is working out their way. And keep in mind, even though they might not be as aggressive, guess what? They do currently have the top fragger of the tournament in an adder. So you might be wondering, well, how is that possible? How can they not be as aggressive but still have a top fragger? And they were able to tell me, listen, when you're doing everything, when you're executing everything perfect, you gotta go ahead and place those fraggers in the right position to go ahead and get those kills. And I think one player that I'm gonna be looking at this weeker besides Adder from that team, it's also gonna go ahead and be Uneven. Uneven is one of those players that we expect him to go ahead and frag out. And I was asking him, hey, how does it go ahead and mess with you mentally that you currently are a fragger, but guess what? The other fragger is doing a lot better than you are. And he gave me a great answer. He told me that he's happy that his teammate is doing better than him, because then he gets somebody to go ahead and look up for, and he's able to go ahead and maybe fix some mistakes that he's doing. And same thing with Beowulf. They told me that they're always focusing on the mistakes that they're doing and always looking to improve, regardless of where they are in the standings. Whether they're in first place, they want to go ahead and improve more, because guess what? They want to go ahead and stay consistent. They want to stay within that first place. Because if you're able to get even a bigger lead here on the next Super Weekend, oh boy, this is going to be a scary team even going into the Grand Finals. And I'm pretty sure we can go ahead and say, unless something crazy happens here, we can say that Cloud9 is probably going to go ahead and be in the Grand Finals.
I think they 100% should be, with just the points they have from the very first Super Weekend. And you just said they look back at their mistakes and try to improve, Seven. Well, if you looked at the stats there, they increased in kills by 16 kills, they increased in placement points by 3 points, and they increased in points overall by 19, and they match themselves in chicken dinners. Like, this is a team who normally starts slow and warms up into the tournament, but what if they start really good and keep warming up into the tournament? Can any team out there stop them, Glitter?
I mean, they're definitely going to have a couple teams that are hunting them down. We saw a lot of consistency coming out of Footballers. We, like, you know, Seven had mentioned, Loops didn't have the best league play portion. However, prior to that, we've seen insane consistency coming out of them and aggression that's always worked out in their favor. So there's definitely some top contenders that they're going to be looking out for. But right now, Cloud9 is almost untouchable when it comes to their consistency and their decision making. And like Seven said, it's, you know, all about the minimal risk for them. How many times have we said that they're so successful with their 4-man squad up once they make it past that mid to late game portion? They're if they're full at that point, you should be terrified of them. They've made smart rotations. They've taken good engagement. So I am not surprised that they're sitting where they are right now.
And something to add to that is that, remember at the start of PMWL West, we actually did an interview with Beowulf, and we asked them, hey, what are you guys looking to do different to not start as low as you did in PMPL Americas? And they said, we're looking to improve our end game. And I think so far, this team has proven that they are improving even as the tournament goes on, because if it comes to the end game and they have all their 4 players up, they're more than likely going to go ahead and win.
Well, you know, we're going to find out if they can keep winning today, but we have to see what the schedule is going to be, what maps will be played, in what order, and of course, how many in total. We'll be having 5 over across the entire day today, and the same thing for the next 2 days thereafter. We're starting things off on Erangel as our very first map, and I remember hearing, I think it was Imperium or Cameron, or not Imperium, Invirum or Cameron, talking about how good and how consistent Cloud9 has been when it comes to the first match of the day, especially when it's on Erangel.
Yeah, and I think it was something along the lines of they have won maybe 3 times, and they have done like top 2 or top 3 5 times. So they've been insanely consistent. And something to add a little bit extra to that is that Cloud9 did tell me their favorite maps tend to be Erangel and Sanhok. So that's one team I'm going to be looking at here.
All right, well, you know what? We're talking about the teams you're looking forward to. I think it's time to start talking about predictions. And you're already talking about Cloud9. Here's 7. I feel like we're going to have to go to you first, and I'm pretty sure I know the exact words that are going to be coming right out of your mouth. First of all, it's going to be, I love you, Jason. You're amazing. And then you're going to tell us your prediction, right?
Yeah, I don't know about the first part, though, Jason. But I am going to go ahead and pick. I'm pretty sure everybody is suspecting it here as we go into the first match. It's going to be Cloud9. Cloud9 has just been performing so well that I'll be going against what my gambling gut tells me. Go against Cloud9? Nah, I can't do that. Cloud9 is going to probably go ahead and take that first win, and hopefully they go ahead and get a lot of kills, too.
And for all the people watching at home, we have revised the rules. The commissioner, i.e. me, has changed how we're doing our predictions. You can only pick a team once a day. So we're not going to be seeing everyone picking Cloud9 the entire time. 7. Hot jukes. We're going to be seeing other teams coming to life here. So you have to be more strategic on our side about who you're going to pick off the bat. And Glitter, not going to go into you. Who's the team you think is going to take home the chicken dinner?
So while I do think that Cloud9 is going to do incredibly well for themselves, I'm going with a little bit more of a slightly more crazy pick, only because they didn't show up so well during the league play portion of this week. However, I'm going to be going with Loops Esports. I think that they are going to be hungry and kind of want to come back strong with a very good first game, and they've done this before. So I'm hoping that they can kind of pull it out here on our first match, the first day of Super Weekend.
Well, you know what? I think we're going to have a majority here with you and I. I'm going to go Loops as well. And it's nice to actually be on the majority side instead of the minority side, because you guys seem to pick on me a little bit too much. But Loops, I mean, they have had a rough time in league play, especially the first day. We talked about them potentially being headhunted from other teams, trying to take them out of the equation, and there was even a chance they weren't going to qualify in until they got themselves a chicken dinner. But we'll see how it's going to go down. Once we finish our first match, we'll bring you 2 back in, obviously, to talk about it then. So get out of here for now. 7 always giving me hearts. You know those aren't meant for you guys at home. Those are meant for me. You're not lucky enough to get those hearts from him, but you are lucky enough to potentially get a drop within the game. As long as you're watching within the game, within the Esports Center, you can win a limited time outfit if you're lucky enough, and maybe 7 will send you some hearts in Twitch chat as well. So make sure you're heading over there and, you know, give all the tags to him as you possibly can. It's time to now bring in our commentators here for our first match of the day. It's going to be Invirum, and it's going to be Cameron Davis going to be joining me once again. And I have to say, you two almost look like the inverse of each other a little bit with your shirts. Did you guys plan that, Invirum? Well, we can't hear you, but I'm going to assume he's saying, yes, Jason, you're very right. We did plan this one accordingly, as Cameron Davis is now going to probably agree with me here. Is that right, Cameron?
I mean, no. I came up.
I gave you an easy out, man.
Like I always do.
Okay, we came prepared like you always do. Okay, Invirum, still can't hear you, so I guess we're maybe not going to get your prediction on this one, which is a shame for you, considering you desperately need these points. Now, we are going to talk about, obviously, you know, SWAT69. Cameron, let's start off with you about this. A team, the only team who didn't play in the first weekend, now make it through into the second weekend. Yeah. They have so much work to do to close this gap against them and Kanina Power. 73 points behind. How do you feel like the mindset of the team is coming into this?
I just hope that they come in to try and have a big day for themselves. They were able to qualify, and when you miss the first week, as you mentioned, they're such on the back foot in terms of points. They have to make the big plays. Now, they don't want to be stupid. They don't want to make crazy, almost suicidal plays, but they absolutely need to make the plays that they need.
Okay, well, we'll see if they can do that. I'm assuming, Invirum, you're here with us now.
I can
Still
hear
can't hear
you.
him. Weird. Still can't hear him.
Cameron can hear me.
I'm just kidding. I can hear you now. I can hear you.
Okay.
Now, let's give your
Good.
thoughts about how this is going to go. I mean, again, if you're SWAT 69, they have so much pressure on them.
Ooh. Yeah, no, SWAT 69 is one of these teams. They're the only team that didn't participate in the first Super Weekend, so I think the onus is on them a lot to prove that they belong in the top 16, to prove that they belong, because Glitter touched on this, they just squeaked in a 3-way tie.
Yeah.
47 points. I mean, I predicted it early on in the day. I was like, I think it's between 45 and 50 because we talked about it on broadcast, the idea of these sponges up towards the top. We've talked about those teams till the cows come home. Right now, we need to focus on these squads who need to make a name for themselves here. That being said, though, of course, I'm still predicting Cloud9.
Okay, well, you went straight in the prediction game. So, in Verum, going to be choosing Cloud9, as we're going to be now talking with Cameron about his choice here of team.
Listen, you already gave the credit to us. Both of us shared equally that Cloud9, not only are they one of the best teams, just looking at the leaderboard, they are without a doubt the best team on Erangel and one of, if not the best team at the first match of the day. So I have to go with them.
Okay, so we got 2 Cloud9s here on this test. We got 7 with the Cloud9 pick for himself. And I think it's time now to take us into our very first match here. It's going to be Cloud9. No, I'm just kidding. It's going to be Erangel, which is basically their map at this rate. I want you to take us away.
Yeah.
Thanks so much, Jason. And yes, as we get into this first game of the day, I need to remind folks at home, like starting off the day hot, that's not easy to do. The mental preparation, the warm-up, everything that goes into it is so important. Cloud9, 2 firsts, 2 seconds on opening game so far. Of their 4 firsts and 3 seconds overall. That's a pretty impressive statistic as we start things off on Erangel. And what's cool about this team also is the fact that they've won on multiple maps. So we'll see if that trend will continue today, or if some of these, squads who are vying for this top spot will be able to take it here, Cameron, as we load in on the map.
Yeah, this is actually a really, really good, really fair opening plane route as well. I'm really curious to see how this Super Weekend's going to be, though, because we only have one team that's different. We got SWAT 69 in replace of... Who was it that didn't make this? Uter Killers, I believe, was the team that we saw last Super Weekend. I don't think it's going to change too much from what we saw. No one's going to have to adjust their play from the previous time all that much. It's just one team out of 16. And not to seem rude, but I don't think any of the top teams are really putting that much brain power towards the teams like SWAT 69, like Uter Killers, that are down towards the bottom.
But also, that's an opportunity. If you're one of these teams down towards the bottom, now's your chance to make a statement. It's only week number 2. It is only week number 2. And yeah, we put in a decent amount of games now between the opening weekend all the way up to now. And we've put in almost 50 games at this point. But still, the idea that you can still continue to rise up and learn, because it's a marathon, not a sprint. There's a reason we do battle royales in this format, and that is because you need to be constantly adapting, constantly improving. You're playing against the best teams in the world. So now's the time to learn from them.
Ooh. All right, now Kaito, he's learning that he needs to be very, very careful on where he's dropping, and he should hope for his teammates, but no, it's going to be a very, very quick down and a instant kill secure as well for Versit there. A good start for Dream Eaters, and actually Alpha, they're still fighting them. How does Dream Eater find these guns? Wait, where did that even come from? Oh, did he find a gun, grab the buggy, and went to go chase? I think that might have been what happened.
I think so. And now Meku's chasing down the rest of... the 3 separate fights broke out. And Dream Eaters won every single one. 2 guns and a car. Feel like we're at the start of a sitcom or something. How does the... What? Okay, I mean, I'm sorry, Alpha. You just don't get to play this one. You're just done. You just don't get to participate in game number 1. Like, that's rough.
Yeah, very, 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 very unfortunate start. We can't really... we cannot undersell how unfortunate that start was, because there's not even much that Alpha Legends could have done.
No.
Yes, but we play multiple games, and it's unfair to say that the teams that win Battle Royale games get it just because of luck. But in this particular instance, the fact that Dream Eaters were the ones to find guns so quickly, a little bit of luck. You could look at their drop patterns, and maybe they were paying attention to something else, but Dream Eaters also just got the upper hand in them for finding those guns, like that mini on the rooftop of that building. A lot of things, and now Faker is just gonna have to do his best to crawl it out, to snake it out and get some points. Luckily, Alpha Legends, I believe, in the overall standings, they're halfway through, so it's not like Like, if this were SWAT 69, this would be a completely different story.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I mean, again, Alpha Legends have actually had some pretty solid performances overall. This is a team very much in the center of the pack that could, over the next week, or over the next course this weekend, they're going to have to really start to step up their game. Definitely one of those teams to keep an eye on. Another one, of course, being Yalla Esports. I'm sort of getting on like the Yalla hype train. There's still a little bit of a I was gonna say a wild card, not that wild card, but like an actual wild card, because there's one of these teams that's either going to step up and perform really well and get a chicken dinner, or they're just kind of going to be a little bit quiet. And I need just to see more of the former and less of the latter over these next few games.
The question is it the Yalla hype train or the Lord hype train?
It's a little bit of both. Don't get me wrong.
A little bit of both.
I'm definitely a Lord fanboy, but and overall, Lord, not with the E. But still, Yalla Esports as a whole, I think that if they can follow his lead, if they can work around him, it honestly kind of feels like a bit of a Kunina Power situation, where if you play around Tixie and you set up Tixie to be really successful, that's when Kunina Power has done the most. But at the same time, you can't just rely on one player. So it's a weird dichotomy, Cam.
Yeah, it's all about playing into your star teammates' strengths and trying to put them in the best situations that you can. Unfortunately, with so many things that you have to manage in Battle Royales, it's not always the easiest. You can't always have Lord on the flank, because what if the circle shift happens, or what if another team approaches from a different angle, and now suddenly he's the front man. But you always want to do the best that you can while everyone else holding their own in their positions. And it also just happens to be where the shot calling comes from. Whether you push your team or not could depend on your star player being in a good position to get there in 3 seconds versus 5 seconds or 6 seconds.
Oh yeah, and we talked about the idea of 3 to 5 seconds. Like, oh, it's a 2-second difference, but that makes all the difference in a game like this. Being proactive on your rotations, being quick to respond to your teammates' callouts. I mean, I cannot understate. Like, games have been won and lost in 2 seconds. Especially with the caliber of these players, the skill that these players bring to the table. So definitely need to be mindful of that as we watch, especially in these late game scenarios where I swear, when the chaos starts, the teams that can just get ahead in terms of calling out like where everybody's at and being mindful of their surroundings, that will make the difference between a chicken dinner and 6th.
Looking at Wildcard right now, and I do want to give them a little bit of love here, because I've criticized them for constantly being very late to the play zone, staying hard on the edge. And I don't mean like a medium edge that we see Loops and sometimes Kunina Power play, where they're going to be holding down just inside the edge to get some kills on rotating teams. Wildcard feel like they're constantly late, and they're way too scared to push in, whether they're lacking information or lacking that confidence. I do want to say, though, on Erangel specifically, there really haven't been that many Northern Phase 1s. So, I do think they should be playing these circles better. I do also think that they're waiting on just a little bit more love up in their territory to help them in their placements, at least. Maybe not their kills, and that's not inherently going to give them a top 5, not even a top 8 or top 10 in the game. But it is still something that you have to think about.
Oh, for sure. And the one thing I also want to point out and note, I'm looking at the overall map here, and this has been the most standard start we have seen yet. Like, Loops went to Crates, and C9 went to South George, and Wildcard went to Severny, and Tempo. Yes, well, that start, notwithstanding, because who knows where they were going to go. Yalla and Razak, and, footballists down in Novo, and B4 and Millie, like, this has been one of the most standard openings we've seen in terms of drop placements, and I want to make a note of that. Because it is so standard, everybody else, like, I've seen them. I've seen the map. Teams literally have maps with names drawn on them where everybody drops. Like, they know. You know what I mean? So they also should know what the rotations are looking like. So I'm watching C9 and Loops doing this like little back and forth dance about like where they're rotating in right now. And being aware of those rotations, you talk about it. You talk about, are you going to edge creep? How are you going to work with... Knowing where teams are going to be rotating is such a key factor in that camera, which is why I'm so glad you talked about it, because it's making me just like excited to see how these teams are working around each other, because other than, like, as I said, like Loops and C9 a little bit, like nobody's close to each other because they all know where everybody else is going to rotate.
Yeah. It's kind of half the game. The fact that there's enough land in this first circle, you could talk a little bit about Sosnovka Island being fully inside the circle, and we'll see if that becomes a thing in play right now. And actually, well, Alpha Legends Faker, he's trying to defend his position by himself, getting some damage, and I think that's why he is backing off, because the fact that he wasn't able to get that initial knock means that SWAT 69 have full capabilities to respond. A very, very risky path that he's taking because it gives an open shot, but the heal and the potential reload there gave him more than enough time to make his way in safe. The question is, where is he going? Because we've seen teams in ruins get trapped around here if Phase 2 shifts up north.
And keep an eye on that as another fight breaking out around Roz as well. Yell Esports and Wildcard going toe-to-toe. But we'll be lovingly following along there with Faker trying to survive and sustain through this as much as possible as we're keeping an eye on where this next circle is going to pop, because this is going to impact a lot of these teams currently on rotations right now. Ooh. And all the teams coming in from the West are going to be pretty happy about this. Unique, TQ, Cape, Canadian Power, it's going to affect them a decent amount, but I still think that I'm really looking towards Dream Heaters, Wildcard, this sort of area around Farm. I think this is where things are going to get really, really dicey really fast.
Yeah, there is a potential for Loops to gatekeep B4 out on the West Bridge that you can see. But yeah, I agree. I think it's this farm area that people are going to be having a lot of trouble in. I wonder if anyone, I'm looking at Queso, but I think they're doing a full, big, wide, wrapping north rotation.
Interesting.
Big fan of that. Big fan of that.
Yeah, especially because normally that's where Wildcard sits, but Wildcard, when they were sitting through Rozhok, they lost a player, so they had to keep going through. So, because you expect Wildcard to be to the north. They're changing up this time around. They haven't had a whole lot of success with this.
They're actually pushing in.
And that's so interesting. I like that a lot, but now, Dream Eaters, Rain, out in his zone, playing Scout, 3-1 right now, not taking shots. This is how you're supposed to play this.
Yeah, he's giving good information to his squad, but I wonder what the full extended plan of his position is, because he's quite isolated, and it doesn't look like he has a vehicle in order to retreat. If you just run up the hill that's right behind him towards his team, he could get shot in the open. So in a way, he might just be stuck. This could be part of the game plan, though. This could be an entire play based off of countering Dream Eater's position. And you see the rest of Tempo on top of the hill, but they're leaving.
Which
makes me think that this is not a plan. He's now just stuck.
I think you're 100% correct. They could try and loop someone around to pick him up, but that's super, super risky. We're seeing, ironically enough, Tempo Storm rotating back to Pachinki, which is, of course, where they started. Pachinki is my city. Hashtag Tempo Storm. The tried and true, death, taxes, circles, Tempo Storm, Pachinki. Mm-hmm. We've made that joke a few times now, but it's never not true. As all the teams are pretty much rotated in now, Team Queso are going for the big loop. I mean, the big loop, not just even through Roz. They went all the way around. They're going to come in just east of Everest, round into Ruins. Yeah. Which is very interesting, because that's even further than I was expecting, but I don't think anybody's going to be expecting that rotation, particularly not Faker, who is, like you mentioned before, there on his own and could potentially see himself trapped up against the likes of Team Queso.
I mean, come on, if you're going to make that wide wrapping north rotation, why would you just go through Rozhok? There's danger there. Just go all the way into the blue and go out towards the west side. The reason why it's a safe rotation is because no one's there, and the hardship in that direction, it's still pretty open. Everyone knows that. You don't even have to be a west side team to pay attention to the west side team's rotations to know that. But over here, Dream Eaters is still just holding down shop. There hasn't been that much action on the farm area just yet, like we predicted. It's still phase 2. There is still more than enough area for teams to find their initial location before the fight breaks out. And we have seen a little bit of information gathering, like Konina Power looking at Wildcard from Death Road. And here's Tempo Storm in Pachinki, as you mentioned earlier. But we're just waiting for when the phase 2 closes. We see where phase 3 goes to, and Unique. This is a curious decision, because when a game ends in this area in Badlands, there are so many angles you have to watch out for. It's like a mini Miramar. But right now, when you're pretty confident that your north is isolated, all those ridges could actually give you really good cover if it shifts up north. But it's not going to do that. It's not going to do that at all. It's going to be a southern hardship. Loops are in the best position right now, even more so than B4, I want to say.
Ooh. That's an interesting statement, too, because B4 obviously had that little compound. I lovingly refer to it as the Dirty Dozen down there on the bottom.
I like that. I'm going to steal that.
That's really, I know. A buddy of mine caught that, and it's stuck ever since, because you have the coast at your back. You've got the cliff at your back, and somebody, I think, wishing was up against a wall right now. Rain sat there for so long. You're not trapped in here. I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me. As now we see Wildcard with the full send onto Footballless, I should say. now at the bottom of the cliff, and hang on, Footballists might have a pretty solid shot here if they can manage this high ground position. Acer needs to hit the shot, not going to be able to do so. Sam also, so while Wildcard may have drawn first blood, it is Footballists who will strike them down. Wildcard, the first team eliminated, descend into Footballists. The start was solid, but they couldn't clean up the execution.
Yeah, I mean, that's the power of this high ground. And Footballists immediately moved to take out the attackers despite losing the first player, as you mentioned. And they're using the high ground still to deal some damage to multiple other teams. Woohoo! It was Yala, and now it's a little bit of Konita power. The shots from Soulcare are landing. They're not getting any more knocks. They only have the 3 kills onto Wildcard. But this is still a really good start for them. The only problem is that this area is not even in the zone. And it might be an interesting push. However, if they continue to do the work that they're doing right now, clear out their area, it is going to make that push a lot easier. But Anas getting a knock. It's going to slow it down just for a second.
That was actually really nice. It was Solke who was doing the damage on the Yala. And it's now Yala striking on back. HH24 knocking Tensa with his grenade. Good times in the kill feed. Tempestorm having a bit of trouble, I think, fighting up into Nova Esports as well. Rain, the lurker, like we mentioned before, did end up going down there as teams are vying for this spot south of Pachinki. Konita Power is going to be rotating into this as well. Potential third party here onto Yala Esports, who are still making a lot of noise, and Anas is not having any problems just signaling to everybody around him, hey, I'm here, and I am ready to get involved in the fight as Tempo gets eliminated as well. Nova Esports stepping up on the day. That's what I like to see.
Nas here, he's still focused on foot. We're going to see what we're going to do about it, because there's a lot of fighting over here in this compound. This is such a crucial compound in the zone. It's still on the sort of west side, so it's not going to be as important as it is if this stays in the zone into the late game. But Loops, they have 0 kills right now, but the spread that they have is giving them so much initial control. They're going to have to defend against multiple attackers, especially now that Umbra are putting pressure onto them from the south. Becker should be spotting that one out shortly if they aren't aware already. But just look at controlling this hilltop is going to be controlling so much of the zone.
And right now, Team Queso is controlling nothing. Absolutely nothing. They are backed into a corner, and they are going to be in a bit of a rough position once they have to rotate out of this. But this circle doing a lot of work for them here. Loops, though, like you mentioned before, one of the best positions overall. They can survey the entire area around them with no problems. Also, I want to make note, Nova Esports took down Tempo Storm without losing a single player. Really impressive. I think the damage that Tempo did to themselves may have been an impact on that, but either way, nicely done for them. They're going to rotate into Dream Eaters here, it looks like. And B4 also getting involved on the flank. B4, a little bit quiet, but that may not stay the same for long, Cameron.
Ooh, Nova wanted to stop there, but they're stopping on the low ground. This gives Maxon a huge opportunity. A good grenade prepped. This could be bad for Nova, and especially because the rest of B4 are now arriving.
Fan taking a lot of damage, HCL in the back, but the angle that Maxon is holding, he is going off maximum damage right now. Continuing to lob nades down. Cfan's gonna be able to get off the first aid, but Nova already having 1 player down, and all of B4 Esports looking to find the angle, and there's the grenade once again. Yes, please, says Maxon, continue to give me that damage, give me those kills. Now Nova Esports, I was complimenting them. They started this game off so well, but now they are totally on the back foot. They've got to potentially try and reset, reposition, re-angle, but nothing they can do is going to work right now. I think they're actually thinking maybe that's Nova trying to reset here. AZ and HP in a dream, able to get down Mixer. Now HCL is going to try and trade out with him. Buddy system, they're actually able to get the teammates up here. Wait a second, I thought they were absolutely going to lose this fight, but maybe now they have a chance to come back.
It's the smokes that they deployed to give them an opportunity to reset. But they are still hiding on the low ground, and they definitely, Maxon still knows where the pocket is with those vehicles. So another nice grenade to get 2 knocks. And Maxon, he's going aggressive. He wants to finish this off. He wants to give them 0 time to reset a second time around.
Yeah, they made that mistake once. They gave him just a second too long, but now the inexorable jaws of death are closing in onto Nova Esports. B4 wants to do this without losing a single player, but HCL is not going to let them go down quite so quietly. And now, this is HCL up against 2 members of B4 Esports. He's only got bandages left, a single stim. He's going to try and rotate around the outside. Pedro looking to find an angle, but I cannot believe how long Nova's been surviving this. They are going to go down here, but that took so long, Cameron.
Good hold there by B4. I don't want to harp on Nova's play too much. By the way, they're still not dead. HCL is still not dead. Around.
I cannot believe it. Come on, somebody kill this man.
Yeah, I don't know what he's really going to be able to do to get out of this, though, because as you mentioned, he has 5 bandages and 5 HP. There's really not much left there. A couple more smokes deployed to stay alive, but someone's got to look over here from...
There it is.
Yeah, good grenade there. At some point, it was either going to be another grenade or someone was going to look over from the Gatka fields. I don't want to harp on Nova stopping at that fight too much. It was a bad fight to take, but when they're driving neck and neck, or shoulder and shoulder with someone into a field, you're going to have to fight them eventually, so I do appreciate the proactiveness, because there's not a lot of cover in here. That's why Loop's position is still so strong.
It is indeed. And again, B4 already had the angle set up. They had one person on sort of the second tier of the hill and then the third tier of the hill as well. That was really the difference maker there. I think Nova could have taken the fight if they just had one, but having the dual layer of positional advantage really made a big difference here, especially in TPP, because you're able to just sort of look yourself right over that hill and give information to your teammates on the flank, which is why that's so important. However, sixless. What was that? What was... That kill feed, hang on. You're wondering why I'm getting excited because I just saw Sixless with 3 headshots in a row. Okay.
I don't even know where that was from. Was that from the north? Finding an angle, yeah. That's what I was saying about Nova not going to last too long anyway, whether it was B4 or not, because the open angle onto that hill was going to get discovered by someone eventually. We should talk about the northern shift a little bit as well, because now it's just open flat field. Loop's high ground position is now useless. They can use it to try and clear up the area in front of them, get some kills, but they're going to have to approach the field eventually. And at this point, you need to have a vehicle for cover. You need to hope that you have a bunch of smokes, or you got to be able to hit your shot. Other than that, you're crawling. You're crawling like a snake. Drop your backpack to make your profile as small as possible, but you're crawling.
Oh, yeah. No longer grass is going to do a little bit for you, but these guys have eyes like a hawk at this point, and they're just going to be looking to just clean up every little mouse that's crawling through that field. We'll see how this goes, as Loops is trying to do just that to start this off. Every single time we're switching perspectives, everyone is shooting because this is just a wide open field. Nowhere is safe. Nowhere is off limits. Let's go.
Dream Eaters here trying to defend their position as best as they can, but the Knights, they've actually pushed in a fair bit, and they're not as damaged as you would expect from what they had to do. It's a nice kill there for Carnage, I believe, securing that. But again, just all the utility that is already used. It is only Phase 5, and we're seeing smokes out like it's Phase 7 or Phase 8. That's how open this is.
But I love Loop's positioning.
Yeah.
I love each one they have the vehicles like you're talking about, but they also using these bushes, these additional little pieces of cover, and they've spread themselves out so that a nade or a vehicle explosion is not going to chain damage. They actually have a fantastic position. That's so heads up, because I thought they were in a lot of trouble because they had that high ground like you talked about. It was instantly negated by that circle shift. Obviously, C9 is in a fantastic position here. They've got a compound on the northern edge of a circle. They've got everybody out in front of them. They got nobody immediately to their left and right. They're looking great. It's all these teams that are now on the south side of the circle that have to worry and that have to put the work in.
3 meters, yeah, they have to crawl in. There's no other option. They're going to be crawling directly towards Loops. The only reason and actually, before that, high ground that C9 are using, it's not even just having the hard cover, it's having the information gathering and angles from the rooftop. Unique do go down. Frozen is eventually spotted, not able to follow up behind Loops like he would have wanted to. But now Dream Eater's in the blue. There's really not much more that they can do at this moment. The spray's coming in from Loops. They're not letting anyone into their play zone.
Really, really solid. Really, really solid play from Loops. Again, making the best of a bad situation. Dream Eater is going to go down. Denied to the blue there. They're going to be eliminated in 7th. Pittsburgh Knights, though, holding on, despite the shot that Bea was able to land from this rooftop position. But C9 is going to have to run it now, and it's actually Konina Power that got the circle shift.
Well, they got it because they went towards the circle. Cloud9 would have wanted to do a lot more damage while they could, but Cloud9, not only do they have the vehicles for cover, they also have a couple of rocks that they set up on. Very immediate play by Konina Power to now have the strongest position in the circle.
And this is, Cameron, we talked about this earlier on in the day, the difference between 4 seconds and 6 seconds, how much of a difference that makes. Konina Power not waiting for those additional 2 seconds, going as soon as it is feasible, continuing on that rotation, looking for this next circle. And Team Queso as well, not in a bad position right on the outside, but it's still Loops that I think are going to be the team. The close range fragging, I mean, that's what they live for.
The problem is they're going to be shot by so many different angles, but so are Cloud9. They're trying to get in their vehicles and push in as well. There isn't anyone immediately close to them, but just, it's a field, the wide angles. Someone's going to get dropped. At least one. That's one down already. I wonder if there's going to be any more casualties, but Queso, they're defending its loops. You mentioned it. The aggressive maneuvers. They're at least getting a couple of licks in.
Now it's Carrillo going around on the flank, a 1v1 situation now, jumping around this cover, the UAZ, the drop shot, Carrillo getting outgunned 1v1, but the nade that came through, it was Dadine from range, Becker there as well. Oh my good, I gotta give a lot of props to Team Queso though, they did better than I expected, as Dadine goes down as well, Gonzo cleaning him up. And the play zone actually denying the point as Umbra is going down as well. But Loops took a lot of damage to do that. If you're Konina Power, you got to be happy to see that in the kill feed was one of the other top rivals, one of the other top teams you're vying against goes down. And speaking of going down, Cloud9 eliminated. So that's now only 3 teams remaining, and Konina Power are in a fantastic position.
And immediately, now that Cloud9 are out, Axer spreads up north to get even more control. They know that there's only 8 members alive, and they have 4 of them. They should expect there's got to be at least 2 other teams, which means that, at worst, it's a 4v3v1. At best, it's a 4v2v2, which does seem to be the case. J7's not going to be alive for long, because he's way out in the blue. And Loops and the Knights, all that they can do now is crawl forward and hope that they can find an opportunity against Konina Power. But they are in the dead center. They have set themselves up to set up a crossfire and react to anything that Loops or Knights try and throw their way. Their nades are coming out. They're just fishing at this point. They don't have the information. And now that J7 goes down, for the Knights, it's all up to Raven.
This is just Pittsburgh Knights surviving when they should not, enduring when they should not, getting into these situations. And they've got a couple kills to their name as well. But the one thing I really want to note here with Konina Power, Tixie doesn't have a single kill. They have 8 kills, and Tixie doesn't have any of them, which means the rest of the team is really stepping up. That is so huge. That is so important for Konina Power. The idea that they are able to stand up and do this, every single member is going to continue to stand up. Maybe not literally right now, but we'll see as the nades are going on in. Loops is in a terrible position. The vehicle explodes. It's a first down. Carrillo is trying to do everything he can, is able to down Tixie, but Carrillo almost no HP. Will the grenade land? No, a little bit far, but the second one gets it. That's Loops down. And now, in a 4v1 situation, Raven, the last man standing, doing so much work here for Pittsburgh Knights. A second place finish in game number 1. They will take that all day long. And now, it is only a matter of time as Konina Power slowly but surely will track him down. Backpack off, like you mentioned before, Cameron, but this one's all over but the crying.
Yeah, the only thing that Raven can do right now is try and get a kill and finish it to get at least 1 more point. Axer jumping around, being a bit high profile here. Raven's going to go for it. If you can get the knock, secure it, flush that. There it is, 1 kill. Oh! Actually, okay, there it is. You got to finish in style like that.
Give him the vehicle! Give him the vehicle! We saw vehicle knockdown to start the game. And now we're seeing one to end it as well. Konina Power with the chicken dinner. Game number 1 on Erangel. Konina Power, a team that came into today, is the last team from the first Super Weekend. They did not have the start that they wanted. But now, to start things off with a winner chicken dinner feels oh so good for them. Starting off the second Super Weekend on the right foot.
Yeah, and this is not a game that you can just luck into when it's in a Gatka field like that. Yes, they use their vehicles to find the circle, but when you make a rush like that, everyone can shoot at you. That's the problem with the fields, is that there is no angle that is safe. And they picked up 11 kills there. They just took full control of that, and it wasn't even off the back of their star player. They all stepped up. Konina Power, one of the names that we were looking at the very beginning of the PMWL West, they sort of slipped. But now they're trying to remind us that they are still back into the conversation. It is not just the Cloud9. It is not just a footballist show anymore. If they can continue this run, because it's only the first game, but this is still a promising start.
Look, the Stallion is out of the gate strong. They're charging down the course, down the track. Let's see if they can keep pace. Let's see if they can keep it up. But let's also take a look back, because game number 1 was exactly how I want to start my day. Let's send it over to the analyst to break it all down.
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
And we are off to the races with Kanina Power taking home their first chicken dinner in what feels like a lifetime for them. They're able to do it in style here on the very first day of the second Super Weekend, and that's an important win for them because they were bottom of the table, they were dead last, and now Glitter, they've been able to bump themselves up, at least I would assume so, quite a bit here in the standings.
Oh yeah, this is definitely going to help their overall points. Plus, I think this is just going to help, their mental state. We have talked about them so many times, but every time we've talked about them, it's been, okay, they're slow on day one, but then they're phenomenal on day two. This is literally match one, day one of the Super Weekend, and they are coming out of the gate strong. You see here they have 11 kills to their name, only one behind Loops, the kill leader. Jason, good job. I'm just saying.
Wow.
But even Team Umbra sneaking in there at the 8th position, 7. I'd love to see a second page.
yeah, definitely. And then something to go ahead and mention that we even talked about. Remember, we said that Kanina Power could actually have a hot weekend this time around, since it is the second weekend and they always perform better on the second day or second weekend. Well, guess what? They're proving us right. And then Nova Esports, something that we were actually mentioning when we were watching Nova Esports, is how much more aggressive they were being and also getting kills. It seems like they were getting picked apart by B4 in one of the engagements that they ended up having. But overall, I think some great performances from some teams. Also, SWAT69, their first time here in the Super Weekend, they were at least able to go ahead and collect 3 points. They're gonna definitely need to get a lot more points than that per game if they want to end up in the top 16 for grand finals.
Exactly. I mean, they were behind 73 points, and that was Kanina Power, who was in last place, and now they've bumped themselves up, which means maybe the 15th place that's now going to become 16th is going to be a little bit more of a struggle. But you talked about it before here, 7. It was the second day that we saw them really come to life when it came to league play in the very first week. And maybe it's the second weekend. That's exactly what they need for the Super Weekend, is they get themselves 1,500 damage. You know what? My favorite stat from this isn't even on the page. It's the number of vehicle kills they got, which is 1 at the very end here, Glitter.
That was actually, honestly, they just had to end the game in style, right? I think we were asking for some more creative kills, so they decided to deliver on the very first match of the day. But to be fair to Raven, to give him some credit, he was actually able to get a little bit more damage out, another kill under his belt before he did get run over for that final kill.
Yeah, I mean, I think we were talking about, get yourself one more kill, get at least an extra point on the board. And he did confirm it. He did close it out. Let's take a look at some of our do moments. I think pretty much off the bat, we're going to be seeing Dream Eaters getting their 3 kills almost as quickly as the game started, 7.
Yeah, Dream Eaters, this was a surprise. I know even the casters were saying they just came out hot. They wanted to go ahead and take into any fight that they could get there at the beginning, and guess what? They got just that. Now, one of the other pushes that we're seeing here, Wildcard pushing up on Footballers. I'm not sure exactly what they were thinking there, as they were going to be in a disadvantage just height-wise. So overall, I think just poor execution there from that team. But Nova, one team we mentioned over and over again, is they did end up getting kills. They were a lot more aggressive. But once again, the team that's currently having the height advantage is going to end up winning that engagement. I believe AZ, if I'm not mistaken, was able to go ahead and survive that, and he was the only player surviving that engagement with B4, as he was also able to go ahead and knock some people, and they were also getting third party by another team. So just unlucky placement there from Nova. And Team Queso were actually able to survive for a long time and also pick up some kills in 3 kills. So I think overall, Team Queso being able to do that is good for them. Starting this first Super Weekend, I think they were in 10th place in regards to points with 115 points. So it's good to see them at least get it stay within that top 10 to go ahead and make a push for it later on, Glitter.
Yeah, I mean, you've been talking about it. We've seen, this is just the first match of the day, right? But we've seen Dream Eaters be super aggressive. We watched Nova do multiple rushes. We watched Wildcard try a rush. We saw B4 get in aggressive engagements. And if you look across the board at the kills, I mean, a lot of teams were putting out a decent amount of damage and really trying to start securing those kill points. So maybe they're understanding that, this is the second to last Super Weekend, and they're trying to come out of the gate strong, because I don't think that for a lot of teams you listed off, like the Team Queso and Kanina Power, we were expecting them to have as strong of a start as they did today, and I think that this is going to set them up incredibly well for the rest of the weekend. And then Loops didn't end up winning, but being the kill leaders with 12 kills overall for this first match. This is the aggression that we were hoping to see coming out of Loops from the beginning. Like we said, they had a difficult start during this week of league play, but that's not what we're used to for them. So them coming out of the first match here with 12 kills, this is way more Loops-like, if you will. So I'm hoping that this is going to set them up for a strong rest of the day. We are seeing the fight here where I believe they were up against Team Queso, and Korea was trying to get the final kill there, but PK was third-partying so many teams here in this final zone, and this is Raven just trying to snake around to secure some more placement points for PK, which he actually did a phenomenal job doing because he ended up allowing Loops and Konina Power to keep fighting so that PK ended up getting that second place finish at the end.
Oh, even more credit there to Raven. As we're seeing that finish, Raven actually was a player from PK that ended with the most kills in the first Super Weekend. So that's one player I'm going to keep a close eye on for this Super Weekend, see if he can maybe go ahead and continue that performance.
And the thing is, we can talk all day about how technically teams don't really need, if you're like in the top, I'd say maybe 5, you should be safe into league play, right? Like you shouldn't really worry about dropping in a 17th position. However, remember, as we showed you the prize pool earlier on, there's still $50,000 to win for first place. So every team is not going to be stopping. They're not going to be getting complacent. They want a gun for that #1 position. Speaking of the #1 position, let's take a look at the stats here for our winners from that last match. Konina Power picking up the big chicken dinner, and they're going to have a full stomach after this. Let's see how the damage did break down, and well, they didn't get the most.
Woo!
Of course, the Loop's going to be able to pull that one through with 2,300. This is more like the Loops we saw, Glitter, when they were dominating everyone. This kind of damage numbers, these kill numbers, and technically the placements as well.
Absolutely, and I'm really excited to see it because I think they needed some sort of a reset, like I said, after this week of league play. But we're even seeing across the board, like I had said, there were tons of teams that actually broke that 1K damage mark and did even more than that. You see Dream Eaters at almost 1,500 damage, B4 at 1,200, even Nova Esports at 1,107. Like, this was an aggressive start to the Super Weekend.
Yeah, and that's something we expect out of Loops. I know you touched on this. We didn't see them perform that well in the first day of league play, but it seems like they were being able to just carry that momentum from the second day of league play that we had. And then another one that was really surprising was Temple Storm. Temple Storm not being able to go ahead and get one kill. And from them, I think at one point we saw a super weird split in the map, just very far apart from each other. It was like a 1-1-1-1, which I'm not used to seeing that, especially as it was a small circle. So I'm pretty sure it was just execution there from Temple Storm. I expect a lot better from them.
And for SWAT69's case, it was nice to see some damage being picked up for them, right? We talked about their average stats so far, really low on kills, no one even coming close to the 1.0. Also, damage was relatively low, but to see them get, you know, at least over 100 per player, technically, if we kind of divide it by 4 with the 500 they got, it shows they're trying to get more aggressive, right? Glitter, we talked about them needing more kills, and it seems like they've been responsive to that, and also realize the circumstances they are in. But I am hearing, remember, we have a clip we want to break down here, Seven. Can you kind of tell us what it's about?
And it's going to go ahead and be a fight between Nova and B4. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get started on this. And I know you wanted to go ahead and talk over this one a little bit, Glitter. So if you want to, feel free to go for it.
Yeah, and so I think the reason this started off being so important from the get-go is because we had already seen Nova do one successful push before this fight with B4 that actually worked out very, very well for them. And we've seen Nova have that aggressive playstyle before where they just straight up rush other teams, and historically, it's actually gone very well for them. You do see a bunch of nades coming in from B4 down onto Nova. B4 has the height advantage during this entire fight, but the fact that Nova is coming into this first day and this first match being so willing to take these engagements is what's the most important part here, because they are a team that was kind of middling a lot in the first Super Weekend, and they didn't have the strongest of performances during league play, but they have qualified twice through now to the Super Weekend, so this might be lending itself to what they're trying to change up in the second chance that they have here to score some of these points. Now that is the point where I don't even know who threw it. Was it Maxon that gets a double nade down onto the Nova players? And this is when the fight really turns in B4's favor, Seven.
Yeah, and something that I love is how aggressive Max and B4 were. As soon as they got those 2 knocks, they were just like, you know what, let's go ahead and go for it. And you also saw AC trying to hop on this car, and he thought about leaving, and then they not sure what happened there. Maybe they go ahead and realize that there is a player from B4, Levi, moving a little bit to a different angle, to an off angle. And that's something I love about B4 here, how spread out and how they were able to just go ahead and cover different people as well and get different angles. I love when teams are able to do that. It gives them a higher chance to be able to knock people. Sometimes it does backfire a little bit, but for the most part, as soon as you're able to go ahead and knock one, you are going to go ahead and be able to kind of just overtake that team. Right here, I think this is huge for HDL and AC. They're being able to win 1v1s. And this one is, I know I said that I like when B4 is kind of spread out, but you also have to win those 1v1s. This is huge for Nova. Something that we talk about aggression. Guess what? That aggression is amazing, and you can also go ahead and boost up your confidence if you have your teammates doing that, if you have your players doing that, winning those 1v1s and still being aggressive for it. At this point, I believe Nova ended up running out of smoke grenades, and they pretty much just ended up just losing this fight here as AC was very low, and they also started getting third party from other teams. So overall, I want to see the aggression from Nova in future games, but I also want to see more tacticalness out of them. Maybe not try to push up on teams when you have a high disadvantage. And for Kalaris watching this, there you go, Kalaris. I just wanted to go ahead and point you out. That's Kalaris right there on the screen, everybody. The potato himself.
It's not quite ginger enough, though, I have to say. Lacking that the facial hair, the beard coming through. One thing also that kind of surprised me there that we kind of saw was, what if Loops was in that position of B4? When that nade comes through and hits 2 people, I feel like they wouldn't have had a single casualty. They would have rushed straight through and got every single one of those kills quickly. Or maybe we're seeing a little bit of difference in style, or maybe comfort out of teams to be aggressive when they know they have those initial knocks, especially with a nade picking up 2 players like that. That should be go time. That should be prime time to close out that kill quickly so you don't get third party like you mentioned before. But let's take a look now at our overall settings after our first game here in the Super Weekend. Remember, some teams are going to have more matches than the other. Well, most teams, 15 out of the 60 teams, will have 16 matches played. And we can see here Cloud9 still maintain that #1 position, but Loops have moved through into second, Glitter.
And that, I mean, you love to see it. They're finally their first team, I believe, actually to break the triple digits for those kill points. And that's something that we would have expected out of Loops if they were playing the way that we've seen them play in the past. So that's definitely going to be a confidence booster for them moving throughout the rest of the Super Weekend. But we see PK moving up in the rankings, so that's really, really good for the Pittsburgh Knights. And still surprising to actually see Team Queso and Alpha Legends holding on to their spots right now. But, you know, we're only 1 match in, so...
Yeah, and Alpha Legends does have that chicken dinner going in their favor. And another team that's actually been surprising me a lot is Team Umbra. They're able to go ahead and get placement, but I think the one thing that's currently missing from them is just kills. I want to go ahead and see them get a lot more kills. I remember they ended up getting a chicken dinner last Super Weekend, I believe with 8 kills as well. I think that was huge for that team, considering they usually average about 1 to 2 kills a game. So overall, it's good to go ahead and see those performances. And I want to see SWAT 69. I know I mentioned this. SWAT, Kanina Power, the team that was in last place at the end of last Super Weekend, they were averaging about 4.8 points per game. Guess what? After that game, SWAT 69 is averaging below that. They need to step it up on just placement points department and also kills department.
Well, I mean, they started off 73 points behind Kanina Power, the team in 16th place. Yep. Now they're behind by 77 points against Yala, who's in 16th place. So this gap is only starting to lengthen for them as we can see them try to really edge things out. One thing I did want to mention is you pointed out the triple digit marks for kills for Loops, 102 kills. And then you have Konina in 12th place with 104 points total. They almost have more points than the 12th place team based off kills alone. That is ridiculous. And Loops, they still haven't got a chicken dinner yet, and yet they're in second place. That's insane.
And that's what we're talking about when it comes to the consistency, right? That, like you said, they haven't gotten that chicken dinner, but it doesn't mean that they haven't consistently placed in those top 5 positions. So they're getting those placement points, and they have been very consistent on the kill side of things. And that specifically is what's kind of rocketing them up in those overall standings. I think for Kanina Power, they more than have the capability of doing the exact same thing. They just had a very rough start in the first Super Weekend. If they can do throughout the rest of this weekend what they did in this first match, they will be able to catch up to some of those teams and leapfrog them very, very quickly.
Well, speaking about catching up, we got to take a look at our talent prediction scores, because I think you and I might have caught up a little bit here with a nice 12-point lead up against Invirum, Cameron, and Seven. And not to mention, that means they can't pick Cloud9 again, and we can't pick Loops again, so they can't depend on them to get them more points later throughout the day. But you know what? High five, Glitter. We can't do it because Seven's in the way, but you know what? At least it's here within our hearts. We're high-fiving each other. Yeah,
Self-high five.
guess that works. You guys at home, again, if you haven't checked it out within the game, there is a new Royale Pass Season 14 that has dropped. And if you haven't checked it out, luckily for you, you have the option to right now here to pick it up for yourself. Watching him drive away is like watching Glare and I drive away with our predictions, as we have gotten a lot of extra juicy points to add to our tallies. But it's time to look at the schedule yet again. We're not seeing the Erangel Sanhok like we saw just a few days ago. We're switching things up, and we're playing throughout every map this entire time. So second map should be coming up is Vikendi. And to be honest, Seven, a lot of teams haven't probably played this in quite a few days, to be fair. I mean, obviously during scrims, I would assume they would, but in official matches, that's completely different.
Yeah, they haven't played this since last Super Weekend, so I'm going to be seeing what the teams are going to bring out, man. And one team that was super consistent in the last Super Weekend that you guys are not going to be able to pick next is Loops Esports. I'm going to see how they're going to do. It's going to be impressive, I'm pretty sure.
Rub it in a little
Don't worry.
bit.
They hit me up and messaged me saying, don't pick us for game 2, pick us for game 1. So we'll see that's going to work out. Let's get into our predictions.
That's it, Jason.
Now.
What's your pick? What's your pick?
Well, going into this one,
What's your
my pick is going to be Footballist, you know? I'm going to get it in now, get them on Vikendi. I feel like they've been consistent. It's decent in my eyes on Vikendi. Had a little bit of a rough start here, but you know what? There's nothing stopping them from coming up big here. Seven, who's your choice?
Mine is going to go ahead and be Loops Esports. By the way, Footballist did win a game in Vikendi last Super Weekend, so good. I liked your strategy, but I think Loops Esports is going to go ahead and definitely beat them and get that chicken dinner.
Okay, so Seven's got Loops. Glitter, who do you have as your pick?
Jason,
Are we doing this again? Is this happening?
are we on like a wavelength
I think
today
we are.
that I didn't know about?
We just become best friends?
Yes, we did. Because I too think Footballist is actually going to be doing very, very well this time around
Or Seven.
on
Just-
Vikendi.
Just the man in the middle here while we're sitting here bonding, just wishing he could be in here. But don't worry, Seven, we'll be coming back with you in the next game. Maybe all three of us can pick the same team next time. We'll check with you two after this match is finished. And of course, you guys at home, while you're watching, if you're watching on Twitch, if you're watching on YouTube, I have to ask you, why are you not watching within the game, within the Esports Center? Because you can watch and earn points, and one of the top 100 viewers will get themselves exclusive rewards. So make sure you're doing that right now. And make sure you're going to be watching this match here as we bring our commentators in for game number 2. We got Envirum yet again, joined by Cameron Davis. No mic problems this time, I would hope. But maybe some prediction problems, because Cloud9, the team you guys have been banking on, isn't a choice anymore. But let's talk about maybe SWAT69 first. And Konita Power, right? Because this is the big news we have coming in. SWAT69 coming in with no games played, get the first under the belt, only 3 points. Konita Power come in, get themselves a chicken dinner. And Viram, are we seeing the horses make a turn here for the better?
I hope so. I mean, Konita Power is one of these teams that we had really high expectations for after the opening week. They did well in the opening weekend. They did well in the first week, and then just went quietly into the night. I think it's a little too early, though, to say for sure. I think SWAT69, that's about the expected result. This is the first game of the Super Weekends. They're going to be really nervous. They just need to get that one out of the way and then build off of that. Cameron's going to disagree with me, but I think they're not coming into this as one of the top teams. What am I going to say?
Well, he's going to pull an Envirum because I can't hear him either now. So maybe it's just my end. I know there's a big storm brewing here.
Oh, that was me.
Katowice.
That was on me. That's my fault.
Okay. So are you going to agree or disagree with Envirum?
No, I'm going to agree that that's what you expect, but it has nothing to do with nerves, I don't think. It's just because they haven't shown us to be the same level of competition as the rest of the lobby. They didn't qualify last weekend. They just barely qualified this weekend in, what, 16th place?
No, I completely agree. That's true. That's the kind of quality of play we saw at a SWAT69. But I want to have hope for more, you know? I want to see a team who didn't make it in the first weekend, get through into the second, and then close that gap within a few points, which obviously will be very, very difficult to do. I think it's time to start now looking at predictions. I don't remember. Who did I ask first last time?
I don't know.
I don't know
I
either.
think I just jumped the gun.
I'm going to let one of you
Flip the
nominate
coin.
yourselves
It's
to pick first.
I think we're picking the same team.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. We're
I'm gonna
picking the
nominate
same
you,
team
Cameron.
anyway.
You're gonna, why don't you both come in at the same time? At the same moment.
Listen, if Cloud9, if Erangel is Cloud9's map, Vikendi is Loops map. And the fact that we already see that they're going hot despite having a slow week in the very beginning, so I gotta go Loops.
And Viram, you're with them, right?
What he said, all those things. Yes.
Oh, yeah. See, I like that. I like seeing that in a duo. Just kind of agree with each other, even if you don't know what they said. That's what I did all the time back when I was casting. But let's drop in now to our second match of the day. Vikendi, take it away, boys.
I trust Cameron implicitly. He makes all the right calls, which sucks then when we lose collectively together in these predictions. But like, we picked the right team. It was them. It is not it's the players who are wrong. Nah, I think Loops is going to do pretty well here. But again, it's Vikendi and anything can happen. Predictions on this one, it's kind of like Sanhok in that way. They tend to just, well, they can go any which way. But it's good to be back, man. We had so much fun with Vikendi in week number 1. Don't get me wrong, Sanhok's great, but like, I miss the cold. So me and Vikendi, we vibing.
You miss Canada? You're kind of sick of the LA heat.
I do so much. Anyway, let's get back to the game. Don't make me sad.
Well, yeah, this is... If last map had a really, really good starting playing path, this one is pretty bad. It's lucky that this is Miramar because this would be a lot worse because of how big that map is. But this is... I don't think we're going to see any weird hot drops because of it. It's not that awful, and the map size doesn't make it as bad as it could be. But still, this is going to make a couple of the West teams uncomfortable, which is only going to get worse if the circle is going to be on the east side. That we've seen a couple of times. And there it is. Yep. Whoop. Yep. Okay. Don't blame me for that. There was just very unfortunate timing, but this circle is...
Cameron.
This one's bad. What I want to see is who is going to take that Cement Factory Mountain first, because that could be a very, very powerful position in this circle.
It's absolutely going to be a powerful position in the circle. Even if it rotates up north on the next one, it's still going to be in, given the next circle size. Pretty much no matter where the next circle is, it's going to be in, just given the amount of circle that's currently water. So yeah, the team that can get comfortable, part of the thing is those, like, once you commit, you're stuck up there. So you have to get decent loot before you do commit. So we'll see, maybe Unique, maybe Tempo Storm may try and rotate down. Of course, Wildcard could need a power. They're going to have the standard Chips in the Night routine. Hey, every time. It's like our observers know, too, because we go to this every single time, and there's never been a fight. And it makes me sad every time. And I talk about how it makes me sad every time. Now I just feel like it's a bit that I have to commit to, and here we are.
Yeah, actually, Wildcard, this could be a little interesting for them, because they're going to have to cross the river. And Cognito Power are currently in a great position to keep them out of it. They might not want to commit to holding the bridge, because that's a very big commitment this early on in the game. But they could still make it very, very uncomfortable for Wildcard and force a wide rotation. But because they drop out of the plane later than other teams, it's possible they might have enough loot to be comfortable leaving before other teams start to clump up around the west side as well. So honestly, Wildcard might feel the pressure to take the fight towards Cognito Power.
Yeah, definitely a possibility. I mean, otherwise there's going to have to be this sort of awkward rotation going around, and Nova's also potentially getting involved in this. Nova did an interesting 2-2 drop, but Tempo Storm, I'm glad we're jumping on board with them. Tempo Storm, it was touched on a little bit in the analyst segment, just this idea that, they got caught in a rotation, not a whole lot they can do, because they had like a point.
8 point
in that last game. They were functionally a blip. They were not even in the server, other than to give 4 points over to another team. But I expect Temple Storm to step up here. They've been a team that, I look back to the performance in week number 1. They won the 2 first games. They have multiple chicken dinners under their belts, but it's either like they win or they're out in like 12th place. You know what I mean? It's sort of a 1 or a 0 on that one. So I need to see them sort of just, even if it's not winning every single game, just getting into those top 8, top 6 situations, just more. Like one step at a time here. I'm not asking for perfection. I just want a little bit more.
Yeah, it's almost like they haven't really been able to find their full groove yet. Tempo Storm. It seems a little weird because they don't look awful. And they're not doing bad. They're not like... They're nothing like Wildcard, who were a team that we also expected to perform well and are just barely qualifying or maybe under the middle of the pack in the double digits of placements on the leaderboard. They're doing better than that, but it's almost like they keep having these moments of brilliance and then falling right back down to earth. So that I want to chalk up more to just more almost comfort and chemistry rather than the team itself, if that makes sense.
And look, they came into this weekend as the 3rd seed. They had 2 chicken dinners.
Yeah.
or a chicken dinner, a second place, and a third place, I should say. Like, they have done well. Like a 10-kill chicken dinner, you know what I mean? Like a 9-kill third place and, you know, a 7-kill second place. Like they've been doing, but it's sort of been this slow burn rate. But I almost feel like C9 and Tempo are almost kind of switched positions, because C9 was the slow burn team for so long, and Tempo was the hot on fire squad that kind of cooled off while C9 ramped up. What?
Oh, wait, did it miss him?
I don't know. That was weird. I was about to make this great thing being like, game 2 starting, like game 1 finished. And it was going to be this whole great moment. And you ruined it.
Yeah, they ruined
it, Konina Power. Gosh.
I just wonder what diet he's on so that he can just slip under Hadasia, because those things aren't that high off the ground.
Yeah, no quarantine 15 for him. He's been doing keto.
Quarantine negative 30.
Exactly. But not the case. Konina Power starting things off strong. Already a kill to their name, considering the fact that they won game number 1. You know, they got to be really happy about that. The idea of carrying momentum, definitely a thing here, especially given the fact that they're going to look to set themselves up for future success in this next circle towards that cement factory position, like you talked about, Cameron.
The last time we saw Konina Power take a similar rotation on one of the first Erangel games, and this is when they were caught off by Cloud9. Cloud9 are nowhere near this position, so that's going to be a different story. But it is curious how they're putting more emphasis on that compound rather than the mountain that it seems that Umbra is trying to gain position over. But we saw them taking some shots, but also shots over here between Wildcard and Unique. Both teams coming out of Volnova. Unique is completely caught off.
Ooh, but Acer at range is able to keep his teammates alive. Unique was going for the up-close and personal finish with the vehicle, but Acer's like, nah, fam, that's my team. We got to deal with this. And ended up being able to keep all 4 members alive. Oh, Acer and Axer, the 2 different sides of the same coin. This time around, though, it's the vehicle explosion to secure the kills, and this is the Vikendi we know and love.
Now Tempo Storm, they're actually being successful on their bridge hold, at least for now.
No!
5 is coming out, and Dream Eaters are rushing. This horse's rain off of the revive, and Dream Eaters. I said Tempo were being successful. I misspoke. They are being absolutely dominated by Dream Eaters, pushing in, going aggressive, and I believe it's just one person standing.
Yep, it's just Tensa. Oh my goodness. I mean, that's what we're talking about, though. That's Tempo Storm. It's a 1 or a 0. Either they're absolutely rocking it, they're in first place, or this. I mean, Tensa's going to throw a sick nade here and just... a sick nade. Getting down 2, but now Tensa's forced to go back. If there's any player on Tempo Storm that's going to step up, it's going to go off. No! Meku just shuts him down. If he hadn't taken that little bit of damage when he dropped in those couple bullets, that might have almost been a 4v1 clutch, but not meant to be. Dream Eaters eating the dreams of Tempo Storm once again. That is going to be 2 games in a row with a single point.
Yeah, it's just not good. It's not good for Tempo. At least last game, Rain was able to get that first kill onto, ironically, Dream Eaters before they got taken out in their rotation, but just not good. And they were in such a good position as well. We didn't see how it started off for Dream Eaters, but Tempo Storm should have had every advantage. Dream Eaters just landing all of their shots this time around. And over here, B4, they want to take some shots of their own against a retreating SWAT 69, already losing 2, coming off of a 3-point game. And there are fights everywhere. What's happening in the Knights? Now Raven's bleeding out.
Oh my goodness. I mean, it's just Vikendi, though. It's just Vikendi. 6less, we saw him get a triple headshot last game around. I don't know exactly how that happened. Maybe there was catching him in the replay. I missed it. I'd love to know how that exactly happened. But up on the high ground now, long-range shots. Of course, as I hype him up, 6less drops. So please, fam, I'm trying to compliment you. If you could not die, that would be just excellent. Be great.
So, what are they going to do with this opportunity? They got the kill, and they also got another knocked player, which makes a 3rd player forced to revive. The Lord here, taking shots. Getting a good kill there on HCL.
Now we're seeing Nova just going to try and reset here. Lost HCL on the road. So we'll see. I'll see how that's going to go. As now Team K, so we're just going to reset on this compound. I think that's actually big here for them. There's a second where I thought they were maybe going to totally back up, but it may not even be back up. They may actually be going aggressive here. Hang on a second. I think Team Queso identifying the fact that they need to pick themselves up some kills, and now they're actually going to send it into Pittsburgh Knights. They're going to play the smart way. They're going to go all the way around, find additional angles. Oh, and there's this little ridge, this defilade. They're going to be able to play around this perfectly. I love this angle, this positioning from Team Queso.
Yeah, really good crossfire, really good flank setup that they have, but still, Knights still have the advantage with the hard compound. And a nice grenade to open it up by J7. Exil immediately trying to go aggressive and send it to stop any and all pressure, but J7 using the broken wall.
Exil caught on an angle. There's nowhere that he can go. The perfect pinch from Pittsburgh Knights, and now Team Queso may have bit off more than they could chew. This time around, it's the cheese that's getting eaten as Pittsburgh Knights are standing tall. It is just Ayala against the world. Uzi's out, goes for the shots, able to find one. Can he convert it into a second? He's trying to thirst the kill, but he can't even do that. Team Queso is out, and that is Pittsburgh Knights standing strong.
That grenade coming out from J7 at the start is what basically stopped any sort of attempt that Queso had. It was, I want to promote the confident send that Queso had there once the grenade came through. I forget who it was in the vehicle, but still, Knights holding strong, did not falter.
Not even a second. They had this 90-degree angle because he put himself, he thought the car was going to give him cover, but one player popped on the one side, forced him up behind the wall, and then the other player just had perfect line of sight down the other. I mean, I called it the perfect pinch, and it absolutely was. And it's funny because that's a position that he put himself in. I don't necessarily dislike the idea of creating space as a solo player, as an entry fragger. When you're going in, your teammate's getting knocked, you want to create a distraction to allow your teammates to work around you. But it was so instantaneous that I actually think it caught his teammates as much off guard as it did the opponents. I think PK was in a better position to react than his own teammates were.
Okay, footballists, they're reacting. They see a kill, a potential one at least, and they get the knock. Now getting back in the vehicle and driving away. They're one of a couple of different teams who are coming in super late. Securing the kill, that's going to be 1 point for them at least. 2, including just the base placement here. Even if they do get sprayed out by Lord. We've seen Lord do some great things, but the angle's not doing enough for him. However, footballists, they're going to be driving into the second half of Yala. Look how much damage is already on them.
Oh my goodness, whether it be Yala Esports or whether it be Cloud9, there's not a whole lot of options here, but Yala Esports, no! It's okay!
It's okay!
It's okay! Oh my goodness! This is the man that you fear if you are fighting into footballists, because he does not miss. He does not go down easily. He does not go down quietly. And he's keeping his team in this, and what was a perfect position for Yala Esports, completely dismantled with a single shot. But now both of these squads have to relocate, have to rethink this circle. As Lord drops, Raum on the flank is there, and this fight is still going, Cameron.
Hero, a good knock there. Not able to secure the kill, just barely. But, oh, the play zone actually does it. The play zone does enough to give the kill over. That's 1 down for footballists. Soke on the low ground. Foot's behind the rock still. And both these teams are in the blue. The blue closed in right when footballists landed on this side of the river. And so in a way, they are both committed to this fight.
Raum is still out on the other side. Here he comes. This was the moment. Can Anas hit the shots? Can Anas hit the shots? And he can't. They can't do it. He's just sending through. He's still got a vehicle in good position. He's going to keep the hopes of footballists alive. The other two are going to play for the kills. I actually love this decision. Hedge your bets. Don't just commit to the fight. Continue to push on in towards the blue. And maybe he's actually trying to find an angle here. Hang on a second. I kind of just want to just send it in.
It's a 1-for-1 trade there on the high ground push. And Solke's going for the revive. Raum on the information. Raum on the side flank, as you mentioned. He's getting closer to the circle. Sure. But these are free kills. These should be free kills. And where's the final player of Yala? Where did they go?
I don't
Inside
know.
the building? To hide?
Yes. He's leaving his teammate here. He's only got 3 bandages, though. No stims and a single first aid. I mean, he's literally just putting a Band-Aid on it at this point.
The footballists, they are not going to confirm that final kill. There might be an opportunity for Anas to get the revive. I think the blue damage is proven to be a little bit too much. Raum's coming back with the vehicle, with the Uber to pick up his teammates. And so Yala might be able to stay alive as one? Is that a smoke?
It is a smoke. What are they doing?
I think they're picking up loot off their fallen teammate. Because it's behind the rock that they died upon, that Levazen did. And so they're hopping back into the multiple vehicles that they have to get away. Anas might
going to do the same.
Oh, no, doesn't matter. His teammates are all dead now. He's in his own vehicle, not able to stay as 2. And it's going to be a late push in. So many teams are going to be set up 3 kills for Footballists, but at what cost?
Took a lot of damage, burned through a decent amount of meds, but they are going to be able to make it back in. The hopes and dreams of Footballists still very much alive, but we've been very focused on this fight. We've been very focused on this rotation. There's a lot more that's been going on through all of this, as this East Coast is very much being vied for right now.
Not gone.
But they're just not gone yet. Okay. Oh. There it is. I cannot believe this fight is still going. I cannot believe this fight is still going. Why?
Good attempt there for Anas to try and go for the fight. He didn't have the times or the meds to really get himself healed up. And if he won that, sure, it wouldn't have been a wipe on the Footballists, but it would have been 2 secured kills because there's no way for Lutz to go back and get the revive. Unfortunately, they're going to go out in 13th place. Only 1 kill to their name as well. But Footballists wounded. Let's see how this affects their future play, because the circle has just been moving further and further onto the coast. Only half of the play zone is actually playable.
Unless you want to go swimming, which is what the loot drop is thinking right now. Crates out there in the water.
It's way too cold for that.
It's seriously, guys, like hypothermia. Forget bullets, forget grenades. Hypothermia, a real threat here on Vikendi. That's why everybody, you got to bundle up, you know. Got these sweet skins. Got to stay warm in these cold Vikendi winters. As now we're seeing ProLord up against the entirety of Kunina Power, last man standing, as well as B4 and Dream Eaters. Dream Eaters, of course, who started things off really strong, wiping Tempo Storm to start this game. And Maxon, the hero for B4 of this last game, is, I think, about to be squashed here in just a second.
Yeah. It was a good peek,
Sit down.
really well timed. Verse it down super low HP as well. But Dream Eaters, 5 kills, all 4 alive, and they are really, really close to center. They have just been performing actually top-notch this entire round.
Yeah, and we're sit down, haha, the last player standing there for that. Didn't quite land. One of these days it's going to be just, you wait for it, Cameron. It's going to be, just you wait. It's going to be
I will cut you off at the minute I see that coming.
Don't, please, not like, I mean, let me have my puns, okay? These teams are not giving me enough opportunities for puns because there's so much action. Thank you, Tixie. Thank you. 0 kills in the last game. 3 kills now already to start this one off. And 7 kills already for Kunina Power? I mean, yes. Yes, you come in 16th place. You come in as the team who needs to step up. And already in this first 2 games, you have done so. That is what I love to see from Kunina Power. Yes, please.
Dream Eaters here. They smell kills of their own, and they want to start racking them up. They want to catch up to where Kunina Power are right now. And they hear the shots. Verse is going to be peeking up over the ridge. Alpha Legends do have the high ground, but Dream Eaters have the compound, and more importantly, they have the play zone. Alpha Legends are going to have to push down that hill to get inside the next circle. ProLord also has to get inside. He's out in the blue. He's the last one remaining. Driving into the water?
I think he's going to just try and swim. He's
a boat.
One fishy player.
Okay.
On a boat. Is he going to just go high behind the drop? That would be hilarious.
I mean, there's enough water in play. Still with this next circle.
He could probably survive a long time because no other player is playing water right now and is last man standing. Actually, that's a super heads up position. Good for you, ProLord. Someone who get caught out right here by Kunina Power on the rotation. I mean, that's big. I mean, they don't see him though. Hang on. He's driving far enough away from the shore that I don't think they're going to hear the engine. This could actually be really, really big for ProLord. That's a solid play. Also, side note, I love Kunina Power's positioning right now. This is, yeah, they're on the edge of the circle, but they're going to have so much intel gathering potential. It's going to be huge for them. But that's so it's C9.
Yeah. That's some information for Wildcard, though. I think Kunina Power getting shot by a couple of bullets, that counts as info, right? Wildcard aren't letting Kunina Power stay comfortable there on top of the hill. Actually going for very aggressive sprays. You can see the little bit of ticks of damage on Kunina Power. It's not a full knock just yet for either squad. But this is going to make it a little more uncomfortable for Kunina. But let's see where the next circle shift goes. This could be very well for them or very, very terrible. I'm leaning towards the latter. Yep, it's the latter.
Oh boy. Kunina Power. Part of the reason they succeeded so much in that last game was their ability to rotate in immediately once the circle shifted. But this time it is Cloud9 and Loops by extension that actually got the circle themselves. 2 of the teams they were vying for in those final circles. So now we'll see if these juggernauts are going to be able to maintain the pace, or if one of these up-and-coming fighters like Wildcard, like Dream Eaters, like Alpha Legends are going to be able to stand toe-to-toe. Of course, PK is in there as well. I feel like we're just looking at a repeat of game number 1, Cameron.
I mean, these are also some of the best teams that we've seen, especially when you look at Cloud9 and Loops. Wildcard. They're trying to put themselves back up into that spot as well. And Konina, this push, this could be points for them or it could be death. And we know how good Konina are when they go aggressive and no one else is surrounding them. There's going to be a very little threat of third partying here. And on the high ground, it's possible that they're able to recognize that.
Oh my goodness, the drive-by here. This is going to be a big question. Teams are trying to hold this western edge as much as possible right now, but it's going to get very, very busy. It's going to get very busy, Cameron.
We get
so
it,
busy, in
Footballers.
fact, that it's now less busy. Because Footballers decided they just wanted to clean that up in an instant. All the grenades piled in all at once, but this is the fight we were looking for. Konina Power rotating into Wildcard. The first nade to start that off, that's Acer. Acer, the hero for Wildcard earlier on in the game as the nades continue to rain. This is the mollies as well for Acer. One already down, but the return comes on in. But this is Wildcard in a great position. Konina Power have to move into them, have to rotate to them, have to, just move to the beat of their drum. And even with the send, so much initial damage, Axer is trying to step up, trying to find the jump shots. This fight is so chaotic, but Konina Power are hanging on by a knife's edge, trying to get the revives as much as possible, trying to bounce off each other's heads as Wildcard, but they haven't played aggressive enough. I don't think they've capitalized on the gains they made early in this.
Oh no, Axer up close is very, very bad for Wildcard. Wildcard had such a good opportunity with Konina split 2-2, but now, though the blue is coming in, the blue starts to deal a lot of damage at this point in time. Damage is going in the way of Konina, going in the way of Power, and they're using this wall to their advantage, stimming up before they have to continue the push. But Wildcard, they're trying to watch way too many angles. Rob, forced down, the shots coming in, Slicky and Sam.
Here we go. Can they find the shots through the smoke? Acer needs to confirm these kills, but the last man standing doing so much work for Konina Power, basically making it a 1v1 situation right now. Can they find the shots around the wall? And Acer is gonna do it, the 2v1. Can he get the second? No! And of course, who is it at the end to get it all done? It is Gonzo stepping up for the team. I cannot believe it. Wildcard had every advantage in the world, and they threw it all away.
And the blue is whispering in the ears of Konina Power. They're going to be able to stay as two. They have more than enough meds with the loot drop on Wildcard. And they have no one else around them, but who does have trouble, who does have opponents around them, is going to be Dream Eaters. They let Alpha Legends get in front of them, but only to start stabbing them, or rather shooting them in the back.
Nice mauling play there from Meku, but it's actually going to get sniped out by Dadine. Loofs being like, hey guys, we're still in this game too. And now Meku and Dream Eaters, knowing there's another team potentially going to look at third party, actually kind of weirded out their positioning here. Alpha's taking damages too. Loops just being so impactful in all this. They actually eliminate Alpha Legends here, and Dream Eaters are like, okay, I guess.
Circle shift. Loops finding themselves dead center, already with 5 kills picked up.
Wow. Silent killers in this one. We haven't really seen them a lot of the fights they've been involved with, but they've just been doing so from across the board. The shots now into Solke going on through Loops. Everybody's forced to rotate into them. I talked about it. All these teams on the western edge of the circle, they all went north. They was either fight against C9 in the south or fight against Loops in the north. And I'm going to be honest, Cameron, neither of those is particularly appealing.
Oh, another spray coming out from Korowski, or it's actually Federal with 2 knocks onto Dream Eaters. There's only 1 member remaining, and it's such a great angle that they have onto that hill. At least Dream Eaters find another kill and finish Lutz to secure the placement point into at least 6th place, but I don't see how they're going to be able to survive much longer than that. It's just Toffee's remaining, and the blue is pushing in. He has a vehicle, as damaged as it is. He could try and send it, but it's going to be send into death. Same thing to what PK are finding as well.
It's for Knights, gets cleaned up by Cloud9 the same way that Dream Eaters is getting cleaned up by Loops. The 2 teams that got in early, got the high ground positions, held the angles, and got a little bit of luck. Doing so much work. So now Bayo, the IGL, the main man here for Cloud9, goes into Sixless, and he says, please, sir, you may have the name, but I have the aim.
Dream Eaters and Knights go out in a matter of seconds of each other. I know we're looking at 4 teams remaining because Gonzo is actually still out healing in the blue, and then who else is there but Pro Lord out in the water. He's right under the team status UI. It's just 2 solos, and I don't think he's going to survive. He's going to get either 4th or 3rd, and I'm going to have to guess 3rd here because Gonzo's deep in the blue. This is ultimately a fight for first between Cloud9 and Loops.
And Loops did draw first blood in that exchange, getting the first down there, not able to confirm the kill. Pyra going for the angle, but Dean, uncharacteristic misses there, not able to line up the shots, which means C9's able to get the res, stabilize this in a 4v4, but Loops has the circle. They have had the circle for the last 4 in a row. Gonzo, though, I mean, he's going to keep healing, but nobody's even looking at the water cam. I don't think anybody even has an idea that Pro Lord is out there. You can have as many medkits as you need, but it's not going to make a difference here for Gonzo. He's going to heal strat up, but really, like you said before, this comes down to a fight between Cloud9 and Loops. Smoke tunnel out, but Loops has all the position in the world, and I love how they have spread themselves out. But Adder, the myth, the man, the legend, he's looking for the flank.
This is a great angle. He's making sure that the positions that Dream Eaters and Footballs were at is fully clear because the players alive does not exactly add up. And I think that's a bird or something else. That's not a head that it looks like. But the point is that he's going here and he's finding an off angle. It's not in the zone just yet, so he can take that vehicle and go further and actually get on top of the road. Once he secures the position, that's Prolord going out. Actually goes out in 4th place. Gonzo has more than enough meds, just barely.
By like 10 seconds. Gonzo's done in like, he has like 1 more med. Oh, by actually like 3 seconds. Oh my goodness. That was huge. Gonzo with the heal play actually out-survives Pro Lords. That's massive. Great job there. But you know what this means, Cameron? We're now going to have one of the most epic finishes to a game I think we have ever seen. The 2 top teams here in the PMWL West, Season 0. Loops Esports, Cloud9, 2 of the teams who will be vying for this first place spot here in the West. I think we're getting a taste of it now in a true 4v4 finish, and the circle is right between them. You could not make this more even. You could not put us on a more level ground. Who is going to be the team to come out on top, Cameron? Let's find out.
Adder was the linchpin for Cloud9, and him getting knocked is not great. Luckily, there's a trade from a second angle onto a member of Loops to make this a 3v3 in terms of people actually fully standing on their feet. And a molly as well to flush out that rock just in case there was a player playing there. But C9 with the high ground. As long as the knock onto Adder does not get confirmed, I think they're going to maintain the advantage.
Oh my goodness, this little dip here. Loops is taking great advantage of it right now. It's giving them the ability to just pop in and out as they need to, but grenades, if they're thrown into that angle, it's just going to be like a suction cup right on in. All of those nades are going to fly true, but Loops is doing a great job of slowly but surely making the way into the circle. Dean is playing an off angle. Potentially Pyra will be his counterpart. And now C9 have fully committed to this rotation further north, backing up Adder. They had him in play. He's their top fragger. He's one of these, they brought him in as sort of this, this ringer. And they need to play around him. That Dean does survive. Pyra actually rotated in, which now means that all of C9 have grouped up together. Uneven is holding a little bit of an off angle, but with all of these smokes, it's really going to come down to the grenades. One single knock to start this fight, Cameron, could be the decider because once one of these teams smell blood in the water, they are going to strike. You can hear the grenade. It's like we're in the middle of an air raid right now. All the bombs are dropping. Who will be the first player to drop, though? That's the question.
Pyra, like his namesake, surviving the fire. The molly just barely doesn't crawl to him. But uneven here in the bush. This could be not checked. But the spray comes in. They need to knock Dean. He is off. He's the widest angle for Loops right now. And if they can clear him, that only lowers the angles that they need to worry about for the rest of the enemy.
And that is going to be the first knock, though, onto Kayowski. Uneven in the bush, finds the angle, and this might be the beginning of the end. The first domino to fall. Can Carrillo stabilize? Uneven's going to drop as well. That's a counterpart 1-for-1, but Dean is still not down somehow. Adder unable to find the shots, but we are going to see a bit of a reset here for Cloud9. Uneven's the one in the bush. Is he going to drop? Dean cannot find the shots himself. The corresponding player cannot get the shot. Finally, Uneven drops. Kayowski is going to be rezzed as Adder is pushing on in. He is on fire, but how many more grenades can these players possibly have? Carrillo has at least one more as the Molotov is going to go in. Is it going to connect? It does. Forces them out behind the cover of the vehicle just a little bit more, and it's going to explode, and this is the opportunity. Loops pushes in. 2 members down for C9, and that is going to be it. Loops Esports, GG, winner, chicken dinner in a 1v1 versus Cloud9. They'll say, look, you may be the first place right now, but we are coming for you.
Dean staying alive has got to be one of the most important factors in that end game for Loops. Cloud9 had the high ground, but Loops just covered it with smoke. And then the one player that could have given the biggest distraction, just stayed alive. He stayed alive. He stayed alive. He didn't die. And his presence there alone meant Cloud9 stayed vulnerable to the grenades and to the angles that the rest of Loops had. And they just cleaned it up. And that Molly at the end finally nailed. There were a couple of missed grenades from Loops, not gonna lie. Carrillo ran up close and then just threw way too hard. You saw it go a wide arc over Cloud9, but they got it in the end. And it's those final moments that matter.
My heart is pounding just watching that. I cannot imagine what these players must be feeling right now. But I also love, like, in the true form of competitive spirit, the first seed, the second seed, about as even as you can get in terms of circles, maybe a little bit of an advantage to Loops. C9 ended up getting the high ground, all 4 alive for both squads. I mean, as close as we can just dropping into a TDM server to see who is the best at the end of the day, at least in this exchange. Loops walked away. The victors, all 4 members still alive. I cannot wait to talk more about that. I cannot wait to hear what our analysts have to say. So let's send it over to them.
And Loops Esports are vegetarians no longer as they finally get their first chicken dinner here of the Super Weekend, even including the first one we had just last week. Still Jason Kaplan, still Seven, still Glitter Explosion as well to break down that last match, and what a finish it was to have the number 1 against the number 2 team in the final zone. And more importantly, Seven, you got your prediction right. You got yourself a chicken dinner as well.
Hell yeah, baby. And overall, I love that engagement. 4 alive from each team. That's something we rarely ever get a chance to see, and especially as you mentioned, when it is first place versus second place. Overall, what a performance there. It was so tactical, so many players being able to kind of hold off angles, and you could kind of see which team was more aggressive too here, as Loops Esports was able to go in and collect 13 kills. That's what we expect out of them, but to a surprise, I know we talk about a lot of Loops Esports, Cloud9. Well, guess what? Another team that's been very consistent here in regards to kills has been Konina Power, being able to get another game with 11 plus kills, and Dream Eaters as well, being able to get 7 kills here. These are teams that are becoming very consistent here in this Super Weekend, Glitter.
Yeah, and I think, we talked about it a little bit while we were watching. We see Team Umbra there in 8th place with 8 points solely based off of their placement alone. You had said they're so good at getting those placement points. We just really need to figure out a way for them to start getting those kill points. And I believe it was Prolord that was actually keeping himself alive in the water and was able to get 4th for them overall. So that was incredibly, incredibly important for them points-wise. But then we are looking at the second page here. We see some surprises down at the bottom. I think we're surprised to see Tempo and B4 both down at the bottom of that list. Definitely not what we were expecting. But, Yala able to get some points. SWAT 69 still able to get a couple more points. Definitely not as many as I think we'd like to see on them. So I'm still excited to see if they can kind of figure out a level of aggression that works well for them. But it is nice to see them getting some points on the board.
Yeah, a total of 5 now across 2 matches in total. But let's take a look, though, more into the dive here of Loops Esports, more towards their stats that they got from that last match. 2,500 damage. I think they had, 22 or 23 last map, and they didn't even come close to winning. I think they placed 3rd overall here, Seven.
Yep, and I think it just came down to their rotation at the end and just being patient. Something that we've seen Loops Esports do before is hold the compound in Vikendi, but really not being able to do that much stuff out of it. And I think they learned their lesson here with just doing so much more damage. And we usually see them get all of the kills in regards to the knock. They weren't able to go in and finish 1 extra knock there that they ended up getting. But overall, 13 kills, 2,500 damage. Impressive performance there from Loops Esports.
They looked really reminiscent of footballists to me, having only 500 healing done with the damage they did. It seems pretty insane. They don't really seem to take too much damage. Let's take a look, though, at our Do the Do moments and start to break down some of the plays that happened across our second match of the day. Starting off here, Glitter, Konina Power, we got to talk about them, and it looks like another roadkill coming through right off the bat.
They are definitely doing well with their vehicle kills, if I do say so myself. And Kanina Power is definitely a team that we'll probably, not only will be highlighting a little bit later, but we're just going to be talking about, I have a feeling at least, over the next couple days if they can continue a performance like this. Now, this was some of their fights early on that we actually saw them taking with, I believe, is that Umbra? Is that Umbra early? Yes, it was Umbra super early on, and then they were in a fight later on with Yala that we'll be breaking down for you guys in just a little bit. But it's massive for Konina Power, coming in with the second most amount of kills overall at 11 kills, you know, just behind Loops' 13. They are starting to keep up with Loops' aggression, which is something we'd seen them do, and then they kind of fell off for a little bit. So this is going to be huge for Konina Power here, Seven.
Yeah, for me, in regards to Konina Power, I'm gonna hope that they go ahead and continue that performance, because if they do, if they become the Konina Power that we know they are capable of, oh man, the finish is gonna be a nail-biter as well in regards to placement. And then as we see, Konina Power just being so much more aggressive. This is something that we haven't been able to see out of them for a while now. So seeing that aggressiveness back out of them is huge for me. And then Footballers at least maintaining still within their averages. They were able to get 7 kills there in that last match. They might have not gotten the placement points that they would have preferred, but I think still being able to get those 7 kills and this engagement right here with Yala, I think they played that so well. And to give them more credit, they were at a huge disadvantage and they were able to go ahead and push up on that hill and just fully knock out Yala. I think it was only just one player left standing from Yala there, as you're seeing here. That pretty much the resume of it. Footballers overall, I think it speaks volumes from them there, being able to go ahead and take that fight. And then as we see more of Konina Power, which I think we're gonna probably be breaking down a play with Konina Power against Wildcard, if I'm not mistaken. And then the grenades by Footballers. We always talk about grenades from Footballers. Guess what? SWAT 69 players had no chance right there, as they just decided to go ahead and group up against one of the best grenade teams in the game so far. And then this engagement here, which I'm not gonna go ahead and talk much about, Glitter, because we're gonna be breaking that down in a little bit. Don't worry, we'll have a slow-mo for you. We'll be able to kind of break this down. But overall, the engagement there with Acer, I honestly thought Acer was gonna be able to go ahead and clutch it up. But overall, once you're that close and you're going up against an AKM with the G36, you're gonna get completely outgunned. And Dream Eaters, I feel like we have to talk more about Dream Eaters also being able to get 7 kills there. They have been more aggressive, and keep in mind they are going to be going into the next match, which is going to be, I believe, Miramar. And last Super Weekend they won 2 Miramars, Glitter.
Yeah, and I think that's very important for Dream Eaters, because not only had we seen them struggle on the other maps that weren't Miramar and Sanhok, we saw them do very well on those, but we also saw them not have the same performance as they did in last Super Weekend during this week's of League play. So the fact that they're starting off very, very strong today leads me to believe that they've definitely worked on a few things in the few days that they had some downtime on, and it's definitely paying off right now for them.
It's something we talked about, by the way. I just saw like the last fight there breaking out between Loops and Cloud9, was that when Loops ever get a down, they seem to just charge straight forward and take the fight, right? And there was a moment where Carrillo did down Adder, except a nade came through out of Adder right before he got knocked. That downstone on Loops' side, so it halted that progress before they had the opportunity to push through and go for the finish. But they got it in the end, right? That's all that matters. As long as you close it out, you're gonna be happy about it. We can see the damage done in that last match. And again, Loops just proving to be such a dominating team. 2,500 damage being done here, Seven. I mean, you can see Cloud9, they really didn't take as many engagements, it seems, but they still had, to be honest, a decent number of kills to themselves.
Yeah, with Cloud9, remember, something that we even spoke of, or I spoke of at the start of the show, was that they are a passive team. They're not going to go ahead and take risks that they don't need to. And they're more than likely going to go ahead and just position themselves to be in a good placement at the end of the match. Because guess what? If you're able to get the kills, then that's when it's going to go ahead and matter the most. You're not going to get extra points for getting those kills at the end, but more than likely you will end up getting those chicken dinners. And they've been able to do that over and over again. Didn't come through there on that last weekend. And as something that you were actually mentioning there, Jason, is when they did trade those 2 players at the end between Loops Esports and Cloud9. If you don't understand what I'm saying by trading, is when they both ended up knocking each other out, it kind of slowed everything down. At first, it was Cloud9 that ended up knocking another player from Loops Esports, and I thought they were gonna go ahead and push, but you could see their place. You could see like their strategy from Cloud9. They stuck to it. They said, you know what? Let's be patient. Let's see what go ahead and happens here. And then with Loops, you see them knock somebody else out, and they just go for it. They're insanely aggressive, and I love it because it's very tactical aggressiveness from them.
It's like a shark in water, right? They smell a drop of blood and they swarm all over their prey. I believe we do have a clip that we wanted to look at. You've been talking about it for the entire time. I think it's the Kanina Power against Wildcard one, if I'm not mistaken. This was one hell of a fight, Seven.
Yep, and this one that I'm going to be showing you right here, let me go ahead and just pull it up. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Wildcard is going to be in the compound. They're just waiting. They're just chilling. And keep in mind, something I also want the viewers to go ahead and keep in mind is look how close they are to the outer zone, because that will start playing, of course, here as we progress. Now, Kanina Power is going to go ahead and crash in with 2 players. And something that I love about the other players, they realize that, they know that they're at a disadvantage, and they start throwing some smokes and some nades to try to go ahead and pick up Tixie. And Tixie is a player that you definitely want up, because that's a player that's more than likely going to go ahead and get you a lot of kills. Now, that grenade there by Axer was huge as well. I wish the players from Kanina Power would have pushed in a little bit sooner, especially as soon as Tixie went down. But as you can tell, it can also backfire with Gonzo being almost knocked right there. Axer is able to go ahead and win some 1v1s, and this is something we always mention. You need those players to have confidence and be and pretty much have that clutch factor, because you will end up in 1v1s and you will need to go ahead and clutch that for your team. If you're not able to, it can definitely go ahead and backfire. Something I do love that that Wildcard was trying to do here is that we're trying to go ahead and get different angles with Sam, and also with a different player that was off camera there. But for some reason, it wasn't able to go ahead and work out. Slicky, that's what it was. Slicky didn't go ahead and push up as I would have liked it to, and I think Kanina Power was expecting that as well. Now, this is when the zone comes into play. Remember, I told you keep it on that zone. Well, guess what? Now, players like Tixie are going to get knocked because of that zone. And then we have Acer, Slicky, and Spring still alive. And I don't know how in the heck they ended up losing this, as they had all their 4 players alive. But guess what? Just Kanina Power are feeling themselves. Axer especially, that's one of the top players as well from that team. And on top of that, you have Gonzo just healing up and didn't really have to worry about it. And Gonzo able to go ahead and finish off that heal off. Gonna go ahead and finish Acer. I think that was huge for them right there. And I think for the last one, if you want to go ahead and just take another look here towards the end of the match, Glitter, if you want to go ahead and kind of go over this one as we see Loops Esports going up against Cloud9.
Yeah, now this is going to be what you and Jason had touched on a little bit here. We saw, you know, the top 2 teams going up against each other. And right there you see that Carrillo gets the knock onto Uneven. Now, I was kind of surprised here in this moment that they don't do a massive push. However, you can note, you see all the players on Loops are relatively spread out. You have 2 in the middle, but then you've got Carrillo and Dadine on the wings, kind of making sure they can get different angles on Cloud9. And as soon as that grenade goes down and blows up the vehicle that Cloud9 was using for cover, that's when Loops knows that that's when they have the win in the bag. They're able to push up, get the final kills, and close out that win.
What's so crazy about that is you don't see like one person on Loops push up and the other a couple seconds later, okay, I'm going to go along, support my team. Literally everyone on the team just all of a sudden hits, you know, starts to move forward. Immediately start to rush in. There's no doubt in anyone's mind. They all know what they're going to do. They've been in this situation 1,000 times, and they win the situation more often than not as well. Let's take a look now at our overall standings and how this victory might have shaped things up. Maybe Loops has taken the #1 spot away. No, just a little short here. However, that column that was lonely with 0 chicken dinners finally has one under its belt, 7.
Not only that, their kills are just improving and improving. They're now up to 115 kill points. They have almost as much kill points as they do for placement points. And I think another team I want to go ahead and mention is Wildcard. Wildcard didn't have the best first match there in Erangel. Well, guess what? They were able to go ahead and come back there in that Vikendi and go up some placements before not having the best performances in that last Vikendi. I'm pretty sure they're going to be looking to go ahead and change that in future matches. And then one of the other teams that has been very quiet, that didn't do so well in Vikendi, that we usually expect more out of them as well, is Team Kessel. Team Kessel has just been very underperforming. And one team that I definitely want to mention here from the second page, besides Kanina Power, we know that they have been having an amazing day, but it's Team Umbra. Team Umbra has been very consistent in regards to their placement so far today. They've been able to go ahead and get 2 top 5 finishes, but the only problem with them is that they're not able to go ahead and rack up as many kills as today so far. They have only had 1 kill in 2 matches.
Not to mention, we're seeing SWAT 69. I mean, I want to keep touching on them because they're the only team to make it through that weren't playing in the first weekend. Is the fact that they got 2 points that game. They're now 78 points behind the 16th place. They were 77 before that. They've fallen even further behind. And we need to see them really step up if they want to have a chance to break through. They got to close this distance, right? Because you can't assume one of those teams is not going to make it yet again. You can't depend on them to not perform well coming into the third league play to maybe get yourself a top 16 spot. Let's take a look, though, at our standings for predictions and see how many points we got. Of course, you know, a lot of people chose Loops. Cloud9 didn't work out for them earlier on, but Loops works out indeed, and we're going to see football. Let's give ourselves 12 points. You know, that's all right, Glitter. We got some points. It could have been worse. We could have been Dave
Honestly,
and chose SWAT 69.
Listen, Footballists made the best of their situation, and they did a very, very good job with it. They were able to pick up 7 kills overall, and that is nothing to be ashamed of. That's a very strong game. They just didn't get far enough into the game to also get those placement points, but they're still one of the top teams. You saw them, if you remember the numbers, they're the next closest team to triple digits when it comes to overall kill points in the rankings right now, so they're in a perfectly comfortable position.
Well, I'm a little bit confused.
Esports, a win and 13 kills, just saying.
I'm a little confused now, though, Glitter, thinking about this. If Cloud9's not been chosen and Loops has been chosen, who does 7 choose anymore? That's like his 2 go-to teams every time.
Ooh.
Just wait and see. Just wait and find out. Once we get to that point, I'll tell you. Don't worry. I got you.
All right, well, you know what? We're going to be talking about something else. So we're going to switch gears away from our talent predictions, even though those will be coming back in a little bit of time. We still have the Rail Pass Season 14 out for you guys to cop and pick up for yourselves. If you haven't done it just yet, if you might have missed out on what's all in it, well, you can have a take a look now. All right, well, now it's time to move into our third match of the day. It's just our first day of our second Super Weekend, and we're going to see what map will be coming up next. And if I remember correctly, it's going to be over on Miramar. One of the few times we get to see it throughout this week. I think we'll get to see it, 3 times total, because we're in the exact same maps in the same order across the entire Super Weekend, across every Super Weekend. And it's time to get into our prediction game. So like I said before, Cloud9's out, Loops is out. Who the heck does 7 pick anymore? But we're going to start off with you, Glitter. We're going to go for the first prediction here on Miramar.
Ooh. Changed it up on him. He was so ready for it, too.
He doesn't
I know
need
I typically
exposure right now.
them.
He had Loops, all right?
That's fair. That's fair. You know, I typically pick this team for Sanhok, but I actually am going to be going with B4 this time around on Miramar. They have had strong performances on Miramar, and I think, you know, that this is a map that could do well for them, the way that everybody's kind of playing right now.
Okay, well, 7. Your choice.
I'm gonna go with Dream Eaters based on data. They won 2 matches in Miramar last Super Weekend, so why not? Let's see what they got. Since I'm not able to go ahead and pick some of the other teams that I kind of wanted to, I'm saving them for later on today. So Dream Eaters is my choice, and I'm pretty sure I might have convinced somebody to go ahead and pick along the same lines.
Well, I do want to say
what I picked, Jason.
We did hear, was Envirum talking about before, how Cloud9, when it comes to Erangel as the first map, they seem to perform well. So I don't know if history is really going to work out here. However, if you go down, I'm going down with you, 7. I'm going to pick Dream Eaters as well here going into match number 3. I'm sorry, Glitter. We're no longer best friends. 7 and I are now a duo here. Well, we're going to check with you guys. Don't hate me, Glitter. I'll choose back with you another game. We're going to check in with you guys after this next match, obviously. Please, Glitter, don't hate me. Not like you hate football. Now moving into our lucky draw. Again, if you guys are watching within the game and within the Esports Center, you can win a limited time outfit. So if you're not doing it just yet, make sure you do it now. You still have time on your side. And speaking of time, we don't have much time until we get into our next game. So we're going to bring in our commentators some new picks. Some new pickups here in matching red. Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave. Hot Jukes, you're looking kind of hot today. Looking pretty good.
Thank you.
Feeling
hot, ready to get it going here. You know, we're officially past the halfway mark so far. So I think a lot of these teams it's do or die time for them. They got to get it done right here. So I'm looking forward to match number 3.
Well, Dave, I saw some of your picks before earlier today. I did hear from our production that you have been changing them around. I was a little bit sad to hear that because I know who you picked for this game. But obviously now, something I want to talk to you about. SWAT 69. they're falling further and further and further behind. They started off the day 73 points behind Konita Power, who was 16th place, then fell to 77 points behind Yala, now 78 points behind Yala. If you're SWAT 69, what do you do here? Because they have to start picking up points, or they could be saying goodbye to the finals.
If you are SWAT 69, what do you do? Well, they're probably asking themselves the same question, and you know what? I got the answer for them. I got it. Jason, you guess what it is?
I mean, win games?
It's win the chicken, man. Win the chicken.
Okay.
Get the chicken dinner, and then haters like you will jump off their back over here.
Well, I'm not hating on them. I'm trying to say this is their current state.
You're
they
hating,
gotta
man.
pick it up here. All right, we don't.
I'm calling what it is.
We're gonna
You're
bring
hating,
in
bro.
Viram and Cameron
Okay.
now. I'm sorry, Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave. You guys are done for the day. Going into predictions, Hot Jukes. Let's start off with you. Who do you think's taking match number 3?
I'm going to pick a little bit of a different pick here. I'm going to go with Tempo Storm. You know, they've had a couple bad games so far, but just kind of knowing them and their attitude, I think they're going to come bring it here, and because they need to make a comeback, and I think this is the time for them to do it.
Okay, well, Goatee Dave. I don't even call your name anymore after saying I'm a hater. Who's your prediction?
Ooh. Yeah, well, expect the lawyers later. So just saying, expect it. I'm going for Alpha Legends. You know, they've been getting picked on a lot here today, especially when it comes to the early game. And I think there's only so much bullying that could be going down here without biting back.
Speaking
So
of
I'm
bullying,
looking forward to Alpha Legends.
You said Alpha Legends, but apparently I'm hearing you changed your pick too late. So you got the I don't know pick, which means I think you cash out on 0 points total. But you know, let's drop in the game here. A little bit unfortunate. You got to get your picks in quick. The commissioner's spoken. Take us in the game, boys.
Here we go, match number 3. Taking it over to Miramar 2.0. Let's get it going here. Dave, take it away.
Who's this commissioner? That's what I'm saying. I'm going to write an email later to this commissioner. I don't know what's going on. But I picked Alpha Legends, all right? It's there. It's a fact. But all of these teams loaded on up into the plane. Match number 3 for the day. Yep, we are on Miramar, and things are looking good. Things are looking good, at least with this flight plan. We'll be going right on over Las Leonas, and as expected, the Knights going to be the first team to be dropping out.
Taking out early, trying to get some loot early as well. And this is, I think, a perfect line, especially for my pick Tempo. You know, we know they like to go Picado. So they're going to be able to kind of hot drop on there. But it's also a little bit of a question mark for me because I wonder if some teams are looking to possibly mix it up. We've definitely seen some squads land with them before. It could be a pretty iffy situation. So that's what I'm going to keep my eye on here, at least at the start of this match.
Yeah, for sure. So a lot of these teams are going to be, jumping out, looking around, trying to check out who might be dropping Miramar or whatnot. Cloud9 going to be dropping out Wildcard, dropping out Alpha Legends. My squad I picked here dropping out as well. And I think that might be everybody so far.
Yeah, you can definitely see these squads just starting to spread out, trying to make it happen here, especially now that it's a second Super Weekend. And, going back to talking about SWAT 69, this is their first time playing in it. And I think that, it's a really great point to look at them and just say, hey, you know what? You're behind 15 games. If you're looking to even catch up remotely, you have to have just a major Super Weekend. And considering that they missed out on those games, they missed out on those points, and as well the practice. So you could already see, one of the members right now getting some shots onto Konita Power. They're pretty split up, but man, this is not the best situation, I think, especially coming from early game.
Yeah, this is them right here. They got a little 2-2 split going on right now. They did take a couple shots at one of the members from Konita Powers, but not able to connect and get that knock, as it is, we're only 2 minutes into the game. So the loot, extremely low. The scopes looks like it's pretty good when it comes to Booflaw, able to get a scope on that mini. So get that laser lock and loaded, and let's get some points, baby. Let's get some points on the side of SWAT 69. Yeah, they need them. I mean, like you said, they came into today. I mean, first of all, congrats for the squad for making it on into a Super Weekend. That's huge. And at least with that, they have the opportunity to get points, to go to the finals. So, I mean, just being here in general, you're already a foot ahead of other squads such as Frag Machines, Headquarters, KHK, who are not playing here today.
And not just ahead. I'm thinking they're light years ahead, considering that we're already past pretty much the midway mark of this tournament so far. So, you know what? I got to give props to SWAT 69, first of all, for making it here. I think that they were definitely in a troublesome position. at the end of the week plays. At the same time, though, they clutched it. They had some really good final matches in order to be able to make it into here. Now, you know, that's the love I'm giving them. At the same time, you know, they've just been struggling so far with this tournament, and it's kind of to be expected. I mean, these are the best teams from all over the world, you know, and when you face this high a level of squads here, you can't make any mistakes. And, you know, yeah, we like to harp on certain squads for making, you know, an accidental nade toss or some missed shots here and there. But it's to be expected. There's so many things going against you at this high level. So everyone's going to make some mistakes. But, man, you see these top squads like Cloud9, Loops, all these teams, they just, man, they hardly make any, if any.
Yeah, and I know, you know, Jason asked me, you know, what's up with SWAT 69, and, you know, I was joking around. Obviously, they want the chicken. But I feel like, you know, when it comes to fragging out, right now, they're not on it. They're not on it. I mean, they got 2 kills so far out of 2 games. I feel like if you're not on it, if your head's not on a swivel for one day, that's okay. But change up the game plan. Maybe if you are SWAT 69, just focus on straight up getting placement points. Focus on just playing that surviving game and avoiding conflicts, you know, playing the edge, swimming in the water. I mean, just the unorthodox plays that will allow you to get placement points at the end of the day. I mean, there's a bunch of different ways to play PUBG Mobile. I mean, that's that.
That's true. I mean, that's absolutely right. I think that you look at some of these squads like Cloud9, they play really decisive with their movements. They don't like to go and get just crazy aggressive for no reason. But man, when it's time for getting too aggressive, they could definitely turn it on. And if you look at Loop's style, Loops has just been just kind of full send, full aggressive, no matter what. And it tends to work for them. So like, it's not kind of like when I look at Loops, I kind of think, okay, what if Loops actually decided to play more passive in certain situations? Would they be at Cloud9's consistency level? And I don't know if that's necessarily the case, considering that sometimes that full aggressiveness works out for them more times than not.
Yeah, it's all about how you're feeling, you know, at that moment. And talk about feeling. Gonzo currently feeling pinned down, currently feeling like somebody's going to be looking at him. And you know what? They are right. You got 2 members from Team Queso looking right down on top of you. But instead, Gonzo pushing on out, spotted, tagged, and bagged.
Man, Gonzo sticking true to his name right there. He is Gonzo out of this lobby right here. It's just so crazy that, you know, you're just looting up, trying to get something done. And you kind of tell he had that 6th sense. Like, he felt like there was something on top of that hill. And what do you know? There's a full squad of Team Queso ready to just take you out.
Gonzo's out here just trying to live life, man. Live life and get some loot and be happy. But Team Queso, pretty solid position. They are going to be just west of Junkyard, all the way up there in the cliffs on the mountains. Going to be overlooking a lot of different teams right now. We have a lot of squads. Nova out there to the west. El Pozo, Cloud9, Monte Nuevo. We got B4. All these teams are going to have to start to make their rotate now as the blue zone, circle number 1, starting to close on in.
Yeah, this is a pretty familiar circle, I think, for a lot of these squads. You got Cloud9, B4, you know, all the way over there in Opozo. That's where they like to be. So it's definitely going to be a long rotation for these teams. And that's, I think, the most dangerous part when it comes to Miramar in general. You know, you always want to have a vehicle up to, like, pretty much the end, you know? And these rotations, like I was just saying earlier, are just so dangerous because you have to pass up so many teams as Memphis gets blown up by Pittsburgh Knights. Just like that.
There might even be an additional point to be had when it comes to Knights over here. Lightning going to be right behind those hills, using them to their advantage to remain undetected, but the Knights going to be out here on the coastline. They're setting up camp right now. They are looking good. They are looted to the teeth. 1 kill so far. I mean, that's what they like to see.
And I felt like I had almost a crystal ball as that just happened to come at the perfect time right here. And yeah, this is the struggle. This is the struggle when it comes to Miramar. You know, you're trying to get into zone, but you have so many teams that could be looting up in various spots. You have to be so careful on that rotation. Otherwise, you're going to lose a member or possibly your whole squad just like that.
Carnage taking some shots with the suppressed M4. 4-time scope on that bad boy as Lightning is just in the Bronco trying to avoid getting their tire shot out. And looks like they are going to be able to get on out of harm's way. And just with that, the Knights able to secure themselves a nice spot in the zone and create a nice buffer between them and everybody else.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, being able to go ahead and get that early rotation is so huge because you're able to not only add additional points to your score, but a loot as well. And look at this. It's just a repeat of the exact same thing onto a member of Football. Is down and out real quick.
Alpha Legends right there. 1 point already on the board. Oh, Lutz with the bolt. He said, hey, don't be peeking your head trying to get another one out here. Lutz going to be right behind this rock. They do have the bus to retreat if they need to. Going to be smoking that one up, calling for support from the squad mates. And old man bleeding on out right now.
That was an angry sniper shot right there. Lutz was just like, you killed my teammate? Well, I got you back with one right here really quick. So, yeah, able to get the knock. Unfortunately, not the thirst, but Lutz, driving that bus right over the hill, getting some cover.
You already know, they're full boost in that one. Full boost of that one, trying to get back on into cover in a void, being blown up like their squad mates just moments ago. And next zone does going up. Knights looking mighty good still.
Oh, yeah, centered out perfectly for a lot of these teams right here. So everybody on that hard shift side are going to be pretty well set up. That's going to go for Pittsburgh Knights. You see Loops here at the bottom, kind of rotating north from Puerto Pareso, and it's going to be really interesting to see if they're going to catch Yala and Tempo, or if they're just going to possibly just sneak on by all these squads.
Looking real quick, Alpha repositioning. Going to be parking their vehicles within the cover of the warehouses, and you know, they got one kill, not too bad. Don't want to get too aggressive. I mean, we are only in zone number 2. Football is on the flip end of this one, trying to regroup with one another. Everybody just, you know, in their vehicles right now, trying to find a compound, and they're going to be sitting and hoping and praying that the next zone does favor them. Tempo out here in the desert, all with their own vehicles.
Oh, this is the most dangerous part right here. If you it's really, really tough to just decide, okay, do we want to just full send it and get that spot really quick, or do we want to be a little bit more careful and just kind of scout out before we rotate? And you can just tell a lot of teams right now are just trying to get into a spot, and Tempo onto Dream Eaters.
Yeah, not only that, Tempo are split right now. Tempo are split. They got a 2-2 split. Two of the duos are going to be stuck in an engagement up there to the north. Meanwhile, Rain down here trying to toss out some grenades on to Matic from the Dream Eaters, trying to connect, trying to get that initial knock and maybe even it out just a little bit right here. And Spec going to be pulling back, and Dream Eaters looking to get aggressive on this one.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Tempo is just kind of throwing these nades to get a knock or possibly just kind of delay this fight for the rest of their team. We saw on the kill feed, Tensa getting a kill onto one of the members from Team Umbra. So I wonder if they are going to possibly regroup right now. Tempo does not want to go out early once again.
Yeah, I mean, Dream Eaters, they don't know who they're up against yet. They haven't gotten a knock yet, so, you know, they might see the kill feed popping on off. Tensa will be connected onto Vindex, but Vindex with that return grenade connecting onto Tensa. And you got Spec out here getting a nice vehicle explosion. Dream Eaters Matic with an interesting rotation play right there. Was going to be spotted in the process and taken down and out. Umbra trying to defend right now. Pretty much just one member for Tempo on the outskirts of this. That's going to be HH. HH tossing some grenades back and forth. And Prez able to take out Tensa. HH is in one heck of a spot right now.
Oh, yeah, could this nade connect right here? Oh, he was able to jump down at the perfect time, but it still gets caught from HH24. Tempo Storm taking on 2 squads right now.
Yeah, nice grenade from HH. That should allow HH the much needed time to heal on up and, you know, regroup and hopefully allow their squad mates to, you know, get in those vehicles and provide the support over here. HH holding down this.
Oh, here they come.
Pro Lord going to be making sure the revive is safe and secure. And here comes Rain and Spec pulling up with that bus. Will be working their way on into the hills with the trees. And Pro Lord pre-firing.
You can just tell right now, HH24's got to be giving those comms out to his teammates, trying to give him the best possible position so they're able to get the rotation. HH just needs to buy a little bit more time as Rain and Spec are just about to crest this hill right now, and Spec able to catch Vindex on the off angle.
Again, Vindex was just revived as well, and that's going to turn the tables, turn the tides right here. Tempo, they got 3. Umbra with 2. Pro Lord behind that wall, and here comes the push from Tempo. Spec going back and forth, trying to bait out these shots from Prez. Meanwhile, HH up there on the second story, trying to catch a better angle and look right on top of Umbra.
You can just tell, like that's what I'm talking about. That quick communication is able to go ahead and turn the tide for them as HH jumps down with Spec. Oh, it's going to be a close one, and Tempo Storm getting it done right there against Team Umbra.
hip fire, man. Just too strong. Just too strong. Especially when you are spraying that 7.62. I mean, it packs a punch. And HH, yep. I mean, you said it. Buying the time, the much needed time to allow their squad mates to come and support. Checking out this replay real quick. That was Xana catching a nice shot right there.
Onto Loops, and this was a really clutch shot right there from Tempo, trying to get that off angle onto Dream Eaters, able to get that flush on Matic, take away that angle, was huge for them to be able to get back to HH in the late game of that fight.
SKS, man. For some reason, the sound to my ears is just like, it's just so good. It's like butter on popcorn, like fresh popcorn, and that butter just melts. I mean, that's what's happening in my ears right now. So, looks like Alpha Legends, they are going to be in the blue. So, this is all happening in the blue. Football is trying to gatekeep Alpha Legends, but they need to work their way on into New Zone. And you already got SWAT 69. You already got Wildcard waiting right there on the edge for both of the teams to rotate on into their hands.
Yeah, you can see right now, Cloud9 and Loops, the first place and second place squads right now, just kind of poking at each other, still trying to figure out where this next circle is going to go. And one thing I got to give to Cloud9 is, I don't think I remember really seeing so far, at least at this tournament, one of their members getting knocked out of a vehicle in a rotation. You know, they really play really tight unless some crazy scenario happens or they just happen to just blunder it. But man, Cloud9 have just been playing this really concise, have a great position going on to this next circle.
Yeah, I mean, position. Talk about it. They're up here. They're going to be looking down. They're going to be taking shots onto Loops all the way down there. Again, peppered upon. And this is in the zone. This is going to be right there on the edge in the south. I do see one member from Yala, Lord, you know, trying to make their way on in as well. But for the time being, everybody just remaining calm. Loops looking to reposition just a little bit. Adar with that mini. Taking some shots out there. Carnage, though. Carnage.
A third party right there onto Loops. I'm not sure exactly which off angle he had to be able to hit that shot, but dang, that was disgusting. And that's going to split this Loop squad completely apart. Oh, and Sixless gets the thirst on Nikowski. So that's Loops down to 3 members.
Yeah, Loops are sandwiched right now. Sandwiched right between the Knights and C9. And talk about making some sandwiches. Well,
yeah.
Acer trying to cook these grenades and get some nice knocks on to Footballist. Lut's going to be right on inside the cover, trying to avoid being taken on out. And Acer trying to push back and get behind some cover with their squad mates over here. Spring, though, huge off angle.
Yeah, and you can just definitely tell, at least in my opinion, Wildcard has a decision to make. Do we want to go ahead and gatekeep this and get these points, or do we want to move into the next circle? Now, they're very close to the next circle. At the same time, though, man, that position could be just so huge. But I can totally tell, like, right now, they're conflicted on what to do. But, oh, Loops getting into it with PK.
Talk about being conflicted. Loops, they are getting just wiped right now. They had nowhere to go. You had Cloud9 kind of directing them to push right on into the Knights. Staten going to be bleeding on out, currently awaiting to get revived, if that's even an option. Carnage going to be making the pull up, trying to probably thirst to kill onto Daden. Meanwhile, Sixless on the off angle, saving that buggy. Okay.
Yeah, and he just goes ahead and disengages completely to try and get into this next circle as Tixie from Konita Power tries to circle around all these teams right now in his buggy to get a spot for the rest of the game. And you can just tell Loops right now just trying to make a decision. They are definitely behind on this entire fight so far.
I really like the disengage from the Knights, not going to lie. They're going to be prioritizing the zone over maybe 1 or 2 points out there.
Zone over
in
everything.
The blue. Yep. And not only that, perfect scouting. They recognize that Nova is right on the other side of this hill.
Playing it safe, moving really decisively. I love to see that coming from Pittsburgh Knights. And this is a squad that's kind of been hit or miss so far in this World League West. But man, so far in this match right here, they're not doing too bad.
Tixie, though, talk about doing bad. Tixie spotted right there. The last remaining member from the squad in their vehicle was taken out. And now the Knights, they need to worry about backstab potential, as they are going to see Kowalski running out there, running for their lives. And not only that, there's Lord out there as well. What's going on? Sixless is just taking shots on anything they can get their hands on, potentially get some more points. And Federal taking out Yellow Lord.
Just like that, Sixless, I know he's got to be angry with that one, saying that was my kill right there. Not able to really hit those shots onto Lord, but you can just tell right now, Loops, look at this. Oh man, they are just stuck behind this tractor, smoking out. This is the worst case scenario if you're Loops.
Loops are just stuck right now. I mean, now here comes the blue. The blue's going to start, ticking away just a little bit. Ooh, Federal actually has a vehicle to work with, so they are going to smoke this one up. They're all going to be popping in the vehicle, using these smokes for cover. Boosting that one, trying to get on out of the death pit that they were just in.
Full send in the Murado time. Here they go, trying to get into this next circle, and it looks like they are going to be able to find a spot. What a clutch rotation right there from Lutz. It almost looked like they were down and out, but oh, look at this B4 Maxin with a huge angle onto this Loops team.
B4 possibly hearing the pull-up or even spotting the pull-up over there, seeing that there's at least a couple enemies in that shack over there. B4 pretty comfortable in their current position. Not only that, they got Levi kind of separated, so they're kind of going to just remain passive for the time being and just make sure nobody pushes on top of them. Meanwhile, they're going to toss out some grenades and try to get some knocks out there on the Loops.
Yeah, B4 holding at the edge of circle right now. The zone just went and shifted off to the center. They were able to take out 2 members from Cloud9. I'm sorry, 3 members, Pyra, Bayo, and Uneven right there. So it's just Adder in the zone right now trying to survive for Cloud9. We switch over to this Tempo and Team Queso fight right now. Now these are 2 teams that need to get it done.
The Death Squad right now. 6 kills so far onto Tempo. Team Queso on the other side of this hill. They have some cover to work with. Tempo are the closer ones to this next zone. But you got 1 member from B4. Levi going to be scouting this, possibly trying to third-party this engagement.
This is so dangerous right now for all of these teams. And oh yeah, you called it right as HH24 is able to get in with that buggy by the skin of his teeth. Lays down, looking to get some heals back up, and you can just tell the rest of his squad right now just trying to get those angles and buy some time so they can get. Oh, look at this right here.
Marco's not moving a muscle. Not moving a muscle. Tempo might opt to blow up those vehicles and get the vehicle explosion. Mystic over there connecting on to SWAT 69 problems as they're going to be in their own engagement as well. And Tempo still in it.
They pushed onto 1 member of Team Queso as the rest of those members went to a whole nother fight. And just like that, Team Queso split up and they are out of this match.
That was match we saw right there. HH trying to get those confirms onto SWAT 69 at least. Trying to get some more points on the board. Team Queso, only 1 point. They were only able to get 1 kill before getting wiped out of this Miramar match.
And this is starting to get intense right here with this last circle. Everyone's just now holding the edge, holding any kind of hill or deviation they can. Loops, there they go out quite early as well. This just goes to show you how tough of a rotation this is. And look at Tempo right now, just holding this 1 dip, trying it. Levi as well, throwing some big nades onto them. Man, oh, and it looks like Spec is down. And that's, I believe, his 2nd knock right there. So HH24 is going to try to pick him up as that nade hits true once again.
Dude, Levi, the 1-man army. Yes, Levi has their whole entire squad alive, but Levi just taking this fight to themselves, tossing some grenades on over the opposite end of this road, connecting, like you said, onto Spec. Spec was revived, but Levi inflicting so much damage right now onto Tempo.
You can just tell right now, he's just there holding this angle, putting all the pressure he possibly can. And there's the rest of this B4 team coming up right now. And this next circle is about to pop. They're both on the edge. If this zone hard shifts away from them, I would not be surprised to see B4 disengage, but they don't have to, as this zone has been locked down right here. This is where this fight's going to end completely.
Yeah, so this new zone, really good for Rain as well. B4, they're trying to kind of fish out Rain's position, but Rain behind that vehicle is going to be pinned down for the time being with the blue zone to their back. Levi might have spotted a helmet, might have spotted a backpack. Levi trying to get as much information as possible right now, getting ready to crest on over the road. But once when they do so, Tempo, Spec, and HH will have sight lines. So Levi trying to pump those brakes, pumping those brakes.
This is just to give you an idea, right, of how competitive these type of matches are right here. Levi, just a monster of a player, not wanting to crest that hill, give any chance to any team, because just like that, you can get knocked so quickly. So you can see Levi just getting all the intel like you mentioned, and hopefully trying to get a big nade to open up this next fight. But look at PK.
Oh, no.
They're on the rotation. They're coming into it.
They're coming in hot. They are coming in hot. They're going to be passing Adar, who is currently in the southern end of the circle. Going to be just watching the rotate from the Knights. The Knights able to get on into a clutch dip right now. But B4 hearing the vehicle, hearing the Bronco. Going to start to toss some grenades. Mixzera prepping one. Going to be tossing that right past Raven's head. Raven looking at the grenades like hoping that doesn't blow up near me. And yeah, going to be able to survive just a little longer.
You definitely had to do that double take, but speaking of double take, Sixless tried to do that cheeky, just buggy rotation, but Meku from Dream Eaters was like, not today.
This road, the deciding factor, really. You got some squads up there to the south of the road and some teams to the north. But once when you go on top of that road, everybody can see you, as Mixzera is going to be spotting out Adar from Cloud9, who is back there just trying to survive. Maxon going to be cresting that hill, trying to get aggressive onto the Knights. Carnage going to be taken down. Spec from Tempo trying to third party, trying to get the flush on the Mixzera. B4, they're taking too many fights right now. They need to be careful. They already lost 2. Pedro still bleeding on out, but the trade's coming on out. Levi, remember, Levi had the information for days on the position of Tempo, still able to keep them at bay.
Just goes to show you how the fight could just turn around so quickly. B4 got caught between Pittsburgh Knights and Tempo, but we're able to make it out alive right there. Levi, that was the clutchest knock. He had to do that right there to stop the pressure, stop the bleeding, and that's exactly what he did.
Yeah,
so clutch.
Without Levi there, Tempo would have pushed over that road, would have gotten all those kills, all those thirsts, and they would have been in it. They would have been in it. And Elise from Unique getting taken down to the blue zone right there. And if I'm not mistaken, we got 2 for Dream Eaters, we got 2 for B4, and seems like Tempo, they got the numbers advantage. They have 3 up right now and a crate.
Oh yeah, that's the perfect time to be able to get it. Rain gets tagged right there. You know, he's not going to be making the movement into that angle anymore. It's really interesting though, because Dream Eaters, they're out of position. They're getting into the circle.
DQ.
This could be so huge.
Close one,
And that's
close
it.
one. Oh, Miku popping on over there, going to be taken down. 1 from Tempo, that's going to be Rain, but HH with the trade.
Off angle.
And Tempo, can they get the revive? Can they get the revive once again? Because Spec does have that crate to work with for cover. Levi, seeing the kill feed.
Yep.
Levi knows this is Tempo. Levi 100% knows Tempo is over there, but they're gonna play cautious right now.
You can see the question mark in his head, though. He's like, do I push? Do I stop? Do I push? Do I stop? I'm not sure what to do right now. I mean, that was a huge nade, but you're to see Levi just opting to just play it safe. I mean, at the end of the day, he doesn't have the full information of where the exact members could be. He doesn't want to run out and get knocked. So every single point matters. We just saw 1 point, 1 kill alone is what separated so many squads from making it into this super weekend right now. And B4, down a member, just trying to get it done here in match number 3.
Adrio tossing a grenade. Can it roll? Can it bounce? It's going to be blowing up right on the side of the crate. Going to be deflecting some of that damage. And this level 3 gear that Tempo recently acquired from that crate, well, that can come in clutch. That can come in clutch big time. Verset going to be smoking on out right there, trying to make their way on in. Verset is not in the zone, not in the circle. Just going to be crawling in the dirt like a worm right now.
Oh, man, and this is going to be really tough for him. This is zone number 7. This zone ticks so hard right here, and I'm not sure the amount of first aids he possibly has to do a heal strat. So it's going to be I'm really curious to see how B4 is planning to take this fight against Tempo.
Yeah, see HH trying to hold the angle onto Verset from Dream Eaters, because HH was able to take out one member, Miku, just moments ago from Dream Eaters in that same position, and didn't see the squad wipe. And here comes Pedro trying to crawl right on over this road, just trying to get some information right now. Everybody is in the zone now. Everybody is within this circle.
Tempo Storm have 3 members up, and I just kind of want to give some perspective, at least of my thoughts on this position. It's so scary from both sides right now. Nobody wants to go ahead and get across the street. Everybody just sees this street right here. If you get on top of it, you're dead instantly right now. So regardless of how many people Tempo has up or before, they're just so hesitant. They don't want to make a move right here. You can just see Pit. You can see right now. Pedro, OG, trying to go ahead, throw some smokes up. You know a nade is going to come right here because of one big knock. So close right there. HH barely making it out alive.
Pedro, Levi looking to cross the road. B4 looking to cross the road, tossing out all the utility when it comes to smokes. Currently, Tempo awaiting the push Can Verset third party this one. Can Verset backstab Tempo.
Oh my
Verset
goodness.
might have some sight lines, might have some angles onto Tempo, but immediately spotted and taken down by Pedro. Pedro, taking down Dream Eaters, but that's going to open this one up. They're going to be making their way on across the road, and Levi's going to be receiving some shots. Levi is going to be taken down. Tempo with 3 up. Pedro kind of going back and forth, trying to go into the blue and deny the points. Not able to do so. Tempo, chicken dinner here. Chicken dinner.
What was I saying right there? I was like, what happens when you try to cross that road? Nothing good, man. It's so difficult right there. And I just saw that last member, Pedro. He almost basically, what I said by taking out his teammate, that was the huge off angle. Dream Eaters could have completely spoiled Temple Storm right there, but B4 said, I'd rather take this point, secure second place, rather than leave up to anything else crazy. So, man, just what an interesting fight to end match number 3.
Yeah, it could have definitely have went the other way. You know, Verset was, crawling their way from the opposite end in the north. Meanwhile, we saw the 2 members from B4 starting to push on over the road. I mean, I can only imagine if all 3 of those players just started to take shots onto Tempo, right? Because Tempo, they're in a nice little dip, but everybody was looking down on them. So, I mean, Pedro right there taking down Verset, definitely turning the tables, at least in my book, for Tempo there.
Definitely. That took out, I think, a big X factor for Tempo's demise right there. And so B4 getting that clutch kill for Tempo was just so huge. But man, that's going to be it for match number 3. Of course, can't wait to see what the desk has to say about this match right after this quick break from our sponsors.
Where's that hot spring? It's right around the corner. And you can't miss the sea of flowers. It looks really exciting. Why not have a try?
Well, it seems like someone asked Tempo, why not have a try, getting yourself a chicken dinner, and they were able to pull it off with a ton of kills as well. And there's one person out there who's going to be extremely happy about it, even though he's already normally happy. Hot Juice, with his pick coming out of left field, gets himself the chicken dinner, gets himself the extra points as well. But we can see here the breakdown, 14 kills for Tempo Storm here, 35 points total, Glitter.
Really strong showing coming out of Tempo, and I think they needed that after the first couple games there. They needed to kind of reassert that dominance that we've seen them have in the past. And then B4 coming in second place with a respectable 10 kills. That was the type of game I was hoping for out of those boys on Miramar. And then moving on down the list, exciting to see Pittsburgh Knights doing consistently well today, having very strong games, and I think that's something that Seven's definitely going to be excited about. But then we also see SWAT69 coming in 8th place, Seven. That's a great game for them.
Yeah, that is definitely a great game. That's a lot more points that they've been getting in the other ones. And just to mention, B4, this is, I believe, the 4th time, if I'm not mistaken, that they get second place in Miramar here in Super Weekend. So they're getting closer and closer. They're being very consistent. I know they told us before that their favorite map is Sanhok, but it might be changing here. And I cannot wait to see what they're going to do in the next week of league play, because I think we will be playing Miramar. And now as we go here to towards the second page, one team that we've been kind of wondering what's been going on, Nova Esports not being able to get any kills. Ended up with 0 kills again and 5 points. They're starting to remind me a little bit more of what they did in the first week of Super Weekend. So hopefully things start changing. They can become a little bit more aggressive, like how we like like them to be, and they can start getting those skills and the placement as well. And I know we've been talking about Kadena Power having an amazing day. Well, guess what? They had one that just didn't go their way, and it was going to be Miramar being able to get 0 kills and just 1 placement point.
I mean, you got to point out Yala as well, right? They're currently in 16th place. They were 78 points ahead of SWAT 69, and they only got themselves 1 point, where SWAT ended up getting 6. So that's actually a big map coming in for SWAT 69 to try to maybe get themselves a little bit closer to getting within reach here of 16. Let's take a look though at our stats of Tempo Storm. Their damage must have been redonkulous, and there you go, 2,500 damage done, Glitter, 14 kills, so getting more kills than knockouts as well.
I mean, I feel like on the Super Weekend, these teams are just being so much more aggressive than what we're seeing during league play. Every single time we're having at least one team breaking that 2K damage mark, and 14 kills coming out of Tempo Storm. That's a huge number to be able to have your first win of the day come through with here, 7.
And something to mention is HH24 was able to get 4 kills in this match. And I think that's huge because remember last Super Weekend when we got a chance to interview him, he was telling us how he was having issues with his internet. Things just weren't going their way. Yep. And guess what? It seems like they have improved because they are performing so well right now, getting that chicken dinner. And on top of that, having a player like HH24 put up 4 kills, that is huge for them.
I think we can almost just show our do moments of just Tempo Storm in that last game, to be fair, because they were just flying on all cylinders. And again, for them to maybe get themselves one step safer to beat into the league or to the finals, but also one step closer to picking up the $50,000 for first place on top of that here, Glitter.
Yeah, and I think we just saw, starting off there with the clips, the unfortunate start that Kadena Power had on Miramar here up against Team Queso. So, I'm going to chalk that Kadena game up on here on this map up to just, a fluke, because they've been having such a strong start overall, but then jumping on board with Tempo, starting to see them get some of those kills. It was unfortunately onto Dream Eaters for everybody that picked Dream Eaters, but Dream Eaters actually ended up being able to kind of last throughout the rest of the game and did very, very well for themselves, 7. I'm sure you are happy about that.
Oh, yes. I was definitely happy. I was biting my nails. I thought that we're going to go ahead and die and end up getting 1 point, as we see some of our other coworkers do. But luckily, that didn't happen for me. So definitely super happy about that. But one thing I did wanted to go ahead and mention there in regards to Tempo Storm is how well they were able to go ahead and recover from certain situations where we saw them getting to fights. And I'm just going to go ahead and let the highlights keep on playing here as I talk a little bit more about what I really liked about Tempo Storm was that how they were able to go ahead and just separate themselves from 2 fights. They ended up, I think, in a 2v4 and another 2v4 as well, and they went and just focused on one. You saw some of the players just going into Umbra, and they ended up winning that engagement, which was huge, because at one point we thought they were actually going to end up losing it if they ended up taking those different fights across the map. So super happy to see Tempo Storm being able to kind of just gather information there and gather their teammates and work together as a team. I love when I see that kind of stuff. And one that, as we're seeing Pittsburgh Knights here just do a lot more work. They've been very consistent today, getting 6 kills as well in this match. One of the teams that has definitely surprised me today in HH24 being able to just be the god close quarter range that he is. One of the other teams that I definitely wanted to go ahead and talk about a little bit more, or something that we saw a lot more happen, was Loops Esports getting into close fights with Cloud9. This is the second time now today that we see that. I'm wondering if they're kind of keeping track of each other or where they're going to be landing and all that stuff, because Glitter, this is the second time that Loops ends up fighting Cloud9 in a match.
Which I'm not even mad about. I'd love to see these two continue to go up against each other, because, I mean, that's the whole point of the PMWL West, is it not? These are the best of the best. We want to see those juggernauts fighting each other every single time. So if Loops and Cloud9 are going to start having a little bit of a rivalry, I'm all here for it, because I think that's just going to be entertaining across the board as we're finalizing some of these clips here with the fights towards the end between B4, Tempo, and Dream Eaters kind of hiding off on the side with just their 2 players for a very long amount of time. I honestly, there was a point there at the end where I think all of us were talking about it, where had B4 decided to push Tempo a little bit earlier on in one of the earlier zones, they probably would have won that game. But we saw PK actually come through, and B4 had to switch focus onto PK, which actually ended up in B4 losing 2 of their players, and then the whole game kind of turned the tides from there.
I mean, we're talking about, just want to go back real quick, about Cloud9 and Loops fighting each other and over again. Not only are they fighting within the matches, they're fighting for that #1 position, where there's 50 grand on the line if you can close it out in first place at the end of the 3rd Super Weekend, and then you have 100 grand to potentially win coming into the final. So a lot of money for these teams. They definitely have their focus on the goal. And speaking of what's coming up next, now we tried this before, it didn't work out great, but I heard if we all clap at the same time, Yeah, hold on, cameraman.
Oh, God.
If we all
There
clap
you
at the
go.
same time, we might be able to bring in a special interview with G-Fan. So this time, hopefully, I don't mess it up. Look at that. Glitter's already ready. She's got her
Jason.
hands ready to go.
Oh, Jason.
All right, 3,
It's a
2,
countdown.
1, go. Aw, 7. That old man age coming through. G-Fan coming in to join us. First of all, I got to ask you, man, how are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. But for a team, we're not performing as we expected. Yeah.
Okay, well then let's ask you. Let's just get straight into it. Then you threw us right in there. I was actually just wondering how you're doing today. But you guys, coming into the Super Weekend, obviously with your performances from the last Super Weekend, and then obviously the league play with the second week of that happening. Did you guys look at anything particular within your own style to try to improve on it, or how did the whole process go of trying to prepare here for our second Super Weekend?
We were actually changing our whole strategy because, like, back in PMPL or even the first week of the Super Weekend, we were like overly aggressive as a team. We got in a fight with another team like before Circle 3 or 4, which hurts us a lot. So right now we're just trying to changing the overall strategy. We're trying to because for right now for this ranking system, the placement points, I think it's greater than the kill points. Then we are trying to favor placement points other than kills at this moment. So we're in a process changing strategy overall.
Okay. Glitter, I want to give you a chance to ask a question since Rio goes to 7 first, and he was the last one to clap.
First of all, very excited to meet you. Love your personality on Twitter. So just question specifically for you, actually. We have seen a lot of games where you end up being the last player standing and you have to kind of snake for your team. What's it like being in those situations where you know all the pressure's on you to secure the points for your entire squad?
To be honest, I'm already getting used to it because that's part of my role in the team. It's not like I'm always my other teammates are bad, they always die first. It's just everyone has their own role in the team. So for me, when my teammates die, I try to get the placement points for my team.
Okay, 7. What about you, man?
Fair enough. Hey, what's up, G-Fan? Good to be able to finally talk to you here, man. One of the things I wanted to actually ask you, and I'm surprised you mentioned that you guys are changing roles, because even going back to PMPL America, something I really enjoyed about you guys was how well you were able to go ahead in third-party teams. I think you guys, going back to PMPL Americas as well, and even recently at the beginning of the day, when you guys are able to third-party teams, that's, I think, when you guys are able to get most of your kills, and that translates to points. Are you guys, even though you guys are still changing your strategies, if you guys see an opening to maybe third-party a team, are you guys gonna go for it, or is that one thing that you kind of are currently hesitating about?
If that's something we can just thirst and get the points, yeah. But we probably won't go full in. We just trying to third party get some few points, but we don't necessarily need to full send a team if we see an opportunity or opening knock.
Okay, so I guess I'll do another question here, actually, for you. Looking at the whole teams we have coming into the World League, who's been the biggest nuisance for you guys? Who's been the most annoying team that you guys have been going up against so far?
I would say KP, because as of right now, we already ran into them because they were just randomly crushed on us and kill us, or third party us and get all of us killed. So right now, I would say KP.
Okay. I'm going to ask you another question, actually, right now. So then I'm sorry, Seven, I'm sure you got another one. I'm going to let you get one next one.
No, you do you, baby.
Is going to the second Super Weekend, you guys obviously play in the first one, so you have some points built up. Has that been something that's played in your minds in terms of strategy of okay, let's just try to secure that top 16 to make sure we can make it into league play? Or obviously, are you trying to gun for the entire position for more money that you can get here within the Super Weekends?
For our team, because we're Nova, we're trying to we are aiming for the higher placement instead of let's just get in top 16 then just go to the final. That doesn't work. Okay. So every match we need to improve ourselves and correct our mistakes so that we can be better and be more prepared for the final in the
Hell yeah.
Well, cool. You honestly been awesome to talk to. I want to give you a chance to give a shout out to any of your fans, family, friends, fans. Let's start that again. Any shout outs you have for people?
I just want to thank every supporters we have, even though we're going through a very, very tough time in the tournament. But still, I see lots of fans that are commenting Nova Strong, hashtag Nova Strong, and all that stuff. That's like really inspirational and motivate us trying to do better in the games.
All right, I'm sure you're going to get some hashtag Nova all up in the chat out of us three when we get into this. Hashtag Nova Strong. Let's see it Twitch chat. Let's see it in YouTube chat as well. And G-Fan, thank you very much for taking some time to talk to us.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
I love that interview. I love that guy. Oh, he's still here.
He's so nice.
He's so nice. Such a good interview as well. And it's really cool to hear like how they, like you said, Seven, are trying to adapt their strategies now come into the second Super Weekend.
Yeah.
That is so crazy to me that they're gonna go ahead and try to change their stratgy, and I think maybe that's why we haven't seen that performance out of them. And in a way, I know they're looking to go more for placement points now, but I think I hope they notice that they're doing really well when they are still very aggressive. I think currently that's what's messing up with them. So I cannot wait to see how they're gonna perform later on. Now that we pretty much have that information, I think that was an awesome interview.
Yeah, fantastic. And let's actually see how damage to work out in that last match as well. See how maybe Nova ranked up against the other teams. They talked about Konita Power being really annoying for them. And let's see if it actually is going to prove to be the case here. And we can see Konita Power on 40 damage only. But Glitter, Tempo, 2,500 damage. Doesn't get much cleaner than that, does it?
It really doesn't. They had an amazing showing this time around. We see B4 coming in at almost 1,800 damage. Also an amazing game for them. But Pittsburgh Knights, I don't know that I can stop talking about them today, Seven. This is probably the most consistent we've seen them yet.
It has been. I think Sixless last time in League Play when he told me to choose them, I think he might have meant this Super Weekend because they are just absolutely destroying this Super Weekend. And I'm so happy to see a team like that, of that caliber, be actually able to perform. And shout out to Raven. I think we got to go ahead and give credit to Raven again because that's the player that's been getting the most kills. Remember, that's the player that got the most kills for that team during Super Weekend. And for them to be able to go ahead and step it up from what they did in the first Super Weekend to here to the second one, it's great to see.
And I actually want to take a look at the overall standings now. We've been talking about all these teams, right? I'm assuming Tempo, with that victory they just had, should be able to move up the ranks a little bit further. You can see them there in 7th place currently. The Cloud9 Loop still maintaining that 1st and 2nd place position here at Glitter. Any other surprises you're seeing here? I mean, Pittsburgh Knights holding steady on 5th place.
Yeah, Pittsburgh Knights is doing very, very well for themselves. I think one of the bigger surprises is the fact that B4 is not only are they moving up the ranks, but if you look at the overall chicken dinners, they're one of the few teams in the top 10 that have yet to pull down that win. Loops finally got their chicken dinner, and I know we talked about it last week, these two teams specifically. B4 still hasn't gotten that chicken dinner. So when they do, they're just going to continue to catapult themselves up the standings overall, which is, that's great for them. Footballist is so close to that triple digit mark for those kill points. That's another team that I'm definitely going to be looking out for moving into our next map. But that's an impressive top 10 so far, Seven.
Yeah, and for me, it's going to go ahead and be this second page right here. Team Umbra still being able to maintain, actually moving up to that 11th place. That is huge. And then Konita Power, even though they did have a bad performance there, I think that was by far their worst match so far today. I'm pretty sure they're going to be able to come back going into Sanhok. And I hope they are because we know that they're just such a powerful team and they have such amazing players in Tixie and also Axer that I'm pretty sure they're going to perform. And then with Nova Esports having 34 kills, they're currently pretty much one of the teams that has the least kills. And I think it goes to show that they are changing their strategy. They're not really, he said it himself, C-Fan said it himself, they're not focusing that much on kills. They're trying to kind of start focusing more on in regards to placement points. So I hope they go ahead and just kind of stick to one plan and try to perfect it.
Well, one team we haven't mentioned that I wanted to show actually on that is, well, we're obviously talking about SWAT 69, how they're in for the first time in the Super Weekend. We haven't mentioned the team who's not playing in the second Super Weekend that play in the first, UDR Killers. They're sitting around 93 points, if I remember correctly, and they're sitting there watching themselves slip lower and lower and lower down the ranking, just hoping they can maintain a lead up against SWAT 69, who's still currently, there you go, 73 points behind 16th place at the moment, but at least they have that one team they can look towards, right? That their score won't change at all over the rest of today and the next 2 days as well. Speaking of scores changes, take a look at our talent predictions and see who came out with the most points, and Glitter, she stomped us here, but we can't really deny hot. Is that really your dance? What is that? I mean, I'm not a good dancer, but like...
There's only so much movement we can
That's
do.
true.
We're in a very tiny box.
That is
you know?
true. I mean, you could do the, you know, that thing maybe? I don't know. Trapped inside of a box. Jukes coming up big with the Tempo Store win, obviously, as we saw there. And let's take a look now at the schedule to see what map's coming up as our 4th match of the day. And if I remember correctly, it should be over on the jungles of Sanhok. And this is an interesting map because we've had a couple of teams talk about how it's one of their favorite maps. One of the teams that I might be looking forward to pick here potentially as we go into this, but it's definitely going to be very skirmishy. We've seen a lot of teams have a lot of success on the aggression and obviously the third party when it comes to this map in particular. But I also want to give a shout out to the Esports Awards 2020 still going on. You can head over to their Twitter channel and you can check them out and vote for your favorite mobile game of the year. Make sure you get over there. Make sure you go vote for PUBG Mobile as well. And obviously we'd like to hear what you guys have to say when it comes to the show. You can tweet to us at esportspubgm with the hashtag PMWL, and maybe we'll be able to get you on the show at some point in the next few days. Make sure you guys do that. So now, time to go into predictions again. We have no downtime here. Match 4, predictions. We're going straight to 7 as he points to me. That's how it works when you're the host. Who's the team you have to take match 4?
I think I'm going to go back since we're having to change. By the way, if you for some reason join late, we can only go ahead and pick one team a day. All right, so I can't go ahead and repeat with some of the other ones that I already picked. So I'm going to go with B4. They've always said that Sanhok is their favorite map. They really haven't performed that well, but I'm hoping today's that day that B4 just goes and gets the win like they were able to get the 2nd place there on Miramar.
You know, 7, we teamed up last time with Dream Eaters, and that didn't work out well for us. It didn't work out terribly. But I'm going
that bad. Come on now.
I mean, 11 points. I mean, yeah, we've had worse games. But I'm going B4.
It wasn't Mustache
well.
Dave, 2 points. Hey, let's go.
Come on, man. Come on. I'm going B4 as well here for this. They said, I mean, you heard Knight in the interview, this is their favorite map. It's one of their best maps. So, Jason Kaplan, B4. Glitter, who's the team you're looking for?
You know, I always respect the B4 pick because you know I love me a little bit of B4. I did have a nice pick with them on our last map, but I can't pick them twice. So I'm actually going to go with Konina Power this time around. I know they had a rough showing on Miramar, however, overall today, they've been very good and aggressive, and because of how brawly Sanhok is, I kind of feel good about this pick.
Okay, so we got Konina Power, we got 2 B4s. We'll see how things are going to work out. Obviously, we do head into the next match. So we're going to talk to you guys a little bit later on, and if Glitter gloats yet again about outperforming us 7, I'm going to be extremely sad and might cry here live on air. All right, well, I'm glad they cut off his audio. I don't want to know what he said in that one. But obviously, you guys at home, I'm feeling a little bit lucky not hearing what 7 said. You can feel lucky as well if you're watching within the game, within the Esports Center. You can get a limited time outfit if you are, well, lucky enough. And it's time to now even talk about our commentators to bring in. We obviously had Hot Jukes get a chicken dinner with Tempo Storm.
How's it going, Jason?
I'm not worthy.
How are you?
Sir, I'm bending the knee for you. How goes it, Hot Jukes?
It goes well, you know, just working hard, staying humble, and, you know, just living life.
Okay, Mustache Dave, as we are obviously some of his subjects here, how do you feel about this match coming up?
It goes well, thy be true. I just got back from plowing the fields out here for King Jukes, so I'm a little tired, but I'm ready for it. I'm ready. I mean, I don't have an option, do I?
I mean, I hope you do. I'm really more confused about how big his closet is to have so many different outfits, because he had a cowboy hat up one day, now he's a king.
What can I say? You know, just currently being #1 in the talent predictions. You know, it's just it's a hard life that I have to live, and a weight that I have to bear alone. But you know what? It's a weight that I bear, and I just do my best.
I mean, it clearly hasn't gone to your head at all. Yeah, I mean, you're definitely a very modest person. I can
Not at
see.
all. Of course.
Probably the most modest
so
person.
like, you know, the most modest person, at least on the planet, at least in my opinion, you know. But going forward here, I'm going to go and predict loops in this one, you know. And I'm going to pick loops because, you know, of course, we can't pick the same team twice because I was, you know, at first place for so long. And then our commissioner, of course, you know, changed it. Jason, you know, but, you know, now that that's happened, of course, you know. So this one, I'm going to go with loops here, and hopefully they're going to get it done in Sanhok.
Okay, Mr. Mustache Dave, as we are lonely peasants, who's your prediction?
Yeah, I have to comply with the king and go with loops. I mean, you know, that's the only option. So I'm going with loops.
Okay, well, Mustache Dave and my king Hot Jukes, why don't you guys take us into our 4th match of the day? Because my knee is killing me.
Thank you. Thank you, Jason. Thank you so much for doing a great, wonderful job. But here we go. Match number 4, taking it over to the jungle. Sanhok. We've seen the book written about this map over and over again. The blue zone. Now that's king when it comes to Sanhok. That's for sure. Can't wait to see how this one's going to turn out today, Dave.
Yeah, let's get into it. Personally, like, Sanhok has been like growing on me these past couple months, and it's up there, like, honestly one of my top 5 maps in PUBG Mobile, you know, seriously. So we're gonna get into this game. Teams already gonna be dropping out of the cargo hold door. SWAT 69, one of them, Alpha Legends, Yala. We still see Wildcard out there. Wildcard, okay, dropping right on over Paradise Resort, but we all know Cloud9 go there.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to go ahead and just pass that up, as that definitely information came back to them in a hurry. And it looks like they're going to head up north over to Cal up there. And this is that one map, you know, that every single team is just trying to spread out, hopefully survive the initial drop, because we definitely see, I think, every Sanhok match, usually 1 member or 2 members getting caught out in the rotation. But we see this first circle, Dave. And it's over to the west, the 2 islands. I think this is one of the most dangerous circle for all these teams. What do you think?
No, I concur. I concur 100%. Good. I mean, I do have an option. But interesting, though. It was Shifan on the break from Nova Esports, kind of talking about the strategy, the game plan that the squad is trying to implement here in the tournament, going for placement points. I mean, this is what I was saying that SWAT 69 should be doing. But Nova, I mean, Hatchukes, what's your take on that one?
You know what? I love to see teams being able to actually make adjustments, even at this high level. You know, Nova, I think, recognized that what they were doing, even though it worked for them so far in the past, when it came to this stage, they realized that, you know what? It's not the right strat. We got to go ahead and mix it up and make some adjustments. So I love to see Nova doing that, even at this stage. Now, they're having it's tough, right? Being able to go ahead and just adjust your entire play style at this level, we're going to definitely see some growing pains. And I think that's what we've seen so far coming from Nova.
Yeah, so we'll have to see. We'll pay attention to them moving forward, as very interesting kind of facts that we've learned on these interviews. I love the interviews. It gives you such a good insight on the teams, and it kind of explains just a little bit more, you know, like why we see what we see from them. Because it's easy for us to be like, oh, they're doing this, they're doing that. But coming straight from the mouth, you know, from the actual squad, you just love it. You love it.
I'd love to get that perspective. Definitely coming from these players as well. And speaking of PUBG Mobile royalty, you got to talk about Shifan. You know, Shifan, for anybody out there that hasn't checked out his channel, he has some of the biggest videos for PUBG Mobile when it comes to about how he has his sensitivity settings, everything like that. So that's something that you guys should definitely go check out if you haven't already. It'll definitely up your game. As, man, this guy, he's a monster. You can definitely tell that he's that standout player when it comes to Nova Esports. But hopefully they're able to get it figured out, as now Dream Eaters. Oh,
dude. Toffee's out here. Toffee's out here running with that Vector. Next thing you know, I see Axel pop up from the rocks and just take him out. I mean, talk about a jump scare. I know we talk about that a lot here, but we tend to talk about it more on Sanhok, and Axel, I mean, just popping up right there. Actually insane from Team Queso.
You know, that's something that's interesting right there. I wonder what Dream Meters was really kind of going through, what was going through their head as they were doing that rotation, because Team Queso, this is their drop location. They always love to go ahead and go to those warehouses off of boot camp and make this exact pathing. They've done it pretty much almost every Sanhok game. So I wonder if Dream Meters thought that they were going to mix it up, or maybe that intel wasn't really there for them. So they just decided to kind of full send it up that hill. And man, the snakes in the grass, Team Queso. 3 members out from Dream Eaters just like that. Wow.
Or the goats in the hills, you know, in the mountains, I guess you could say. I want to say Dream Eaters. Ooh,
look at that.
Okay.
You be you.
The thirst. Can you get the thirst and really upset Team Queso's day right here? Axel going to be recognizing where Miku is, taking these shots from. Going to be aiming right down sights. Miku right behind this rock. Going to be giving away so much information when it comes to audible cues out here. We'll need to be cautious on, you know, how much more information they decide to give out here, as we got Wildcard and Cloud9 not too far behind them. So this is kind of when they need to decide, do I try to get these kills, these revenge knocks, or go for placement points and just, you know, be a snake?
And me Q listening to audible cues with the QBU, cooking some stew, trying to get it done. As he's the last member alive for Dream Eaters. Surprisingly, he's doing this so aggressive, but we just talked about Nova Esports right now. And here they go, Tempo Storm. Oh, the jump shot. Tensa, wow, look at that movement.
Tensa God, that's their name in the chat.
Insane.
They got their name for a reason. Tensa God, it's Spec Bro, Rain Cutie, and a HH24 bot. That's what the chat was spamming on earlier on. So let's see if Tempo can get another dub underneath their belt. They already got 1 kill when it comes to the side of Nova. And Shifan doing exactly what he said in the interview. Going to be going for those placement points and avoiding this early conflict.
Oh, that's smart. Shifan's like, I'm out. You know, you do not definitely want to go against a full squad of Tempo when you're all by yourself right there. And, you know, if anybody says, you know, HH24 bot, that's because I think, you know, when his last interview, you see that, you know, he's a really kind of quiet kind of individual. But I'll tell you what, that guy, that's a wolf in sheep's clothing, if anything can ever say that, because when it comes to PUBG Mobile, that guy is an absolute monster. And that's why I picked him for the last team. They had a couple bad matches, and you know they're going to come out hungry as they take out 2 members from Nova here at Sanhok.
Yep, Nova Esports losing too early. HH24 with that love tap right there. There you go, 2 points. Bada bing, bada boom. They're going to be in a centralized position now. Setting up shop out here. Talking about setting up shop. Dadden up here in the guard tower with their other squad mates, Federal and Ario, on the outskirts of this, in the rocks, just standing guard. Stand in guard right here.
And Loop's one of the most aggressive teams that we've seen so far, especially when it comes to Sanhok. And you can just tell that even they know, you know what, we don't want to be running around right now. So they're just kind of holding this spot. And I think pretty much all these teams right now don't want to make any unnecessary movement or rotations, don't want to get caught out, just kind of waiting for this next circle and see where it goes.
I mean, it's the war of snakes right here. The war of snakes. You never know who you might step on. Might be a rattlesnake, might be a...
Oh! Kill feed.
Okay.
All that, yeah. So that speaking of snakes, right? It's one of the most well-known snakes in the business. Sixless catching out Federal on top of that. Hell, look at that angle that he was able to catch right there. That's the level that these guys are playing at. Tiniest little pixel spots, even from 300 meters. These guys are able to get the quick knock. And look at this as they're just throwing some smokes out right now, trying to pick up Federal. And he got thirsted.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
They toss these smokes, too. They toss
from long range. Oh, Sixless is not moving. I think he was even happy about that one right there. I think that was just a blind fire. What a clutch shot right there from Sixless.
Rumor is if Sixless gets 5 kills in a game, he levels up and we'll finally get to see his face there on the bottom of the screen. But waiting for 4 more kills. 4 more kills, and we might be blessed with that one. Yep, one right now.
And, you know, we'll see if he can be able to get it done, as that was an insane shot right there. You know for a fact that had to hype him up for the rest of this match, especially taking out a big member from Loops right there. That was really huge.
Oh, Kowalski taking some shots. Taking some shots on Ayala. Ayala, you saw that? The dance move right there. The moves, able to avoid the spray from Kowalski.
And Team Queso, you can just see them pulling out the salsa right there. They had to do it. You know, especially when you got a member like Kowalski just been dominating for Loops. I mean, these guys are just doing any kind of movement, anything they can do to move that hitbox around to survive. And Ayala just getting it done right there.
Thing is,
Kowalski,
giving away information over here to C9 and Beowulf right there on the rock. Right behind the rock, trying to spot out Kowalski. Kowalski getting a little nervous over here, We saw looking on over their shoulder just a second ago, but gonna go back on to try to spot out where Ayala might be. But you already know, Cloud9, they love Sanhok, and you know why? Because they are a team that can get so close to you without you even knowing. And then by the time they're on top of you, they're already throwing grenades.
Oh yeah, this squad is so great at being able to collect information and use it to their best advantage. You know for a fact, they know that Loops is down 1 member from that kill feed right there. And I'm not sure if they're 100% that this is Loops right here, but once they get that first knock, you know for a fact Cloud9's going to push this hard. Oh, huge nade from Bayo.
To pull the pin, going to be cooking this one up. Oh, grenade from Kowalski, going to be blowing up right in the face of Uneven, but Uneven. Here he comes. The turd, going to be making the push with the barrel. Chunked down from the grenade, though. Only 2 up from Loops up there on the high ground. 2 up still right here in the front lines from Cloud9, and Adar trying to catch that off angle and make sure that their squad mates aren't pushed on.
And I love the fact that Cloud9, even though they know that there's only 2 members up from Loops, they opt to play it safe. They want all 4 members up, especially for a map like Sanhok right here. So opting to go for that reset, get healed up, and then crest the hill right afterwards.
Adar still holding that off angle. Looks like everybody was able to get revived off that one. C9 trying to heal on up. Carnage out here. I saw him last game on Miramar tweet out one of their knocks. So Carnage looking to get some more out there. Might have spotted that push down the hill from Loops, but Loops, they are able to get into some type of cover and remain undetected by Carnage.
Man, just trying to survive. When you're down a member, especially on this kind of map, it's just so tough. I think that if any team can survive without one, though, it's got to be Loops. You know, Loops, they just play so well as a unit, even if they're a 3-man squad. We've seen them do it before, so I know they're pretty bummed out for losing a member like that so early on. Regardless, though, you know they're going to come bring the pain here at the end of this match.
And I just gotta know, I know they're off the map right now, but Konina Powers, they took a boat. They took a boat all the way from the northeast. They were in the northeast to tip, and they wrapped all the way around. And now they're finally about to make sure over there by those salt fields where Unique is currently holding on. But yeah, we'll have to see the kill feed. Crate gone over to the Knights. So let's see how they'll be able to utilize that. Football list currently swimming across the channel.
You can just see right now, just football is, you know, using the water place right now. What I was about to say is, the last time we saw a team use a boat inside Sanhok was Team Umbra, I believe. And they got second place using a boat in Sanhok right here. So I wonder, I'm going to keep an eye on Konina Power and see where they place right here. Because, man, maybe that boat's the lucky charm to Sanhok.
Lucky charm. Well, Unique, they might be looking for that lucky charm. They've been having a pretty choppy day, rough day when it comes to acquiring some points. And Annalise trying to hold these angles, trying to, you know, play that snaking role for the squad and get some information. Recognizing, okay, I got a squad on me, currently throwing some grenades. I'm going to casually back on up. I mean, Memphis is on the bridge. Unique, they are so spread right now.
Completely spread out right now, and this is what the most difficult part is right now. Yeah, it's going to give you a lot more information and opportunity, but this is Sanhok. You know, you never know where a team is going to be hiding behind a rock or anything like that. So Team Unique, I'd love to see them play this a lot tighter right now and use each other rather than yourself to just get intel.
And Annalise has got the battle axe, looking to call down the thunder from Thorn. Maybe use that ability to get the squad wipe, but I don't think that's going to happen. Next zone does go on up, so Footballists, they just swam across the channel. Will they swim back and try to reclaim the northern part of that land to themselves? Look at all the teams to the south. They all have to make their way on in and around the ruins.
Man, this is going to be a tough circle right here, especially considering you look at it. Where will it go? Will it go down south back to Footballists, or will it go to the North Island? That's totally possible. And all of the teams right now are on these southern islands. So if the zone hard shifts to their north, oh my gosh, I can't wait to see how this match is going to end.
Lord giving out some warning shots. Gonna be swapping over to the suppressed Vector with the scope on it. Spotting out Vindex, going to be chunking down Vindex. ProLord was able to get behind this tree right near the compound. Through the grenade, through the window. Xana was taken down and out, but ProLord needs to make some moves. It is just up to ProLord and Halls right now because Vindex is bleeding out. One of their members already thirsted.
ProLord right now just trying to hold behind this tree and survived all he can. He's able to get that first aid off right now, but he's completely stuck out from the rest of his squad as Yala right now is trying to put some return fire and stop this push.
Yeah, Yala are hungry. Yala are so hungry right now. They need these points in order to shoot up this leaderboard. ProLord's going to be in the grass. ProLord is going to be spotted. Will be taking some shots and traded on right there. Is going to be taken down. Vindex was recently revived, so Umbra still with 2 up.
Yeah, and you could just see right there, he was that member from Umbra was just completely caught out. There was nothing he could really do right there. He was trapped between 2 teams, and Yala able to kind of get that that revive and get that return knock was just so clutch for them. And man, this zone right here, I'm really looking at it really closely right now because this could be one of the most difficult Sanhok zones I have ever seen here in the World League West.
I hope all of our zones favor that bridge where Memphis is. I hope Memphis can get second place or maybe even first place. Just on the bridge, not even making a move. No one's going to look up there. No one's even going to see you up there. Talk about some camping spots. Well, there's one to write down in the book of Sanhok. And Yala, they spent a lot of time out there trying to get these kills onto Umbra. But here comes Jukes, the blue zone.
Yep, and this is the most difficult part of Sanhok right here. These zones come in faster than any other map, period. You look at the map, as soon as it ticks, you have 30 seconds to get into this next circle. So you can see problems right now. He's got a big one. He's trying to decide, what do I do? How am I going to press into this circle, especially when you got a whole full team of Yala pressing up right now. Oh, problems.
At least it's suppressed.
Almost caught him.
At least it's suppressed. The suppressed M4 problem's going to be making their way on up. Now, King is in Pynam on the edge.
He got caught.
Problems, they do have squad mates. Squad mates who are currently inside the actual zone, but problems, I mean, maybe... Oh! Lord! I was going to say, oh, never mind. Problems is done.
That's it. AWM inside of Sanhok. You know how rare that is right there? Lord, putting it to good use right onto problems. But man, speaking of problems, like I said multiple times, all these teams have a big one right now as they have 30 seconds now on the clock to get in this next circle. Oh, N7R, I think he died to drowning right there.
Rip. Oh, needs
I don't think Yala got the
lifeguard.
kill.
Yep, lifeguard's not on duty. Next zone did go on up. Just to note, the Knights right in the middle. Right in the middle. It did shift somewhat center. King, yep. Taken out. SWAT 69 having a real challenging Sanhok map here.
And this is that tough map. It's anybody's game right here. That's for sure. Footballist, Rom, B4. This is a big fight.
This is good. Max is going to be cooking a grenade, going to be tossing that right behind that rock, going to be spotting out Lutz, trying to make their way on over to that other rock, but it's going to be spotted. Was that from a third party? Lavison connecting on to Maxon right there. Remember, Tempo aren't too far from this either.
Look how many teams are right here. You got Pittsburgh Knights J7 right there as well. All these teams are going to start crashing on each other. This is Sanhok, baby. This is how it's done. At the beginning of the map, it gets a little slow, but towards the end, we just start seeing teams drop like flies.
Baby. Footballists going to be tossing out some grenades on top of B4, trying to get these grenades on into the windows. That B4 is currently occupied. Mixer out here behind this rock, prone, waiting to surprise Footballists as they make their push.
Konina Power.
Here. Yep, Rob from Konina Power just straight up sending it, getting back on over here to Spec Bro. Gonna be popping up, taking down Maxon, getting that thirst.
So Tempo Storm full squad up at the end of the circle right now. So they're in this zone, got a great position right here. And you can just see Konina Power right now just trying to get into this zone as this one it's about to be zone number 5 and this one hurts. HH24 got the nade in his hand as he runs because he knows he's going to be using it really soon.
Yala starting to press. They heard those gunshots from earlier. Going to be tossing a grenade right on top of Rain. Chunking down Rain just a little bit, but 2 members from Yala currently bleeding on out. Yala attempting to get the revives when it comes to Xana. Lord in the back end of this one with that AWM, trying to provide the cover fire for these revives to be successful.
Tempo's got the big opportunity to get a huge gatekeep, a lot more points on the board. They had a big chicken dinner here last, so this is huge for them. And you can see Xana, they can't move up. There goes Lord, they're off angle. They're just going to have to full press this right here and try to take out Tempo. Oh, this nade could have hit. Oh, looks like a little off.
You got Vindex in the blue, might opt to try to backstab these squads when it comes to Yala and maybe get an additional point before getting chunked down to the actual blue zone. Spec able to get the confirm. Now there's just 2 from Yala.
Yeah, they are really hurt right now. There's not much they can do. They have to just stay where they're at and just try to bite the bullet when it comes to this blue zone right here. We switch on over to Spec as Tempo. They have a really great position. They're able to get this next zone relatively close to them. So right now, HH is just trying to gatekeep the best he can, and looks like he is able to spot Vindex down there. And Vindex, oh, here comes the blue.
Yeah, blue zone. up right on top of Vindex. Vindex, though, blessed. HH gonna be pulled back. But Vindex running right on into the hands of Yala. They got 2 up over here. They got 2 up.
Yeah, and
they need to work towards Tempo. So it's like Tempo honestly in the best position right now.
Definitely, definitely. Right now, Yala has to make a huge play if they're going to try and survive this. As HH24, he is locked down on this squad. He wants to get this gatekeep so bad, and he knows it's essential for them to clear their backs right now. Oh. You can see, he gets the spot, and there's, he survives. But gets caught by 7.
As the rock to work with when it comes to getting a higher vantage point. Yeah, might not get one, but we'll definitely get the last one. Yala Esports are going to be taken out, and almost immediately Tempo are going to redirect their attention to clearing out all these teams on the edge of the blue zone, as we did just see that next shift in the zone.
I mean, just a few seconds ago, there was 13 teams alive. Now there's 6, just like that. Carrillo, last one up from Loops. Oh, he's got a pretty good, solid spot right now. I don't think, 7. He knows he's there. He knows that he's right there, and this nade could get it done.
Austin, it's bouncing.
Bounce.
Okay, 25, so it will hit just a little bit, and the med situation not looking good.
Yeah, right now Carrillo is just completely stuck, trying to buy some more time. That shot, that gave away his position.
Yeah,
sure.
Here comes another grenade.
Ooh,
nice.
That might do it. That might do it.
First save. Oh, done.
That's the blue zone for you right there. That one stings way too hard. Just had to put a little bit of damage to be able to let the blue zone do the work.
Another one.
Oh, and the play zone knocks Memphis as well. Tempo is just getting all their kills stolen right now from this blue zone.
Yep. HH is knocked out. Recently revived from Rain. And Tempo, they got 4 up. Pittsburgh Knights, they got 4 up. Unique. They only got 1.
This is a rematch right now for sure. Tempo Storm and Pittsburgh Knights. We saw them go at it on Sanhok in the last Dave's match. And Spec even getting caught by the blue zone right there. There goes the last member of Team Unique. Oh, and the zone hard shifts over to Pittsburgh Knights. They have a really solid wall right here. This is Pittsburgh Knights' game to win without a doubt.
6 kills so far. Carnage going to be attempting to mow down this grass.
Got a hit
just
marker.
A little too tall. Carnage does not appreciate that. We'll be taking some shots out there into the smokes. Currently, these smokes, the only real thing that Tempo have to work with right now when it comes to cover.
And the Tempo, this is going to be a devastating rotation right now. They just got all the smokes they have, trying to throw them out. But this is Sanhok. There's not a lot of smokes that drop in here in general right now. You can just see 2 of their members hitting the deck. I like this kind of snake strategy from Tempo. I don't know if it's going to go in vain, though, as this zone is starting to close on them.
Yeah, I like it as well. You got 3 members from Tempo working together, all crawling. The blue zone going to start to impact some damage on top of them. J7 connecting onto Tensa. Spec getting taken down to the blue zone. HH connecting onto Carnage, and then Sixless connecting onto Rain. 3 up right now for the Knights. 3 up for the Knights. They are looking to get the dub. Sixless going to be getting some flushes on over there. And if I'm not mistaken, only 1 up. HH going down to the blue.
Make the sacrifice. He knew it right there. He knew for a fact that he was not going to survive that engagement. So he opted smart just to say, you know what? I'm going to let the blue zone take me out right there and restrict another point from Pittsburgh Knights. But man, what a way to finish off this fight. We got the rematch, and Pittsburgh Knights was able to take that one.
3 kills onto Sixless, 2 kills onto Carnage, 1 kill onto Raven, and 2 onto J7. I mean, talk about positioning. They have these zones, and they locked it down.
So clutch to be able to see that come from PK. They know that's going to give them a lot of confidence and the energy that they need to really be able to shut this one out big time. And, you know, for PK, to get that was a 5-man team at the end, that's for sure. Because they had their 4 members up and the blue zone on their side. Tempo with no cover, throwing all the smokes they can. They did everything they could to survive. And, man, HH24 at the end just saying, you know what? Yeah, nothing we can do about this. I'm just going to go out to the blue zone and try to catch out in the next game.
Yeah, I'll catch you next game. And they got second place. They got second place as well. So Tempo, they've been having a pretty consistent day. 3rd place going on over to Unique. And Unique, they were yo-yoing that whole game. They were all over the place. for them to be able to get third place, also something that they should be pretty proud of.
Big points added on to this leaderboard. But we still have one more match left to go. Can't wait to get into that one. But first, let's hear from the desk right after this quick short break.
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
King Jukes, Pittsburgh Knights. Is there some sort of like collusion going on here? How did that happen? Pittsburgh Knights have been playing so well throughout today. And Viren pointed that out to us while we're talking to him, watching the match. And I hope they take themselves home a chicken dinner, get themselves one step closer to being into that #1 position. 7 Glitter going to be joining me here as we break down now our map rankings from that last match here. 7, why don't you start things off by talking about what you see?
Oh, what I saw? You mean the king of burger there in King Jukes? He wasn't able to get this one right, though. Pittsburgh Knights was able to go ahead and pull off that win with 8 kills. And they have had, this is by far their best showing so far in this tournament, this PMWL West, by being able to get that win too. And they've been just so consistent with kills. And then Temple Storm being able to back up a first place with the second place, I think that is so huge for them. And then Team Unique, I know we haven't really been able to mention much about Team Unique, but guess what? Being able to get that third place with 4 kills, that is huge as well. And then another team that's kind of like a surprise here, Yalla Esports. Yalla Esports sometimes is able to go ahead and get just only placements. They don't really go for kills that much, but being able to get 5 kills there, I think that's huge. As we're going to be going into the second page here, Glitter, which one out of those teams there was a surprise for you?
I think Yalla was definitely a pleasant surprise. And now as we're looking onto the second page, I think a surprise is actually before here on the second page. This is a map that historically, you know, they've said that they've enjoyed, and we have seen them have some success with Sanhok. And so a little bit surprised to see them towards the bottom here at this leaderboard, but they did have a very strong showing on Miramar, so they should be fine. And, you know, unfortunately, my pick, Konina Power, didn't have the strongest game, but also SWAT 69 falling out super early, and that's definitely going to hurt them considering that they're already kind of trying to scrape their way to the top of those leaderboards from behind.
I mean, the thing is that they were playing catch-up day 1 here, match 1 as we came into this, and they're playing more catch-up as the matches go on because they're falling further and further behind at the moment. They're behind by 80 points, and that's not what you want to see. So take a look at Pittsburgh Knights' stats here from that last match. 1,700 damage. The healing for me is what really stands out, 7, because that's some of the lowest healing I think we've seen in a single game yet.
They didn't have to move. They kept getting the zone, and hey, when you get blessed with the zone, take full advantage, and they were doing just that by being able to collect 1,700 damage. And I think you're right, that might be the lowest damage so far that we have seen in the PMWL West. I think in PMPL Americas, I saw about like 40 healing or something along those lines. So yeah, but by far, 100 healing, that is huge right there.
I think Footballists with like 200 when they had like 2k damage is one of the lowest ones I've seen until now. Let's take a look though at our do the do moments from that last match here and break down some of the plays we did see in particular. And you know, obviously one team we were looking at was going to be Nova, because obviously we got to talk to G-Fan here from the last match, and unfortunately they didn't really have the greatest of times yet again.
Yeah, I think they struggled a little bit on this map, and you know, sometimes that happens. I don't think that this historically is one of their preferred maps anyways, but even just going back and touching on what you guys had just talked about a little bit with the damage to healing ratio, I think when it comes to PK, the most important part to note is the fact that they were still able to get, you know, 8 kills and almost 1,800 damage while doing minimal healing, which is, yes, you can get blessed with the zone, but that being able to put that much damage out at the same time, that at that point, that's not the zone. That's your positioning. That's your communication with your team. And that's something that we were talking about as well when we were watching the game 7. Clearly, like, we've spoken to them and they've said, you know, they're working on that, right? Because they are still relatively new together. And in this entire day so far, it really feels like they're starting to find their groove as a team.
Yeah, and once you find your groove, then everything is going to become a little bit easier. The chemistry as well between the players is going to be a lot easier. And one of the highlights that I wanted to go ahead and mention there that we just saw was Cloud9 getting to another fight with Loops Esports. That is the 3rd time today that we have seen that. And remember, these were teams that were in 1st place and 2nd place. We usually don't get to see those top teams kind of fight each other. And I love seeing that every single time. I know you like it too, Glitter. Seeing the top teams just kind of go at each other, not being scared to go at each other. And guess what? Cloud9 came out on top of that one. They weren't able to fully wipe Loops Esports because they weren't able to run away, and Korea was able to actually get a lot of placement points there for Loops Esports. But overall, I think it's a fight that I'm going to go ahead and continue to look at. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we end up getting another finish in the future with just those 2 teams. And B4 was one of those interesting picks for me. This was actually the team that I picked. Even though they keep saying Sanhok is their favorite map, I feel like they perform so much better in Miramar. So in the future, I might have to go ahead and change my picks. And Yala being a little bit sneaky there, being able to go ahead and get those kills. But overall, I think the story for me in regards to Tempo Storm has been HH24. He's been able to just go ahead and finally start pretty much outputting a lot more damage, getting kills as well for his team. And now as we go here for Pittsburgh Knights, I think another player that we need to go ahead and mention, especially on the last game, was Sixless. Sixless was able to get 3 kills with almost 600 damage. And being able to go ahead and hold up those off angles right there, as you were able to see on the screen, that was huge for that team. And I think what they were able to do there for the finish was amazing. The way that the players were positioned for Pittsburgh Knights, even though they didn't have this zone, I think they just played that so well.
Yeah, and as you guys were saying before, you know, for Pittsburgh Knights, they're trying to get their team together, right? And one of the best things you can do is get in reps, right? Get in those repetitions, get in those games with each other, and what a better way to do it than playing in the league play. Yeah, I mean, you were on the road machine earlier today, Sev, you know what it's about. And then also get in matches when it comes to the Super Weekend, right? This is important for them just to get more matches played over time, and I'm curious if they're going to continue to improve as the games do continue to go on. And well, speaking about improving, let's take a look at the damage numbers from that last match as well here and see how things really broke down. We saw the damage coming out of Pittsburgh Knights, but how does that relate to every other team out there, as we're going to see them up on your screen right about now? I mean, we'll have Tempo Storm there, but even Team Unique getting relatively far. But it seems like the teams who went for the battles early on and got some damage done didn't fare too well when it came to the very end, Glitter.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of the teams that fell in the middle of the overall standings for this particular map ended up definitely dishing out a lot of damage. Like we said, PK had a really nice compound they were able to hold for a long time, but they were very aggressive in you know, holding that position because of the amount of damage that we see coming out of them. Very strong back-to-back games for Tempo Storm, so it's nice to see them being able to pick up a little bit of speed there. But look at the damage coming out of Footballers. They're only able to get 3 kills, but almost 1,300 damage here, 7.
Yeah, and Footballers is one of those teams that we always expect kills out of them. Hey, not enough kills, but at least getting 3. It's something, right? And then with Cloud9, remember, this was the first place team out of the Super Weekend going into this match, getting 6 kills. I think that's huge for them. And one of those kills, some of those kills were actually from Loops Esports. So being able to kind of hinder a little bit their biggest threat right now for that #1 place.
I mean, the thing is that what we saw to Loops in general, I think over our play here in the World League, is that no teams can really contest them early on well, or at least are consistent and be able to contest them. And I think we're seeing Cloud9 kind of rise up to that challenge. You pointed out, Seven, that's the 3rd time we've seen them go head-to-head so early on in the games, and I think it's maybe Cloud9 trying to keep them in check. We saw the damage Loops did, about 200 to 300 there. They're really, you know, taking away that early aggression out of Loops and preventing them from getting a lot of early momentum and a lot of early kills, Glitter.
Yeah, and I think that's really important, not only because of the overall points, but also if you're in the position that Cloud9 and Loops are in right now when it comes to the points for the Super Weekend, you're pretty comfortable, right? So you're making the assumption that there's a high chance that this is definitely one of the big teams you need to look out for going into the grand finals. So it's also possible that they're trying to start taking these engagements knowing that they're in a comfortable position points-wise to test Loops a little bit, to kind of see what they can and cannot push with Loops so that going into the finals, they're even better prepared, because so far, every time they've taken these engagements, both teams have suffered losses, but it's never been one completely blowing the other one out of the water, which is very, very important for those squads.
What about the mind game, 7? That's what I'm kind of thinking. Like, I think Cloud9 kind of want to get in their heads, being like, hey, you guys have had the run of the mill, so many different matches. This time, we're going to get in your face and force you to really grind out these games.
Yeah, I'm sure as we'll be able to pull up the overall standings. I think that's a huge thing. Remember, mind games are a thing in this game, and Cloud9 might be able to go ahead and achieve that. And the good thing that they actually had going their way there with Cloud9 pushing Loops Esports was that other teams were also third-party in Loops Esports. You had players like Sixless actually shooting at some of the Loops Esports players, and I think that kind of helped them out a bit as well.
Okay, well, let's take a look at those overall standings then to see if Loops has been able to close that gap up against Cloud9. And we can still see that a position being maintained, 10-point difference here between first and second place. But again, those kills out of Loops Esports is just ridiculous, continuing to pick them up time and time again, Glitter.
It's actually kind of crazy how much of a difference you see in the kill points between Loops aggression and the rest of the teams up in the top 10 position. We see Football's getting so close, only 1 kill away from that triple-digit kill point marker. But, I mean, Loops and Cloud9 are definitely teams that everyone needs to be looking out for. But even more impressive is Pittsburgh Knights able to catapult themselves into 3rd place overall right now. And I know Seven's going to be happy about that because he's definitely a fan of Pittsburgh Knights.
Well, you got to throw me under the bus like that.
That's a good thing.
I do love them. I do like seeing teams that I've known for a while actually go ahead and start doing well. And it's not only the teams, it's just the players themselves. I've known Carnage for a long time. I know Sixless, and it's pretty much he started his PUBG Mobile Esports career. And I love when they're able to go ahead and start getting into a group. Something you guys were mentioning is that was a new team. Keep in mind, Sixless wasn't even in that team from PMWL Americas. He was in somewhere else. So it's good to see the gear starting to fall in place in a way. And then as we're going here to the second pitch, SWAT 69, after playing 4 matches, they have only amount 3 points. That is, I mean 12 points, 3 points per game. That is just not going to go ahead and help you out when you have teams like Yalla Esports actually starting to do a little bit better, also start racking up kills. That lead is just going to keep expanding, and you want to be able to be in the top 16 in case you missed it, because the top 16 are the ones that are going to be moving on to the grand finals, Jason.
I mean, look at UDR Killers, 93 points, currently sitting in 15th place. Yalla is 1 point behind them. And again, UDR is not playing here today. They did not re-qualify to the second Super Weekend, so they're just going to watch themselves slip further and further down the leaderboards and just hope and pray that SWAT 69 can't pass them and knock them into 17th place. We're going to be taking a look at a head-to-head here. We've been talking about these teams for quite a long time, and why not keep talking about them? Cloud9 up against Loops, and you can see the amount of damage done. Still going to be favoring Loops, but 50k damage done in 42 games is insane here, 7.
It is. It definitely is. And it's surprising that it's actually so close. And you can tell which one is definitely the most aggressive team as you go to the damage received. Loops Esports getting almost 1.5k more damage received than Cloud9, and Cloud9 is just more that non-risk taker. You don't have to go ahead and take it if you don't want to, so they take to be a little bit more passive. And then in regards to kills here, something that we used to see before with Loops Esports is they used to have a lot more kills than knockouts. It seems like they have gotten into situations where maybe they're not going and able to finish those kills, so that's interesting to go ahead and look forward to. And overall, I think these teams are being able to go ahead and finish up most of their knocks, which is huge. We have seen teams that usually they get like 20 more knocks, but not enough kills. You need to go ahead and finish those. Those are extra points. It can't come down to just 1 point, as we saw in league play.
I mean, we also have our top fraggers with Adder up against Carrillo in that head-to-head as well, which is really cool to see. But it's also time to take a look at our head-to-heads between each other, our talent prediction, see how many points we're able to squeak by with. And, 7, not too bad. We got 7 points. I think that was maybe a little bit of a coincidence coming through. And Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave getting themselves 9. Glitter, I respect the play. You picked Canadian Power. I'm not even going to knock you at all. I think that was a good effort, 100%.
Yeah, I think
nice try.
I think this was a little bit of a rough game for everybody.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, we've had top 3 finishes for all of us. But either way, that's kind of we have to deal with how that match should go down. And again, if you guys have missed out in the game, we do have Royal Pass Season 14. If you haven't picked it up just yet, why not? You guys still have time to do it. And if that's not going to be enough for me just saying it, you also get to see a little bit of a video to maybe help convince you. Well, that's not going to end well for her up against the shotgun there at the very end. But it's time to take a look at the schedule yet again, because we're into our final match of the day, and you're going to see exactly what map it's going to be on right there. I'm not going to bend down because Hot Jukes is not on the screen anymore. We got Erangel coming up as our final match here of the day, which leads me to think about our predictions, because the commissioner, i.e. me, have changed the rules around. We can only pick a team once throughout the day to stop people from picking Cloud9 the entire time, or Loops Esports, which I might, have done myself every single match.
Yeah.
And I'm going to start things off because
to say.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not escaping myself or excusing myself for that one. Didn't pick Cloud9 the first game because I'm saving them for the last match of the day. So my pick, Cloud9, 100%. What's up, Glitter? What's wrong? Are you surprised?
No.
Oh, are you guys doing the same thing again? Is this what's going on?
Do we just become best friends again, Glitter?
Oh, gosh.
All right, well then, Glitter, she picked Cloud9. 7, you can't choose Cloud9, so you can't be best friends with us, but who did you choose?
I can't choose. Just kidding. I actually went ahead and asked Twitch chat, and they gave me a great option. I'm looking at Monica here. She said go for Temple Storm. So you know what? I'm going to go for Temple Storm. They have had great performances so far. I think they ended up winning 2nd place. And then could this be another win? I don't, who knows what can happen here? Hopefully, Jukes. Oh, wait, Jukes can't pick Temple Storm. You know what? I'm going with Temple Storm.
Didn't what was it, Sixless message you like the other day and said, yeah, pick us because we're going to do well here, and that didn't work, and now you're trusting Monica of all people to tell you they're going to do well?
Yeah, it's her birthday, so happy birthday, Monica.
Okay, well, I'll give her that. Happy birthday, Monica. And we'll have 7 sing you happy birthday when we do come back from the match here, as you two get out of here and we get to talk about now, again, more prizes you can win at home. I swear, we're trying to make 7 do it. Or you can win some more stuff at home as long as you're watching within the game, within the Esports Center. You can accumulate points, and within the top 100 viewers, you'll get yourself some exclusive rewards. So make sure you're not doing it yet. Do it right now. You still have time. Don't worry. It's not over just yet. We still have about a week and a half of time to come up, and it's time to bring in our commentators once again. Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave, and I really hope he has his King outfit off because my knee was killing me betting down on that one. And you can't sign up until the King gives you permission, which you didn't give me the entire time, Jukes. I'm a little disappointed, though I think I earned it.
What can I say? After the shenanigans that have gone so far in this league, I think it was well deserved. But yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna be straight up. It's hot as hell in here. I'm a big boy. I said I can't do that no more. So yeah, let's get it going here for the last match of the evening.
I mean, you do have something called air conditioning, right? Because in Europe, we typically don't have it.
I do. The thing is that there's lights going. I'm big robe. Don't mix. So I'm going to pass on it for now.
I have to ask you both, by the way, have you voted for PUBG Mobile as being the mobile esport of the year?
Of course.
Esports Awards 2020. You have. Well, I'm going to ask you guys at home, why haven't you done it yet? If you haven't yet, go head over there to their Twitter account and you guys can check that out and make sure to go vote for PUBG Mobile. Also, as you just saw before, Esports PUBGM, you can tweet to us with the hashtag PMWL and maybe get yourself here on the show as long as it's a good tweet, which all of you send good tweets anyways, just like Mustache Dave did as he was praying for good games last week, if I'm not mistaken. And Monsieur Dave, hi, man. How you doing?
What's up, bro?
What are you doing now?
I was reenacting my picture.
Okay.
That you just mentioned.
Okay, I was a little confused there. I didn't know what was going on. I saw you chopping up your nameplate early on rehearsals. I thought you were doing the slap chop there. I'm not sure exactly. Going into our final game of the day, Tempo has been playing well. PK has been playing well. How do you feel about these two teams and how they've done today?
I think well, go ahead, Dave. You take it.
You're not taking anymore, Jukes. Calm down.
That's right.
Yeah,
go ahead.
on, man.
My bad.
Your crown on. So, I didn't even hear the question. Repeat it one more time.
Okay, Jukes, you take it, man. You got this.
Tempo, Pittsburgh Knights. So far they've been going at it. And you know what? 7, he picked Tempo. Well, he's in 2nd place. I'm in 1st. So I'm going to go with Pittsburgh Knights. Why not? I think that PK might have a good match here at the end. So far, for PK to be able to have such a jump as far in the leaderboards goes for Super Weekend, I know that is huge for them. So for them to be able to have such a great performance, especially considering how they really had some trouble yesterday, man, getting it done here in the first day of Super Weekend when it counts, that's clutch.
Sir, I'm going to have to give you a warning here as commissioner. You can't give your predictions until I ask for them. You get one time for free, but you better watch it. I'm watching you, these glasses. Anyways.
He just wants to be clipped saying that, putting the montage. I'm just saying it.
I'm never in montages. Hosts are never in montages, Dave. All right, well, since we have our first prediction in, who do you think is going to be the team to win?
Well, Seven asked Twitch chat. I asked YouTube chat, and they said Dream Eaters. They said Dream Eaters, so I'm going with Dream Eaters.
I like that. A man of the people. I respect that 100%, Dave. What's your guys' thoughts, though, about SWAT 69 really quickly for you, Jukes? I mean, they start off the day 73 points behind. I'm not asking Dave because he called me a hater last time. Now they're 80 points behind.
And you still hate. I'm just saying.
I'm not hating. I'm just, reiterating the situation they're currently in, right? UDR Killers, though, they're not playing. So they're sitting there at 93 points. Do you think SWAT 69 can get themselves up to that 93-point mark and put themselves ahead of UDR Killers at some point here in the Super Weekend?
I mean, it's totally possible. At the end of the day, though, I think that what's going to be concerning them most is trying to get it into globals. I think that's the main priority. And right now, for them, missing just one day of Super Weekend, it looks like it's going to take a Christmas miracle for them to be able to get it happen. And I'm looking down at my calendar. It says it's July right now. So I think that for SWAT 69, if they want to get something like that to happen, they need something huge, and they need it immediately.
Well, hey,
a day ago.
It's 2020. Christmas could come early. Who knows how this year's gone so far?
No,
well, we are going to be heading into our final match here at Erangel. Why don't you gentlemen take it away?
Let's get it going here. Match number 5, the last match of the evening. Of course, it has to be none other than Erangel. Now, this is one of my favorite maps we've seen. I think that every single one of these teams here have executed so well here. And I'm wondering where this first playing path is going to go. Now, Dave, we have not seen a military circle in quite a long while here. So, Erangel, anything can happen. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen. I'm watching Team Queso right now. They're drinking boost and they're dancing. They're having a good time. They're getting prepped. They're getting ready. They're ready to go. They're locked and loaded. They're ready for the plane. And you said it. Where's the plane going? Well, here it is, Hachu. Here it is, man. You asked for it.
There it is. So you can just start to totally see it. Looks like it's heading from Milta Power, Lipovka, on over to, looks like Primorsk. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Quarry Primorsk. Yeah, so that's where it's going to be headed right here. Now, this is a southern plane path. So I wonder, could I have guessed it?
I think you might have. You just might have guessed it.
Caster's Curse. Oh, goodness.
Caster's Curse.
I'll tell you what.
For me.
Hey, it's good. It's honestly good for the viewers of Military Zone because it's so hectic. It's so fun to watch, but it's definitely a curse for these teams because none of them want to make a rotation down into military. That is certain. Now, Team Queso, I'm really interested looking at them because in the past matches, we've seen them normally Primorsk has been their drop spot. But since then, it looks like they've completely abandoned it and have opted for this kind of mansion drop.
Yeah, I was trying to look back at PMPL VODs, and I chalk it up to that every time they went to Primorsk, they never really got favored with the zones, so they just don't want to deal with that. And that's why I do believe, in my professional opinion, that they change up their drop spot.
Totally possible. I'll tell you what, though, if this circle does decide to go military, it's going to be tough. But, oh, nope, it's going to be right on point. So Team Queso, man, this play worked out for them big time.
This is perfect. This is perfect. And, you know, this circle, not going to be too harsh on pretty much the majority of the lobby. I mean, B4 down there in the military base island, but they have a pretty decent pathway on into the circle number 1, SWAT 69. That's a team we love talking about here because we all love to cheer. You know, we love to cheer for teams. We want them to do good and excel. And old man from Alpha Legends, I picked Alpha Legends 1 tier today. They let me down, but old man, with that SKS, looking right on top of Miku from Dream Eaters. Dream Eaters, that's my team I picked here this game. That's the YouTube chat's team. Looking to get the dub.
And Miku do it once again right now. You can see him punching in anger as he knows he has to leave Milta as we got a full squad of Alpha Legends just kind of holding the spot down right now. And, you know, this is the toughest part right now. Looting up early, it's so dangerous, especially if you're a team that is forced to split loot. And the reason why I say forced is I think they're forced to do that because all of these major teams that have been in the top of the leaderboards, they have claimed big cities as their own. You know Tempo, they're going to, of course, go to good old center map. You know where they're going. They're going to Pachinki, you know? And Cloud9, they're going to head over to South George. And since these teams have those locked down, I just don't think that they want to even try to contest those squads. So they'd rather opt to split loot, but we've seen that definitely bite them in the butt as they usually lose 1 or 2 members in the process.
Yeah, and, you know, hey, getting bite in the butt. Talk about getting bit in the butt. Miku was being hunted on. Was being hunted this whole time. Had no idea. spotted out right there. Ooh, Matic with the trade, though, saying that's Miku, not Miku. Matic going to be tossing the grenade, trying to get the final blow, trying to get the thirst onto that member from Alpha Legends. Not going to be able to do so, but Miku has
Will he survive?
Has about one more. Nope.
He had to jump off the roof. He was going to look to save him. And yeah, unfortunately, Matic out to play it safe, said, you know what, I'm just going to kind of go down. And yeah, just like that, Dream Eaters down a member. Oh, look, Alpha Legends is super split. It does look like they will make it in time, though, to be able to make that pickup.
Anybody but Miku. Why'd it have to be Miku? Why'd it have to be Miku? Hopefully I didn't curse Dream Eaters. You know, I still think they got it in them. You know, it's the final game of the night. They got 3 up. They got their heads in the game. You ever see that movie Space Jam?
Oh, of course. Come on now.
You know, Michael Jordan gives them the juice. Gives them the juice. The final game. The juice is what won the game. I'm giving the juice to Dream Eaters. I gave Dream Eaters the juice. So they got what it takes. They got the
secret stuff.
Needed. The secret juice. The secret sauce. 3 up. I don't have a problem with that. Miku, I'm sorry. Maybe we didn't give you that much juice, but everybody else, Verset, Toffees, Matic, they got the juice. So let's see what they can do here. And looking around, Yala at school pretty center when it comes to circle number 1. For the most part, everybody feeling pretty good. And hopefully my squad's got the juice. Hopefully they got enough juice.
They don't.
Kowalski, the juice man, taking down Matic. Come on, get Matic up, get Matic up. Oh, and thirsted. No, Loops, what are you doing? Why are you doing that?
Man, they sense they happen to have a really big taste for juice as they are on the hunt right now, trying to take a couple, and they full sent it right here. But Dream Eaters, they ejected immediately. Now they took over this little Alamo building right here. The only part about that though is I think Loops might still be on the hunt for them.
This one hurts. This one hurts. So it does look like Loops, okay, they're going to be satisfied. They're going to be satisfied for the time being with their current compound that they were able to acquire for killing Matic.
Man, just like that, 2 members down for Dream Eaters. A tough game.
Still believe.
Them. Yeah, it's still possible. It's still possible. A couple of members might have enough sauce to be able to get it done. You know, looking at it though, from objectively, they have a tall order. That's for sure. Having 2 members up in a map like Erangel, where all these teams are just performing at their absolute peak, man, they got a lot cut out for them.
Yeah, but the other teams, they don't got the secret juice. All right, they don't got the secret juice. So nothing else matters. Out here, 0 from Yala on the outskirts of school. Scar. 2-time scope, looking on top of Halls, and like they might find themselves in a little engagement. Prolor going to be pulling on up with that buggy, and Prez with that support.
Aggressive rotation right here from Team Umbra, just saying that, you know what, we're going to take school for our own. And it looks like Yala, after hearing those shots, are like, you know what, we're just going to play it safe. We need to add some more points onto the leaderboard right now. And this is still early in the circle, so every single team right now are just relatively trying to play it safe. That's what I would assume. But lately, we've been seeing some pretty aggressive rotations from these teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's catching me off guard. That's for sure. It's catching me off guard.
Oh, look at that Trey. Got 8x there. That was nice.
Okay, so they're getting some loot. They're getting some more loot over here. Right across the way, Yala, they got 3 up. They are going to be in the apartments. You see right there, yep, checking their angles, making sure it's all kosher out there when it comes to that hill just to the south of this, because that hill, if someone rolls up onto that, they're going to have sightlines for days on Yala.
Oh, yeah. That'd be dangerous. That'd be dangerous for sure right now. So, Yala, all these teams need to be just kind of head on a swivel. You never know where a squad could be hanging out. And you definitely see, like, at this high level, these teams move so diligently for the most part. I think you see a lot of these guys on the top of the leaderboards. Every single time they do a rotation, like, I think even when I look back at Cloud9, they always have, like, that kind of one-person scouting and then just move up piece by piece as we hit up this replay right here. Alpha Legends, yeah, just the thirst. On to Miku. What a tough break for Dream Eaters.
Yeah, the observing team definitely trying to shove it in my face right there.
Oh, feels bad.
Oh, here's another one. But Kowalski, I mean, the shots, you know, the red dot right there. I mean, the aim on point. I mean, I'm impressed.
I mean, that's Loops right there. You know, Loops, you saw how much damage they put out so far. I think it was over just 500,000. That's insanity, considering how many games that they've played so far. So, I mean, you look how many kills they have, and you look at compared to the damage, that just goes to show you that these guys are getting the thirst, they're getting the knocks, and sometimes they don't get the finishes, but regardless, this Loop squad, man, they're just pure aggression from start to finish.
And that's why they're up there. That's why they're up there on top leaderboards. Right now, a little standoff right here. Yala and Nas, DP in hand, ready to connect this 7.62 ammo right on top of Prez. Prez is going to be peeking that window over there in that basketball gym. Will be receiving at least one shot and quickly popping back down into cover. Cloud9, they just made it on into the zone. Football is taking a similar rotation. Might pull up right behind them. Next zone does go on up. Pretty center.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this one could go pretty much anywhere right now. I think for the most part, usually when this circle happens, we've seen a lot of them end just south of Yasnaya in that kind of open field. We've seen quite a few of those so far in the PMWL West. So I wonder if this is going to be a similar zone. Or, I mean, hey, we've seen it plenty of times. This zone can go anywhere. You know, it's definitely fooled me, that's for sure. So I'm interested to see exactly where it goes. I'm also interested to see Footballist rotation. So wide out, but really quick. HH24 got caught.
Oh, I mean, they've been doing pretty good here today. Tensa with the trade onto Lord. You saw Lord. You saw the Loot Goblin. Let me get some Loot Goblins in the chat right now. Lord was out there in the open trying to get to HH's crate, but was quickly spotted in the process.
Yeah, look, he was just running out wide, just thinking that, okay, you know what? There was a simple tempo storm, just, you know, member, just hanging out there for no reason. His team can't be anywhere nearby. And yeah, just like that, boom, quickly returned, knocked, and thirsted. Tensa got knocked from downtown, and he's getting poked right now. So Tempo Storm need to get this pickup quick. They don't. They actually knocked and thirsted Tensa from that long range. What a huge kill for Yala, taking out, in my opinion, Tempo's strongest duo right there. HH24 and Tensa. When those two up are alive, I always keep my eyes open. Don't want to blink because usually you see some major plays come out. But man, them getting taken out early has got to be a huge hurt for Tempo.
I mean, I would even go as far as to say it's kind of a fact, at least when you look at the numbers, you know, the stats. They're definitely two of the heavy hitters when it comes to racking up kills from the squad. It is a team game. So we'll see what that duo from Tempo could do here. As going to be popping on over here to Unique. They've been playing some interesting rotations here today, pretty spicy. They're going to have this nice little warehouse there, at least one of them. Lightning out here with the DP trying to defend it, while their squad mates, hopefully, I see them in those vehicles, hopefully group on up.
Yeah, hopefully just be able to survive as long as they can. You can hear that Mini just coming in hot right there. Big shots onto Tixie. He's got all his own. Mixero's on the push.
1v1. Oh, Tixie hearing that, going for that pre-fire. Tixie gonna be cooking that grenade. Mixero vaulting on over that stairs, looking for Tixie. Tixie healing on up. This is the push. Mixero looking for any type of information, any smidge that they can see. And now here comes Levi with that support. Tixie popping on out. Grenade from Levi. Kaboom! Right in the face with the trade.
Disgusting.
Mixero. B4, third party by Rob from Konina Power.
Mixero needs to make a big play right now to try and finish this Konina Power squad because it looks like they're going to be on the run really quick. Here comes Pedro, the OG. Oh, gets shot up and knocked by Gonzo. That's two members down for B4 right here. I wonder if Konina Power is looking to turn this one around.
Not OG enough. Doesn't have enough respect out here onto Erangel. He's going to be bleeding on out, kind of separated from the squad mates of B4. Still 3 up for B4. Konina Power's using this prime moment, this prime opportunity to peel on off this one and not take this engagement.
You know what? I think they just have to play it safe than sorry, especially considering where their points are on the leaderboard. They do not want to get stuck with just 1 point right there. So they knew that they were in a 2v2 considering those knocks, but after that, they were like, you know what? We'll just try to live to fight another day. Oh,
what happened to Yala? They're down to just 1-0 by themselves.
Yep, they got caught by Tempo.
They pushed onto Tempo. Tempo, we're just in the yellow
duo
out here chilling. The duo from Tempo, we're just straight chilling.
Oh, look at the BM!
Spec did not respect the push, the pull-up from Yala. Yala, what happened? What happened?
Putting down some shots onto the boxes. Get out of here. You know, this is our house right here. Wow, what a crazy play. I know we missed it. Hopefully, I'm gonna cross my fingers for a replay gonna come up on that. But man, what a big play for Tempo, staying alive right now. The last two members, we're talking about the most deadly duo. They must have heard me and said, we got this other duo right here that can make it happen. Wow, what a great play from Tempo.
Said, what is Hot Juice talking about? Well, Hot Juice, watch this. Watch
We're
this.
team, baby.
Team, watch this.
Wow.
HZL in this nice little dip. Does have their buggy right behind them. They're gonna be taking some shots on the B4, who are currently on the transition. Oh, here, going to be crashing into that compound. It is going to be free, so they are going to have a nice little spot here in this next zone, right on the edge.
Yeah, right on the edge of the circle. I would have preferred personally to see them kind of head over to shelter and help that north side, but usually there's always a team in that kind of area, so I can definitely see how they try to play it safe. Look right here at Yasnaya, man. This is where I think all these teams are assuming their circle is going to head over to. You got Pittsburgh Knights, Wildcard, and Team Umbra, all just kind of hanging out and holding this position nearby each other.
Yeah, and personally, I really like Umbra's position better out of all three of them because they're in the forest. They have the cover, they have little hills, and I feel like they're a little more flexible when it comes to moving on around because if Wildcard, if they pop out the doors, you know, they might be spotted. Same thing with the Knights, and I know, you know, you got a lot of hours in the game. I mean, what's your thought on these positions from these three squads?
I think I can totally get your point right here, and I think it makes total sense because you want to get as many angles and sight lines you possibly can. Now, the difficulty with Team Umbra's position is that there are only hills there, you know? So they're only going to be able to pick their head out. Of course, PK and Wildcard are going to be staring at those hills completely. At the same time, though, you can't really peek from too many angles if you're stuck inside a house. You can only really look out a window. So I'm really interested to see where this is going to head out. And from my opinion, it just looks like it's going to be a stalemate until this next circle. But you never know if a squad just kind of pulls up and starts the chaos.
Yeah, and not too far. I saw just a moment ago, I saw uneven from C9 out there in the distance. So we might actually have 4 teams in the same exact area. Well, that will be very entertaining. All these players just kind of waiting to see where this next circle goes. Okay. Yes, Naya.
Color me shocked. Color me shocked. You know, I said earlier, we've seen it quite a bit kind of go to the south of Yasnaya in this open field, and it looks like we're going to have it happen once again right here. So, yeah, Wildcard, they're taking it quick right now. Going to try and get the best spot they possibly can because this could be a great opportunity to get a whole bunch of kills on these teams on the rotate.
Oh, no. Vindex flipping the bike, able to save it though. So Umbra and Wildcard both just straight up making the push, sending it on across the wheat field. Here comes Tempo, here comes Nova Esports.
It's all the teams.
Yeah, seeing that zone.
Look at this.
No, we are not going to deal with this zone. Toffee standing their ground.
Dream Eaters.
Oh, no, Dream Eaters.
That's it. Yeah, 15th place right there. They had the secret stuff, but apparently I guess a member from Loops maybe switched out the bottles. Tough break for Dream Eaters. But here we go. It's a Yasnaya ending right here. And look at all this craziness going on right now.
The duo from Tempo. You got Rain, you got Spec. AZ currently inside the building. Gonna be pre-firing. Gonna be taking down Spec. Here comes Rain with the follow-up grenade. Spec gonna be bleeding on out. Rain able to get onto that second floor. Starlight just able to vault on into the building without being taken out. They are gonna have the advantage when it comes to numbers, as there's only one up for Tempo.
They're eliminated.
And now there's no up for Tempo because She-Fan tossed the grenade and said, here you go, fella.
Nova just pressing that hard. They said, you know what? We want to get Tempo out early right here so that we can be able to add some more points on our leaderboard and possibly pass them up right now. This is one of those zones I think that we've definitely seen when it comes to Erangel. Be one of those that can get you a whole lot of points. And look at the kill feed going off right now as Acer has been spotting out these members from Cloud9.
Acer hard peeking these windows right here, just waiting to see any type of movement out there. Cloud9 gonna be right in the middle of the wheat fields inside that Harry Potter tower. Will be chilling for the time being. Faker connecting a nice grenade on the footballer's Lutz, getting the thirst with the Uzi. Here comes Alpha trying to third party this one. Silke on the roof right now. Smoke is out. 3 up for footballists. Raum trying to group up with their squad mates into those apartment buildings. Will they be able to do so?
Look at those aggressive shots right there coming from Alpha Legends. You know how ridiculously hard it is to be able to get those kind of angles, get a knock and thirst when another team is in the building across? Oh my goodness! Look at that shot right there. Car 98, quick scope to the head. Goodbye.
Old man's like, I don't know. Old man's just trying to pre-fire onto that window like, hey, look at me, look at me, look at me. Bam! Right there. Now, they will be able to get revived. You know, we're not going to see the push from Footballists. Everybody is inside this zone. So they're just trying to inflict as much damage as possible. You know, take out those helmets, make them use their meds and their utility. And Alpha Legends trying to catch some alternate angles right here as we just took a look at Kato. Levi from B4 currently in a dip, trying to avoid these grenades from Konina Power.
Running for his life right now as he can definitely feel that red zone coming up from behind right now. So B4 able to make it to the rest of his squad right now. They still have a full entire team up as they're trying to spread out and hold as many angles as they can to secure this position. The next circle gets locked onto Cloud9 right here. So yeah, B4, Konina Power all have to make a rotate on in, and Konina Power opting to do it right now. Oh, look at that, B4, look at these guys, instantly on the move.
Instantly on the move. They're actually going to be taking a little
wide
rotate damage, trying to avoid the gunfire, avoid the shots from Luke. Drop hanging out the passenger door, trying to get that spray, that drive-by, but will be connected on Carrillo with the DP. Going to be unleashing that magazine. Gonzo still in the field. Vehicle is smoking. Gonzo crashing. Gonzo still alive right now. Gonzo hitting the deck right here. Behind the hay bale, line up. Here comes a push. B4 crashing on into C9's tower.
Oh my goodness.
Pedro bleeding out right now. Bale was thirsted, so 3 up for Cloud9. They are on the second story. Mix Zero on the first floor, trying to toss out some smokes. Might opt to go for this revive. Pedro on the outskirts, relaying this information. Mix Zero, no time to heal. No time to heal. Uneven Fulton on in through the window. There they go.
Pyra.
There they go. A4.
Getting it done. So close right there. That was such a risky play for Cloud9 as, yeah, look at this. They're getting shot from PK right there. Pyra able to make it out from the skin of his teeth as he's going to try and heal up and pick up the last member from Cloud9. Loops on the rotation as well. This is an open field circle right here. One of the toughest zones for all these teams.
Slicky, cooking it. Up. Fire in the hole. Fire the hole! Ooh!
It's one.
Getting some nice damage. Going to be connecting on the Frozen. 2 members from Unique currently bleeding on out. There's just one more up. Here comes another grenade. That's looking pretty good. Pretty good. Memphis right there inside the first story. Just trying to remain calm, remain cool. All these grenades just firing on all around him.
You can see Slicky's just trying to thread the needle right there. Get that grenade right in that window. Not able to quite hit the mark, though, but he gets that one on the quick thirst. So that's just going to leave 1 member up from Team Unique.
They're in the zone. They're in the zone as well. Wildcard are in the zone right there on the corner of this one. Memphis probably going to play that passive game, just, you know, turtle up and try to survive right now. We got 9 teams remaining, 24 all together. C9 were able to defend their position, so they're pretty center when it comes to the zone. The Knights all the way down there in the west, just chilling, just watching the kill feeder ring out.
Look at this right now, just pandemonium going all over the place. Football is eliminated right there. You can see Adder right now from Cloud9. This is their game as they have a really good angle position right now, just trying to keep all the teams away from crashing onto them. And you can see right now, yeah, speaking of a corner, you can see Memphis. He's locked down into one right now. He has nowhere to run.
Tossing out these smokes. 11 kills on Wildcard. 11.
Look at this circle.
5 of those are going to be on Sam. Next zone goes on up. Guess what? Nobody's in it. Guess what else? It's in the field. Hay bales are going to be your best friend right now.
Oh my goodness. This is going to be so difficult for all these teams, and they know it. And Loops is trying to get those angles and catch these squads on the rotation right now, as they have quite a way. Yeah, they have a long way to get into this one. They got to pass up Cloud9 and a lot of these other squads that have these big, tall buildings. So you know they're going to have some sight lines.
They got sight lines. Look at all these smokes from Loops right now. They have buggies to work with. Looks like they're trying to close the gap, maybe rotate on into that tower. They're going to have to push on to Cloud9. Prez from Umbra, trying to get a grenade of their own. Memphis is going to be on that first floor, though. Here comes more smokes coming on out from Wildcard. Like you said, everybody and their mother needs to push on out right now.
They need to get it done quickly. And yeah, I love those pre-nades coming from Cloud9 to try and stop the push, but it looks like Carrillo.
MK14.
Oh my gosh, he's got the grenade.
MK14.
Get it.
Grenade up there, gonna be taking out Pyra. Adar, just the last person alive for Cloud9, bolting on out, but was spotted! Taking out Cloud9, defeated! Grenades, MK14, Loops, they still have 4 up right now.
Loops so aggressive right there, pushing from wide out in the open, able to catch the last members of Cloud9 and take them out early. Huge kills, big plays. Now they're gonna be able to get into this circle right here, and man, what a play right there from Loops. That was so insane.
Oh, insane. Intense. That's going to allow the perfect distraction from Cloud9 because they're done. But they had sightlines on Wildcard, but Wildcard able to survive. They have a couple smokes. There's a crate dropping right on in the middle of this one. The Knights they got 4 up. Carrillo with that DP.
Look
Not
at that.
going to be giving up yet. Not going to be tossing in that flag quite yet. Going to be connecting onto one of the members from Alpha Legends, J7. Random sprays right now from the Uzi, just trying to connect this 9mm on anybody.
You can see the desperation coming out from these squads right now as they're trying to do anything they can to be able to survive. And Loops you know that they've got to have the taste of blood in their mouth right now. They're only 10 points behind Cloud9 in the overall leaderboards. Them taken out early, as well as how many kills they have right now. With a chicken dinner here, they're going to be able to stick themselves into first place, Dave.
3 up for Wildcard, 4 up for Loops, 4 up from the Knights. This is going to be really intense. This UAS for the Loops squad is going to be smoking, so they're probably not going to opt to use it. We already see some backpacks getting dropped here on the floor to limit the available sightlines of their player model from other squads. Pittsburgh Knights, super spread out right now. Super spread. Raven just spotted right there.
And it could have paid off considering where this next circle has gone, as it has been locked on to Wildcard right here. 7 with a great return knock right there onto Sam. That's going to open the door for them. But man, how are you supposed to go and push in from that angle right there? You're wide out in the open. You got to hope Loops crushes onto Wildcard as well. But man, they have a decision to make too. Which team do you take on right now?
Wildcard had the zone, but they're currently being battered by these grenades. Acer about 10% HP. Looks like Wildcard, they're going to be kind of splitting up just a little bit because one grenade connecting off to Acer, taking them down. This might be the prime opportunity for Loops to reclaim the circle for themselves. Dadin, dead, son.
Getting the shots right there. You know, Wildcard, they have the spot, they have the zone. That's the issue, though. They have the spot that all these teams want right now, and PK and Loops are kind of working together to take that away from them. Slicky with a great angle. Able to take out Gowski. Tries to get the thirst through the smoke, but that smoke took away his sightlines.
13 kills, though. 13 kills on the Wildcard. 10 kills onto Loops. Kowalski is bleeding on out, but all these smokes going to be taking away the sightlines for everybody. Sixless popping up real quick with that DP. Connecting on to Carrillo. Now going for those sprays. Only 2 up. Only 2 up for Loops right now. 2 up for Wildcard. The Knights, they got 3. They're all spread apart. They're all playing that snaking role. Going to be inching their way ever so closer on into this new zone on top of their enemies.
Look at all these smokes coming out from Loops.
Sixless popping up with a DP. Devastation down. Connecting on to Becker. There's only 1 up. Dadin, the last remaining member for Loops. Sixless, HP really low right now. Has this smoke to work with. Will be popping on into the smoke and healing on up. Dadin attempting to get a last-minute revive here.
And you can't really stand up at all. You have to do the laydown to get that pickup. And it looks like Loops was able to get 1 member up. That's going to be huge for them. This circle is starting to close, though, right now, as J7 from PK gets picked off, and he is in no position to get picked up. Oh, if Loops gets this reset off right now, this would be so huge for them.
Loops, they might be able to. They might be able to. Slicky, keep in these angles. Knows J7 is bleeding on out, and Carnage now knows the position of Carnage. Carnage has this Dacia to work with for hard cover. Is going to be popping back just a little further so that they can heal on up. Sixless, with the information on the Loops, knows exactly where Loops is, but has to assume that these revives came on out.
100%. They know in the kill feed for a fact that they got picked up right now. This is a stalemate between these squads. They can't move. They cannot run out in the open, or they're going to get knocked instantly by both these squads right now. Sixless is in a big position to play spoiler. Loop still have... Oh, look at this nade. Could this be the one to do it right here?
Tossing it. Oh,
short.
Not far enough. Not far enough. And now Kowalski is going to be spotted from Sam and thirsted immediately from Sam. Here comes another grenade. Will be landing right on in between the three members of Loop. It's going to be impacting them a little bit with the damage. And Wildcard using this opportunity to move on up, spread on out. M4 on the Slicky. Got to be going for that spray. Carrillo in the wheat fields, going for that trade, and it's coming down to it.
Look at that right now. Sam gets caught right there. That is so huge right now. And Sixless using the opportunity.
Oh, another one.
Two of them. One more up from Loops.
Switching on over to the mini. Switching on over to the mini. He's going to be popping out. Carrillo getting the thirst right there. Carnage taking out the same exact time. Slicky. It's up to Sam. Sam is trying to heal on up. Carrillo making a way. 7 kills so far onto Carrillo. M4 versus Uzi. It's coming down to this one. Sam's attempting to go for the revive. Carrillo trying to blow up the UAS. Coming on out. Carrillo! There you go.
Loops Esports
taking out second.
Are you kidding me? I can't. What a game right there. So smart from Carrillo, especially at the end, to go and opt to blow up that UAS for sure. If he got that blow up, it was going to go ahead and take him out. And you can see Sam, as soon as he heard those vehicle shots, jump out with the Uzi, go for the 1v1 play. But man, it was too late right there. Carrillo with one of the clutchest plays right there that we have seen so far.
What happened to Carnage,
PMWL West.
You mentioned what happened to Carnage. What happened?
He got caught by Carrillo. Carrillo took out both Sixless and Carnage, laying down right there with a crazy spray. Oh man, I'm sorry. I'm just too pumped up after that match. That was insane.
Man, Loops coming in clutch right there. And I'm so surprised. I mean, Sam attempting to get that revive at the end, that was really risky because that revive kind of allowed Carrillo to make the push for free in a sense.
You know, it's so difficult though, considering that, you know, when you're at that kind of end zone, you would really be shocked to see a member just kind of push up out in the open right there. But Carrillo, you can just see this is why he's currently pretty much the top performer right now in this entire tournament so far. He's got the guts to be able to make those plays. The amount of just ice water you have to have in your veins to be able to execute those kind of plays, especially at endgame, is insanity right there. So be able for him to go ahead and make a play like that, that's one for the highlight reel right there for sure.
Everybody getting that montage footage in here today. What a exciting day, Jukes. I gotta say, I'm looking forward to the next 2 days of Super Weekend, and man, I can't wait, man. I can't wait.
Me neither, man. My heart rate, adrenaline is pumping at an all-time high. But man, that's gonna be it for myself and Mustache Dave. Thank you guys so much. We're gonna have to go ahead and, of course, see what the desk has to say as we wrap up today's matches, and we're gonna hear from them right after this quick break.
The PUBG Mobile World League is brought to you by the title sponsor, Qualcomm Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and the official beverage sponsor, Mountain Dew.
Well, we started off the day talking about how Loops Esports didn't have a single chicken dinner after the first Super Weekend, and now they have themselves two. They've done it yet again in that 1v1v1 that happened between them, PK, and Wildcard, and they came out the victors here, as we can see. 34 points total. However, Wildcard Gaming, Glitter, you know, when you talk about them as being a team you want to pick, you just need to commit to it because they still did well.
I know, and I told Seven that I was thinking about picking him for this final Erangel map too, but when Wildcard shows up, they show up. The fact that they outkilled Loops Esports in kill points is insane. And this is exactly what Wildcard needed because, like I said, they've kind of been middling a lot in our games. This is the type of performance that I think all of us know that they're more than capable of doing, and I'm very happy that they closed out at least the first day, setting themselves up well momentum-wise for tomorrow. And then looking down the rest of that list, PK had an incredibly strong showing. And the fact that Umbra is back in the top 8 again, this is big for them. Unique needs those points. Alpha Legends as well. I'm loving that some of these squads are really starting to step up to the plate, 7.
As we go here to the second page, and SWAT 69, that's one team. Remember, that team was not able to play the first Super Weekend. They just didn't perform today. They were not able to get any of the kills. They weren't able to really get the placement that we expected out of them, and it was just a bad toss-up for them. And Temple Storm only getting 4 points there. I think I'm gonna jinx it, guys. I think that, you know what? I'll take the blame for that one. I think I definitely went ahead and jinxed it. And Kanina Power only getting 3 points there. Remember, they started off really, really hot with the win and then a 3rd place, and also being able to get back-to-back 11 kills in matches. I think that was huge, but overall, not sure what happened there. It seemed like everything started falling apart there for Kanina Power again.
I mean, I think that's what you get for saying it's Monica's birthday, right? I feel like that's just her, you know, from the other side in the US, just watching, just enjoying. Well, I guess maybe not enjoying because our team didn't do too well there. Let's take a look now at our top players, I believe. As we can see here, we're going to see Sam, Carrillo, Kayowski, and Slicky. And honestly, to only see 2 teams here in our top players in that last match, that's still insane because look at those damage numbers, Glitter. Look at Sam in particular.
I'm so proud of Sam right now. Wildcard, like I said, needed this for a boost to their mental state. This is a fabulous game for Sam. We've talked about him a few times as being one of the standout players for Wildcard. But the fact that if you look at it, obviously Sam and Carrillo both over 1,000, but the fact that Kayowski is also right at the 1,000 damage mark and Slicky coming in 700, this is a standout game for all of these players. 8 and 9 kills onto Sam and Carrillo a piece here, 7.
I'm happy to see Slicky there. We're usually talking about Sam, we're usually talking about Spring or Acer. Guess what? My boy Slick is waking up. He's been able to make it to the top players, and that's scary. Considering that all the other players, they have so much potential, that is super scary. I can't wait to see what's going to happen tomorrow with that team.
Well, you know, it's also scary. Probably the stats here for Loops Esports. We're going to take a look at them, and we can see the damage done yet again, 2,500 damage, and more importantly, more kills than Nox. We've been talking about this for such a long time, and these are one of the few teams who are really able to do it as consistently as we've seen Glitter.
Yeah, and the fact that they're so good at converting their knockouts into kills, and then the awareness on top of that to be able to steal kills off of other teams is part of the reason that for the longest time they didn't even need the chicken dinner to be in that top 2, that top 3 positioning on the overall leaderboards. They are just a strong, aggressive, kill-heavy team, and now after today getting 2 wins, I feel like they're going to be unstoppable.
I think what's going to be unstoppable here is our do-the-do moments, actually, and I feel like you could just show the final zone between the 3 teams, and we would pretty much just have the entire highlight of the match, to be fair. But that was honestly an insane finish, but we can't forget about the start, 7.
Yeah, we definitely can't forget about the start. Alpha Legends going up against Dream Eaters. Dream Eaters is one of those teams that has been pretty damn consistent. And Magic, that's one of the players from Dream Eaters that we're always talking about. Guess what? He was able to go ahead and save his player, one of his teammates right there, by getting that kill. And overall, I think Loops Esports just had an insane game. There were so many people shooting at them towards the end. I want to go ahead and talk about that a little bit more. I was so surprised they were able to reset. And when I say reset, in case you are new to PUBG Mobile Esports, I mean being able to pick up all of their players that were down. At one point, I think it was just only 1 player staying alive towards the end of on that final circle. And for them to reset out of that, it just goes to show what kind of a team they are. And also having such a clutch player in Carrillo, just being able to go ahead and take on 1v1s, not being scared. I think he ended up honestly taking it into like a 1v3 there towards the end. And I know one of the other teams we've been seeing here as we're watching was B4. B4 was only able to get 3 kills here in this game as they were going up against, ooh, nice jump right there, as they were going up against Tempo. And Tempo, the team that I picked, this was just straight up disrespect for here from Tempo, as they're gonna go ahead and I don't know if they're gonna show it, as they're gonna go ahead and finish those players and then just start shooting their boxes. What do you think about that, Glitter? Do you like to see that kind of smack talk? Because I know I do.
Listen, I mean, the casters even thought themselves, sometimes you have to have a little bit of fun with it, right? You gotta start a few rivalries here and there. So if when teams and players are willing to do that, I always think it makes it a little bit more entertaining for the viewers and obviously for us as analysts and casters as well. So yeah, I'm a big fan of it. You know, we're jumping on board here with B4. This was definitely a little bit harder, I think, of a game for them. They were able to get a few kills, but those fights were super unfortunate for them with Cloud9 above them in that building, I believe, actually, and they just did not go in B4's favor. Jumping back on board, Loops, you know, you had mentioned Carrillo earlier as being one of their strongest players. Now, they had 14 kills this game, and he was 9 of them. So the percentage of damage and kills that he's actually doing for his team right now is unreal, with Kayowski coming in with 4 of the remaining of those kills. Like that, those are numbers that you cannot debate when a player like Carrillo back and forth or back to back is just constantly a top player. He's somebody that everyone has to be looking out for.
Yeah, and especially towards the end of the match, as you're just going to be seeing right now, we're just pretty much watching Carrillo's future montage. This man was just going off, knocking people left and right, and what's so impressive to me, I hope that we get a chance to see it here, as we're not going to be able to break it down, was Carrillo being able to take on the players from Pittsburgh Knights, because remember, Pittsburgh Knights had an amazing chance to go ahead and third-party that, and we actually saw Sixless. I think Sixless was pretty good about just knocking some of those players down, no overextending himself. I think at one point he might have ran out of maybe ran out of ammo because he had to switch to a sniper rifle, and then he just ended up getting smacked by Carrillo. So overall, I think right here, Sam being aggressive, I think that was good too. They were maybe a little bit scared that they were going to go ahead and blow up that car if it wasn't already blown up, and then you have Sixless moving forward. This right here, you're going to see him just shoot, and then he's going to, I believe, switch to the car 98 if I'm not mistaken, misses his shot, and then Carrillo's able to go ahead and laser him right there. Carrillo finishes those 2 players, and then right away he switches his mindset to where's the wildcard players. Guess what? He's gonna go ahead and take that 1v1, and he's able to finish that with perfect execution.
I mean, I wouldn't want to go up against him in a final 1v1, considering he was our MVP from the very first Super Weekend, and I think he's shown exactly why he was. Let's take a look, though, at our total damage across the board in our final match, and I'm pretty sure we're going to see Loops as the #1 with the 2,500 damage done. And we can see here, well, actually, I'm going to be wrong. Wildcard, 2,700 damage? What? Glitter, what?
That's a great game. That is a great game. I'm so happy for them. I mean, you can't be that surprised considering they did have 1 more kill than Loops overall, so I can definitely see where that final...
Well, I mean, I can be surprised because where's this wildcard been?
And that's the thing, we kind of talked about that last weekend, and you know, we touched on it a little bit this week. We've seen them have these stellar performances that coming into PMWL West, we didn't really feel like we were getting out of them past the opening weekend, right? This is the wild card we've been waiting for and looking for, and if they can keep up a performance like this, they will easily catapult themselves into a top 5 position and be contending with the rest of those teams that have been holding that spot for a while now.
Yeah, again, consistency seems to be lacking from them. To be fair, we could say that about Konina Power, right? We saw them do exceptionally well in the very beginning of when we started this thing off, and then they disappeared off the face of the map until today, where they had a couple of good games. And Wildcard, I want to see them have that consistency like you're saying, Glitter, and we'll see if they can do it, obviously, because we have more games coming up tomorrow. But let's take a look at our overall standings now and see how things have wrapped up after our first day of our second weekend of Super Weekend. And we're going to see here, Loops, they've taken the #1 spot.
They did, and I think it comes down to those chicken dinners. Remember, at the start of the day, we mentioned it, they didn't have any chicken dinners. Well, guess what? If they do, with the placement points alongside with the kill points that they're able to get in 135 kill points, that is huge. Just look at Team Kesso in 10th place. They currently have about 142 points. Loops Esports, Glitter, could be almost in 10th place just on kill points alone.
That's insanity. That's honestly, they're just constantly impressive. But if you do notice, Wildcard, like I said, even after just this 1 game, has managed to bump themselves up on the leaderboard to 6th place. This is talk about making sure that you want to be comfortable coming out of the Super Weekends. Wildcard is definitely starting to do that for themselves. And then moving here on to the second page, we do see a lot more teams finally breaking the overall triple-digit total points. However, definitely looking to see what SWAT 69 switches up going into our second day of the Super Weekend. Like we've said a few times now, they didn't play last Super Weekend, and so this is their first chance to really start getting some points on the board for the potential to compete in our grand finals. I think they probably would have had to have averaged 6 points minimum a game to get to the 78 threshold that had been set by Konina Power, and they just haven't been able to do that yet.
I mean, yeah, you're seeing now UDR Killers, like they're probably happy sitting in 16th place right now with the way SWAT 69 are playing. It's like they won't even be able to catch up. If they average 13 points a day, that's looking at 39 points, and they're going to be behind, well, I'm not going to do math on air. That's a lot. 93 to 39. You can do that at home. One of you maybe can crunch numbers for me since Glitter has so many degrees. Let's take a look, though, at our top 10 players overall within the entire tournament, though. And Carrillo, he's taken his position back. Adder did take it away from in the last few days, but today alone has made this star really shine bright, Seven.
Definitely, and I think just go ahead and look at the knockouts that man has had. 89 knockouts in comparison to 79 from Adder. And overall, I think it's something we mentioned was how Korea was able to maintain the good form even when Loops Esports wasn't performing that well. Well, guess what? When Loops Esports perform well, Carrillo performs even better. He's just going to go ahead and step up to another level that we're just not able to see from a lot of players. And not only that, Adder being able to maintain that second place, I think that's huge. Remember, that's one team that we talked about. They're really not that known for that fragging team. They're known just for playing a little bit more passive, sticking to their tactics. And for them to be able to have a player in second place for fragging, I think that's huge for them. And then for Loops Esports, in Daden, another player in the top 3 in regards to fragging, 70 kills out of him. I think now we're able to see why Loops Esports has so much potential here in regards just to kills alone.
I mean, a very, very scary team as we've been seeing. One of the few teams there with multiple players within the top 10. And also, speaking of scary, it's time to take a look at our predictions. And I'm a little bit scared of how it worked out for me with Cloud9. I'm not going to lie. I think Glitter, we both had Cloud9 in this one.
Yeah.
And I don't know how it actually turned out in the end of things. We're going to take a look now at our overalls. And you can, we'll see here. 468 points. Hot Jukes, though, overtaking him with 488. And Glitter, I'm not going to lie. I think after the first time. What's up?
He overtook me last time. He's been first place. He maintained first place. Congrats,
Well, the thing is, you're always number 1 in my heart, Seven, so I always think you're in first place.
Aww. No, somebody clip that, please.
Please, no. Please, I don't need to rub in my face with that all year long. But yeah, that's how it's been going for us. Maybe not as good, unfortunately for some of us, as we were hoping. But that's it. It is what it is, right? That's the nature of the game.
We've got tons of time still.
Yeah, we got 10 more matches come up in this Super Weekend. We still have 10 more matches in League Play Week 3, 15 more matches in Super Weekend 3, and then we have the finals going off, which is across 4 different days, 6 matches a day, 6 times 4, 24. Ooh.
Are you doing math?
Trying to. That was actually a surprisingly hard one. I try sometimes, but obviously it's all fun and games for us here in our talent predictions. But overall, it's been a pretty good day. I mean, Dave's going to call me a hater, but I still want to see SWAT 69 step up a bit more than what they've been able to show us today if they really want to have a chance to make it through. I mean, well, Seven, let's ask you, into tomorrow. No, you're not even just yet. Going into tomorrow, what does SWAT 69 need to do tonight to prepare?
Tonight, they need to find a way to even just get better placement. Because if they're able to get better placement, the kills are going to come. So they need to go ahead and work out in their rotations and in their execution for strategies. If they're going to go ahead and be a little bit more aggressive, which I haven't really seen that out of that team, how are you going to go ahead and be aggressive? If for example, you're going to go ahead and crash into a compound, how are you even going to go ahead and do that when you're just not used to doing that? One team, I know you were talking about SWAT 69, but one team I'm actually going to be looking at even more since we got a chance to interview one of their players in Shifan is going to be Nova Esports. Yeah. I want to see how this change of tactics during a Super Weekend is going to go ahead and affect them. They did a little bit better today than they did in the previous first day for Super Weekend Week 1. I want to go ahead and see how they're able to go ahead and perform, how they're going to be able to adjust.
Well, maybe just like PK, they need to get their reps in, need that time to get those games under their belts so they can prepare and use that new strategy appropriately. Seven and Glitter, thank you very much for joining me, but I have to kick you out of the show now. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Get him out of here.
I am.
There we go. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it here for our first day of our second Super Weekend. We still have more actually come up tomorrow at the same time every day, 11 a.m. PDT. Also, big shout out to obviously all of our other commentators come in and the production crew here from ESL doing a phenomenal job during the show. 11 a.m. PDT. We'll see you tomorrow.